Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Yesterday was a quieter day where we had another draw, making the match equal at 2.5 points each. Ding Liren actually had some chances which he didn't really use. He didn't push in the endgame, and this is something we were hoping to see. Today he plays with the white pieces, so will he put up a fight? Let's see. It is also the last day before their second rest day. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Hello and welcome. It is Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship Match as presented by Google. I'm Jovanka Houska and it's great to be here in Sentosa, in Resorts World, alongside the brilliant David Howell. Now, David, the crowds are simply buzzing with excitement as we anticipate the beginning of what is significantly a very interesting round, actually.
That's right. Historically, Game 6 is where a lot of blood is spilled. There have been a lot of decisive games looking back over the last 150 years. This seems to be when the players start to crack. It's also a weekend here in Singapore, and there's more people than ever. So the anticipation is high.
Absolutely. I can just get a feel of the amazing, amazing vibe. And naturally, it takes a lot of energy and dedication to organize such a historical World Championship match. And there we can see the players' arena. We can see everyone lining up, just waiting for the game to begin. But as we wait for the start of the game, well, Charlie's had a chat with the match organizer, president of Singaporean Chess Federation, Grandmaster Kevin Go Wei Ming.
We're in the VIP zone at the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm here joined by Kevin Go. And we have a very special chess set that we are going to unbox today. Kevin, can you tell me a little bit about this?
Yeah, I think when we were trying to think of nice gifts that we can give to our partners, the idea of having a special chess set comes to mind. So we reached out to Skyline, and we understood that they already had a Singapore team chess set within their stores. But I think we did something a little bit different. They made some amendments and curated that for the World Championship.
I see the logo is here.
Yes,
You've
that's
got
correct.
the map in the background. This is beautiful. And all the pieces are also Singapore specific.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, so let's start by unboxing. You can tell me what the piece is and what it's called, what it's based on in real life.
So this is the king as Goko Tower. So the first 4 set of pieces are based in the Central Business District. I used to work in that area and I pass by these places every day.
Aw.
So, you know, when you go there all the time, you don't really take any notice. And now that we have these structures in front of me as chess pieces, they just look, pretty awesome.
Amazing. And they're heavy. They're
They're
actually
really heavy.
Really heavy.
This is the black queen, yes. So the king is Gokul Tower and the queen is Republic Plaza. Bishops are One Raffles Place, if I'm not wrong.
I think as a foreigner, like coming into Singapore, seeing these beautiful buildings and all the trees like in between in the streets is beautiful. You have like city, but garden city as well.
Yeah, I think the next few pieces might even showcase that actually. So Singapore is known as like the regional financial hub. So which is why many of these structures are placed in the CBD area. So this is Park View Square. I think this is recognizable. I think the locals should know this. The Art Science Museum.
What a cool looking museum, wow. And then these ones are really cool, and I think even as someone who isn't from Singapore.
Yeah, it's very recognizable, I think. Yeah, Gardens by the Bay.
Makes so much sense for these to be the pawns.
A must-see for all tourists.
Yes, I haven't been yet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry to have made you too busy.
It's okay,
yeah.
but it's a long tournament. We've got lots of time. But Kevin, tell me, how has it been organizing this monumental event in chess?
No, I think it's just been really fun. Of course, it's also a tremendous logistical challenge, putting everything together. What I would like this event to be known as is that it's a very Singaporean effort. So we work with the authorities, and obviously I represent the Singapore Chess Federation. We work with local partners as well. So the tables, the chairs, the trophies, our event management companies, broadcasters, photographers, videographers, we have lots of local crew. We just hope that everybody who comes can enjoy, Singapore's effort to make this hospitable.
The feedback on the organization of this event has been so positive as well. Everyone I talk to is just like, first thing they mention is like,
Thanks.
This is such a well-organized event, other than being a huge chess event, the way it's been done has been just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I feel like we want to have nice vibes.
Yeah.
So we always think about, apart from just having chess, what else can we do to make it fun? Yeah, to make the experience a bit more well-rounded. Yeah, so of course Google as our title sponsor, they have their Google AI Zone, which is super fun. Then the fan zone is always filled with people because we have lots of things going on. Yeah, we understand that the chess game takes ages and ages. Sometimes the player just sits and nothing happens really. And even when they make a move, nothing's really happening as well if the position is rather slowish. So I think when things like that happen, we wanted to have something extra just to keep the participants of this event.
Good.
Yeah, that's correct.
And we spoke about this in Budapest actually. You said that you wanted this to be like kind of a chess vacation for people to come to. What's the feedback been on that on your side?
Yeah, I think so far people are happy. And that makes us happy because that's what we want, right? And we don't treat this like just as a one-off and we do something half-heartedly, right? We want people to come and enjoy themselves and they feel like they are part of the whole thing. They spend money with us and they feel that it's worth it. I think that's super important.
Yeah. What are some obstacles you faced organizing this event?
Yeah, I think the turnaround time. So even the ballroom itself, when we were trying to put together the match starts on the Monday. There was a big event on the Saturday until like something like 11 p.m. It was a wedding. Unfortunately, it's not something that you can just call off, right?
Gotta do your wedding later, people.
Like a corporate.
Honeymoon.
Yeah, that's not something that you can just say, oh, guys, can we just move it somewhere else? We can't do that, right? So we put together a team to move in our forces at midnight and to just build everything with like 36 hours. It was like a military operation really. Like when you, if you're here at midnight on that Saturday of the opening ceremony, you just see people just pushing trolleys and trolleys of glass, of wood, of all sorts of things. People just putting things together. It was amazing to watch. And I'm sure that there's going to be like a video of that.
This is an obstacle, but I think it's really a testament to how amazing your team is and what you were able to put together in such a short time.
I'm grateful to my colleagues. I'm not the one putting the things together, right? I mean, I asked people to, guys, can you just somehow make it happen? They were like, yeah, we can do it. I like the fact that we have this can-do, mentality. I think this is a quality that chess players should have in the first place. Many chess players, they see a strong opponent and they feel that they can't win the game. So I feel like this represents like the ideal chess player's attitude to the game, and we should have this mentality that we never say no until it's really a no. So that's how I feel about things, and that's the general approach to how we organize this match.
Yeah, you fight till the end, and this is
we
kind
fight
of
to
what
the end,
we want to
fight
see.
to death. Yeah.
Yeah, the players need to do that too, which I'm sure that's what we're going to see on the chess side of things.
Definitely,
as well.
definitely.
And the final question is, what's been your favorite part of being here and organizing the event?
No, I think definitely the engagement with the fans. So everything we do, first and foremost, and I said this before, that the players come first, and then the next will really be the fans. We do this to make sure that everyone enjoys the experience, and there's something that they remember for the rest of their lives. I think that's super important, and especially for young children who get to come here and they see the world champions in person. They get an autograph. They get an autograph with the players. They get a picture with Vichy. You take picture, get a picture with Alexandra Kosteniuk. Big stars like that. Yeah, legends of the game. I think that's really meaningful to me, and hopefully the kids take that away with them and inspire them to try to achieve better results.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin. This was awesome. The set is beautiful. This tournament's amazing.
Are you going to play Blitz with this?
No. Blitz. I think moving the piece, you're going to lose time because it's so heavy. But
this is not the ideal set to play in Time Scramble, that's for sure.
Yeah. But thanks so much, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Good luck to you too.
Beautiful chess set, an inspirational fan zone, and wow, you can feel the atmosphere. We certainly can feel it here in the commentary room. And there we see Ding make his entrance for what could be a very significant Game 6. He's supported by Nihua, and there you see his second, Richard Rapport.
Yeah, he is followed by his team up until the playing area. Now Ding is going for those security checks. We see his Grandmaster helpers here conferring, discussing, maybe just hoping, praying that they get their opening preparation in. Game 6 was decisive last year when Ding faced Nepomniachtchi. Ding managed to win that time. Game 6 in recent history, Magnus Carlsen won 3 of his 5 World Championship Game 6s. There's so much history to this game, this day. It feels like something's brewing. Just before the rest day was decisive last time as well. Gukesh struck in Game 3. It feels like the players, this is where they pour in all of their energy, knowing that tomorrow they can take a breather.
Exactly, and there we can see the chairs awaiting the players' arrivals. And that can-do attitude that Kevin spoke about, that is what we're going to see the players bring to the game tonight. Getting ready for this game, it's just incredible. But yesterday, Game 5, that was an intriguing game. It was certainly a tale of two stories. At first, it looked like Ding Liren was outplaying his opponent, played some great moves, and then it all fizzled out.
That's right. For 3/4 of yesterday's game, Ding was playing fantastic chess, perfect chess. He was starting to turn the screw and kind of amping up the pressure on Gukesh. But suddenly, when a chance arose, he let it slip and the game very quickly fizzled out. It was surprising, but we did feel like that next decisive result is coming, right?
Yes, it is coming. But in the meantime, let's have a quick look at Charlie's recap video.
Game 5 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Against all odds, the world champion Ding Liren missed his chance to pile up the pressure in today's game, misplaying an advantage in the endgame. Defending the black pieces, Ding efficiently neutralized his opponent's French defense exchange variation and seemed to be well on his way to securing his second win later on. However, just when the time was ripe, uncertainty kicked in and the position played tricks on his mind, allowing the challenger to claim a draw and go into the sixth game still tied. In the post-game press conference, a very reassured Gukesh explained that towards the end of the game, he was very worried about his position after the maneuver 27 bishop e6 followed by 28 rook c8. He was quite relieved when Ding played 27 bishop c6, as he thought then it would be a draw. Ding understood that he missed a big opportunity and didn't see the idea with 28 rook c8. He said he was thinking of moving the king to the king side, like some kind of Berlin pawn structure, and didn't realize that it was an advantage for him. The sixth game of the match takes place 1st of December, 5 p.m. local Singapore time. Ding Liren will play with the white pieces.
Everything evenly balanced so far, one win apiece and the rest of the games drawn. And it is game 6, the game before the free day. Will we see a change in the score? Well, we'll find out. But there we see everything even.
Everything even. It was games 1 and 3 that were decisive both times when Gukesh had the white pieces. Today, Ding starts with white. He's maybe had small advantages both times, but he never really pressed. And 2 draws in his previous white games, maybe a little frustrated Ding. I think we might see him start to unleash himself a bit more, start to go a bit more direct, a bit more ambitious than we've seen him so far.
Yeah, and there we are actually seeing in the fan zone that former 5-time world champion Vishy Anand is given a 10-board simul. Now, the word on the streets is that the people are not giving the Grandmasters an easy ride.
Wow, yeah, we'll hopefully get a chance to ask Vishy about that simul a bit later. In the meantime, we see Ding just chilling in his rest area, just trying to get in the zone before the games start. We've seen him arrive. Gukesh yet to make an appearance at the playing hall. We still have 10 minutes to go before the games kick off. And interesting peek behind the curtain here.
Right. I would love to know what's running through his thoughts. Like, I wonder whether he's given himself a pep talk, whether he's just mentally just rerunning the lines, because Ding does start with the white pieces today.
And here we see the fans getting ready for the arrival of their hero, Gukesh. And yeah, it's really packed out there. It has been all weekend as, yeah, I think tickets all sold out as well. It's very impressive what's happening. We have something for everyone. There's areas you can watch the players, you can chill, you can meet other spectators, you can play against world champions. That's extremely rare. And you mentioned it, Jovanka. I also heard that some of the players, I think you buy tickets here to play against these VIP guests, and some of the opponents extremely strong. Normally you get kind of, you get maybe very amateur players. Here it's very ambitious youngsters.
Totally, totally fascinating. Now, I did hear a tip that if you are organizing a simul, and it's especially if you're playing many games of chess, that you should sort them out by rating. That way you know where to dedicate your energy.
I like it when the Grandmasters don't know who they're playing. Just an element of surprise. Some players very strong, some players maybe less so.
Yeah, but just look at how many people are watching the games. It's just incredible to see so many people from Singapore, from other countries. So many people have made the effort to come here, be part of such a specific special event.
Yeah, poor Vishy, he wanted to come here, wanted to watch the games, enjoy. We put him to work. And okay, long think there by Vishy before making a move. A simultaneous display does mean playing multiple opponents at the same time. We see a handshake. I think Vishy might have taken that one, resignation from his opponent, signing the score sheet. What's the most number of opponents you've faced simultaneously, Jovanka?
I think I did 50 kids.
50, 5-0. Wow, that's a lot.
Okay. Yeah, it was a lot of people. I think it was 50. How about you?
About 40, maybe. Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a long time.
Okay, maybe you can actually back me up because your memory is better than mine. It was the UK Chess Challenge when Mike Basman used to organise. In fact, you were playing in a simul and you were playing Susan Lalich.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Back in 1998, I believe. And yeah, those were big simultaneous displays. We're watching the lift in the meantime. It's the arrival of our challenger, Gukesh, striding purposefully into the playing hall now, accompanied by his dad, as usual, just behind.
And also his second, Gregor Gajewski. And there's some final words of encouragement. And Gukesh makes his way into the playing arena. Here, this is where he goes through security controls, of course, gets checked by the fair play officer.
Just doing some last-minute scans. That was Grandmaster Alexander Kolovich. And yeah, I should mention Gukesh's dad was slightly further behind. He also had a bunch of security guards with him. But yeah, it looks like we will start to see the players enter the fish tank, the playing hall, very shortly. We will see Gukesh meditating, no doubt. How about other predictions? That's the easiest prediction, maybe, that he'll make.
Actually, one of the hardest predictions is actually thinking about what the players are going to open up with, because we've seen from Ding Knight f3, we've also seen e4. What do we expect? c4, just for fun?
c4, d4. I mean, Ding hasn't yet played his kind of his go-to repertoire, his kind of favorite openings. He usually starts with d4. He does play knight f3, c4 on occasion. In game 2, when he played e4, that was a bit of a surprise because he's been doing it recently, yes, but it's not where he's known to be strongest. His results there have been up and down. I don't think we'll see e4 again, unless he's got a very specific idea, because I don't think he wants to be caught in a long maneuvering battle where Gukesh has done his homework. Okay, I'll say c4, Jovanka, because we're English, the English opening.
I'm going to say d4, and I'm going to say the London system, just because he did that last year in game 6 and won against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Ooh, yeah, taking a trip down memory lane there. I think that's actually good for chess players. We're often a superstitious bunch, right? And if we've got good kind of memories and good track record in a certain opening, we like to go back to that. Yeah, I do wonder whether he'll throw out a few more surprises. I mean, a different move one, third time would be the first thing to think about, maybe.
Do you think we'll see something very obscure like 1b3?
I mean, I'd love it. I think the fans would love it.
I would personally really...
risk. It's not a must-win situation yet.
Yeah, and you think b3 is so risky because it allows... Oh, and we do see Gukesh enter into the fishbowl, sits down, adjusts his collar, and you're going to see Gukesh get into the zone as he gets ready for game 6. With the black pieces, he has no idea what Ding Liren has prepared.
Yeah, and it's clear so far that Gukesh just wants to play very solid with black. He hasn't been doing anything too flashy. Against e4, he was rock solid. e5, he just tried to lock things down there. And even against the Reti, that kind of strange flank opening we saw from Ding previously, he played the most principled, solid moves, Gukesh. He wasn't trying to attack with black. In my opinion, his strategy in this match is win with white, draw with black. You know, the whole classical approach that we've seen throughout history. But yeah, it's working so far. He's held 2 very stable draws. We see Ding enter, meanwhile. Maurice Ashley getting ready as well to call the shots as we see the handshake.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley getting ready to announce Scott Beaumont, who led Google and Asia Pacific over the last 5 years, getting ready to make the first move. Let's go straight to the fishbowl and see what the players and Maurice have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the 2 players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2.5 points each. The players are giving it their all, an incredible fighting chess for all the fans around the world. Before I introduce the gentleman who will be making the ceremonial first move, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sponsorship of this tournament by Google. Of course, chess has been seeing a great boom as of late after the Queen's Gambit. We saw the internet boom during COVID, and the fan base has tripled in many places, websites around the world taking great advantage of this incredible interest in chess. And now we have, for the very first time, 2 Asian grandmasters competing for the title from 2 of the great chess superpowers, India and China. Naturally, Google took note of this and has brought their incredible, one of the most valuable brands in the world, that prestige to the championship. And of course, as chess fans, we're grateful, and we hope to see this continue in years to come. And now for the first move, he is a great fan of the game. He spearheaded the effort at Google to sponsor this event. The president of the Asia Pacific region at Google, Scott Beaumont. Thank you, Scott. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
Well, we see world champion Ding Liren open up with the queen's pawn pushing it 2 squares forward. And, oh! I'm sorry, the bishop just came out to f4. And you know, what did I say? What was my prediction? London system. David.
Well,
give me a higher.
I mean,
come on.
You win the prediction. I said the English opening. I wasn't far off. London isn't too.
Exactly. English, London, it's kind of the same.
Exactly. But okay, Ding. I'm not sure whether he's conscious of this fact, but he did play the London system in Game 6 last year against Dommaraju and was successful in a long game. So, yeah, I remember commentating on that one as well, and that was a real masterclass from Ding. I wonder whether he's aware and that's swayed his decision. This is the 3rd time we've seen him employ a different first move as white. London system, when I was growing up, Jovanka, it was known to be a bit dry, a bit too positional, and people frowned down upon it. At the top level, it was never seen, but these days it's all the rage.
It is all the rage, and the reason why is it's relatively simple. And I remember that when I was beginning chess, everyone and anyone was playing the London system because, you know, the idea is very happy. You set up a triangle pawn formation in the center, and then you develop the knight, you get your bishop out to a very natural square on d3, and then the fun begins. You jump in with a knight to e5, as maybe a kingside attack, and it kind of plays itself. And who doesn't like simple openings?
True. It suits everyone, right? Amateurs who don't have too much time to study, they know at least what their first few moves are going to be. For professional players, you're very flexible. You're able to play all of these moves in some order or other. And yeah, actually the positions lead to very kind of rich play, full of possibility. And often, most of the pieces remain on the board for quite a while. And he builds that triangle you mentioned to Jovanka first of all.
It's a beautiful, very solid triangle, and now the bishop comes out to d6. And I remember that I dabbled in the London system a few years ago, and in my notes it was to jump out with the bishop to b5, give a check.
Okay. This check does force black's hand somewhat, The black queen defends this bishop, so you cannot block with any pieces on the d7 square. Yeah, you also can just simply drop your bishop back. You can maybe trade off bishops. I think that's maybe less ambitious right now. But yeah, let's get a helping hand from our opening database we see on the bottom right of our screens there. Bishop to g3 is the main line. Often you want to trade, but on your terms. But he plays your move, your prediction game today, Jovanka. Don't know what's in that tea you're drinking, but magic powers.
Yeah, exactly. No, knight c6. No, it was just in my notes that bishop to b5 was the most testing move. You know, you force the knight to get to c6, and here you do have ideas of jumping out with the queen to a4, putting pressure on the knight, and also you can just step back with a bishop to g3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can step back. Often white doesn't actually, wow, he actually takes the knight with another check. I was going to say white often doesn't mind an exchange of bishops on this square. You take back with the pawn and you still control all of the dark squares in the center, but this is very forcing stuff. We see a trade of bishops as well. Ding hoovering of the pieces off the board.
Yeah, and interesting enough, I just saw here that Magnus Carlsen played this line with the white against Ding Liren. Wasn't this played in Tata last year? And even though it was a draw, you kind of felt that white could get an advantage.
Yeah, and it's very risk-free with white. It's very simple, as we would say. It's the type of thing I would love to play, just knowing that you have a draw in hand. Pretty much, if black is accurate, maybe black can equalize. There's one problem piece for black. It's this bishop. Actually, in most openings, the French, all these queen's gambits, this bishop is a problem piece. White actually has a semi-threat in some variations of dropping the queen back even further, one square, and there's a pin along this diagonal. Yeah, Magnus loves to employ this Gatakamsky as well with the white pieces. I've played him a few times in Blitz Online. He always tries this type of thing against me. Yeah. And the dream for white is to get a knight to kind of step forward. Whoops, my arrows are going awry, but yeah, the knight jumps forward to b3 and then eventually to an outpost on the c5 square. It's a dark square strategy for Ding.
It totally is. And yeah, that trap, can you just like highlight it again? So say you were to go knight to bd2, okay, it's black to play. So say castles, knight d2 happens, and you just kind of play something random, right? Yeah, yeah. Then you can go queen a3. And this is such an important trap to note. And if black goes knight to d7, then you just keep reinforcing the pin and you win a pawn.
Yeah, black has to be very careful here. And the one downside with the London system, I would say these days, is that often things are worked out to some extent. It does become quite forcing. Black has options, for example, to take in the near future to push this pawn forward again once you've castled. But yeah, there's so many lines these days, the London system, because it's so topical, because it's so popular. Everyone's been analyzing it to death with computers. That's why I've stayed away. Although last year, actually, when I was commentating on Ding against Nepomniachtchi, I was with Anish Giri, and he was like, David, why aren't you playing the London system? It's your style. He was like, it's simple. You don't have to memorize anything.
It's a very good secondary opening. And there you can see on the live position that the big pin has been established, the queen dropping back to a3. And black has to be careful, right? Because if you just continue developing pieces without any thought to the unprotected queen on d6, you could find yourself losing the pawn on c5. And take a look. I just want to draw your attention, David, to something in the bottom right. There is a counter which actually tells us how long the player has spent on making the move.
Nice. That's a very useful addition because especially in the first few games of the match, the players were often spending 20, 30 minutes on a move. And we never knew exactly how long. We never knew what was coming next. Now we can judge the players more harshly if they spend too long.
David.
Sorry, evil laugh.
We can't be mean to the players. I mean, they're fabulous. But yeah, a pin is on the board. And of course, I think we can ask our AI assistant from Google, Gemini. Tell us more about the pin.
We asked Gemini, what is a pin in chess? Explain it concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine you're a bodyguard protecting a celebrity. If you step away, the celebrity is vulnerable. In chess, a pin is a tactic where a piece is trapped, because moving it would expose a more valuable piece behind it. Like the bodyguard being forced to stay put, unable to defend themselves or the celebrity. Now imagine the celebrity is the king, and the bodyguard is a rook. If an opponent's bishop attacks the rook cannot move to safety without exposing the king. The rook is pinned to the king, forced to stay put, even though it is under attack. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, pins, definitely a tactical motif that one has to put on the memory bank. Also, bear in mind, it's not just an aggressive, it's also you've got to be thinking on the defensive. Don't let yourself get pinned. And there we do see a move from Gukesh jumping in very quickly into the center with the knight. And of course, Ding says, no, you can't stay on my side of the ball for long. Knight FT2, whoa, E5. Well, David, it looks like things are heating up, but according to my database, this has actually been played before.
Yeah, I've seen this position before as well. I've never looked at it in too much detail, but the player's certainly aware of what's gone on in the past. Knight's now leaving the board. Black's pawn structure is super weird. These two sets of double pawns don't make a great impression, but Black is ahead slightly in development since White hasn't castled. Watch out for the Black Queen to switch its focus, swing across, and hit this weakness now, this tender spot on G2. Also, if the Black Bishop's ever allowed to enter this diagonal, currently this square is covered by the White Queen, but if it ever lands here, whoops, danger for Ding Liren. And we'll do an action replay, we'll do a breakdown of what we've just seen, but first Ding trying to get the queens off the board.
Yeah.
He gobbles up a pawn and the Black Queen swings.
Hang on a second. Oh, I thought for a second the queen was on f6, and I thought, no, you can't go that direction. You have to play with tempo. Queen g6 threatening g2, and yes, there's no way you can actually castle and defend the pawn on g2 because the whole point of Black's play is revealed because out comes the bishop to h3, and you've got to give up the exchange.
Yeah, another pin.
Oh yes,
pins.
2 pins.
Yeah,
pins and needles.
Pins and needles. That's what we get when we sit here for 6-hour games. We haven't seen too many long games so far, though. And yeah, let's do a quick action replay of what we saw because there was a quick flurry of moves, Jovanka. And here, Gukesh likely to pause for a moment. There's still a few games in our database we see on the bottom right of our screen. Still 5 games we've seen at master level here. But we left it after queen to a3, or at least we were talking about this pin. And the bodyguard is this pawn, keeping the Black Queen defended. But the Black Queen is vulnerable on this diagonal. The Black Knight jumps in, defending this pawn. And I was going to say this maybe is the more natural move for viewers at home, since e5 is now prevented. It's covered this square. The problem here is that knight takes knight is not really a threat right now because the Black pawn will recapture and this White Knight will be hit. Wow, Gukesh getting really ambitious here. So instead, Ding jumped back with his other knight. We saw Black break open in the center. After a trade, White wins a pawn. The Black Queen swings just to put that on the board. Bishop to h3 would be terrifying here, would actually win material for Black. Due to this pin, the bodyguard is forced away and Black snacks on the rook. So instead, knight to d2, queen takes pawn, and Ding castles. I don't know how many times I've seen castling queenside in the London system, but I like it, Jovanka. This one, far more ambitious by Ding. This one is going to be fiery.
Yeah, and like Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky told us yesterday, these days, people are looking for equal positions, but unpleasant equal. So the castling queenside, that's up my alley. You know, I love the concept of this. And now Black has to play very precisely because if they don't, and they will see more snacking. So I'm expecting either the queen or the pawn to take on e5. And here, Black does have to be very careful because you can see a future where the white rooks just mobilize, attacking the queen and just depositing itself on the open lines. And suddenly the big guys are swarming around the Black king.
Yeah, that's the beauty of losing pawns. You do open up lines for your pieces. So the more pawns that disappear, the more open lines there are for the white rooks right now. There's still games in this position. I just want to point out as well, Gukeshi's being greedy for a reason. In this position, there was actually a huge threat. If the black rook moves, for example, if you don't connect your rooks, defend this one, then there's actually danger. For example, white could move the rook, and there's already ideas such as sacrificing on this square. Oh wait, it doesn't quite work here. Let's say I go back the other way. with the black queen. Maybe if I move the queen this way, there might be ideas of taking this pawn with a check. Again, it doesn't quite work, but the rook sliding across, the black king moving would mean that this rook drops. So actually, he wanted to get his queen off the g-file for a reason. And yeah, I agree, Jovanka. These two moves are the two most likely. He does take with the pawn, as you mentioned. Knight takes pawn is next on the agenda, and this position is just crazy. So imbalanced. Trying to do a quick count of pawns. White is one pawn ahead. No, wait, 3, 6? No, it's equal. It's equal.
Okay.
Counting is not my forte.
It's
such a weird
tricky.
structure.
It is very tricky as a commentator. It's my biggest pitfall as well. So d takes e5 played, and now we're still following one game, and that is between. Okay, you'll have to forgive my pronunciation. Sherlach Andre against Doronkin, and that was played in 2022. So that game actually continued with your move, rook to b8.
Oh wow, I was showing that as a move that didn't really do much. Whoops. Yeah, that one is mysterious. I guess the fact is that now that the knight is pinned, pins are the name of the game. Now knight takes pawn would be a huge blunder because queen takes b2 and suddenly, whoops, this rook does have a purpose. So rook b8, the reason I think that looks a bit odd is because you're just inviting white to keep getting greedy and taking more pawns, but essentially you're just opening up lines. Queen takes pawn, I guess the black bishop will move somewhere. And rook to a8 now might be a threat. Both kings vulnerable.
Totally, but in this particular one, because white has snacked on the a7 pawn, it's going to be so difficult for the white king to even think about defending itself because there are no heavy pieces at its disposal, whereas white is yet to coordinate and find the target on the king side. So I would definitely not take the a7 pawn, but goodness me, it's a wild. I think I've drank too much caffeine today. Wild ride today.
It is a fun position. These types of positions often go one of two ways. Either it's just total chaos, and then ultimately one side is able to generate a big attack. Maybe we'll see a blunder later on, or the players know every single detail. They know all of the next 20 moves, and we'll see a handshake and a draw after a perfect game. The fact that Gukesh has paused, though, means that he's at least having to recall stuff. The details aren't at the forefront of his mind right now.
Right. And just bear in mind as well that Ding has been preparing this on his computer today, whereas Gukesh had to prepare e4 as a possibility, c4, which is Ding's favorite opening, also maybe a repetition of the Ratty, especially because in yesterday's game, Ding actually didn't go for a different opening. He chose to repeat the French defense. So it's the mind games, and you can often catch people unawares in this type of variation. This is why I feel like in modern day chess, it's all about getting in that first surprise. Before, you could really just kind of stick to your guns and have an opening repertoire.
Yeah, exactly. You just had one opening that you played game after game after game, and you knew that your understanding would guide you through. Nowadays, you're fighting against the computer. You don't want to be a sitting duck, a fixed target.
I can remember in 2008 when engines were not as strong, I was so confident in my Caracan repertoire, especially because I'd published a book. I'd spent years and years like really fine-tuning the details. And so when someone played e4 against me, I was like, well, come on, let's see what you've analyzed. But now, with this supercomputers, you can't just bank on one opening. So at the Olympiad this year, I thought, well, let's play different things.
It worked.
It did work.
You were England's top scorer across both teams.
Yeah, it was interesting, though, because you just turn up and you're like, I'm going to play knight f3. I'm not going to play the carrot today. You expect the carrot, but I'm not getting it.
Exactly. It's liberating, right? And it forces not just the opponent, but us to be creative and surprise value. It's, I believe, well, it's not a coincidence, at least, that the top players, they play everything under the sun these days. E4, D4, C4, knight f3. We've seen everything already in this match, and we're not even at the halfway stage. Yeah, this type of position, the longer Gukesh thinks, the more he will start to get a bit stressed, the more confident Ding will be feeling. Yeah, I predicted beforehand at least that Ding would be more direct. No more queenless positions where he's trying to grind out small advantages. This is really fun to see. And long-term, queen and knight work really well. Long-term, maybe the black pawn's weaker than the white pawns. Yeah, pressure on Gukesh.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the price of an error in this type of position is going to be so high. So Gukesh is thinking about ways he can mobilize the pieces. This is very concrete play here. You know, rook to b8 was the move played in the game that I have here on my master's database. I'm also thinking as an alternative, maybe bishop to e6, connect the rooks. Also, you really do have to think about what is white's plan. Like, is white really threatening knight takes e4? That actually looks quite dangerous. And think of my quite dangerous, meaning very, very dangerous.
For someone from the UK, yeah, quite dangerous means it's a game-winning threat. And yeah, pawn to a5, for example, just losing a move, I think would actually cost black the game, because now, if wherever the black queen goes,
knight f6,
check. If the black king moves, whoops, that's checkmate. And yeah, even if you take this knight, you just open up a file, and black's queen is forced to throw herself in the way here because, again, the king driven away. Queen takes rook. So knight takes e4 is actually a game-winning idea. So you need to move this bishop and connect the rooks, make sure that, those tactics don't work.
But
or you need to paralyze the white knight.
Yes.
Rook b8.
So if you go bishop e6, say one takes on e4.
Yep.
And
it's awkward, this black queen, it's not clear where it wants to go. Queen e2, h4, g2.
What's the target with the white knight?
Oh, he does play rook to b8.
Rook to b8? Okay. Okay, sure. Following the one game I have. So in that game, white played knight c4.
Okay, this knight is pinned to this pawn, remember, but it does have a couple of safe squares. Knight c4 keeps this little guy defended. And I was going to say that feels a bit awkward because it's just a target for the black bishop, but I guess white can now at least gain a bit of time to defend the second rank. And yeah, this becomes a bit weird now. Queen f3. He does play knight c4. Okay.
Wow.
Don't need to speculate.
No, a very quick move as well from Ding. Okay, so yeah, well, let's dive in. So bishop e6 looks good. It makes so much sense. Connect the rooks. At the same time, you avoid any potential sacrifices against the black king. And also you're threatening bishop takes knight.
Yeah. Choice is quite limited here, actually. I don't really see what else black can try. You could maybe ask a question of this rook, but the rook most likely wants to step up to d2 anyway. The black queen doesn't have any clear targets. You mentioned that word, targets, and that's what the queen wants. Oh, sorry, that was a weird arrow. I didn't mean that one. Yeah, likewise, this black rook moving doesn't make much sense. This rook moving, I mean, that just asks the queen to get greedy. I think process of elimination, this one, maybe this one, would be the two moves I look at.
And are there any rook shuffles that maximize? So yeah, bishop a6, I also like that one, because if the knight ever moves, you can just plant the bishop in d3 and you are laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
Well, I would be anyway. Whether misguided or not,
the players
I would be very happy.
There is a lot of money on the line per win here. So literally laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
And yeah, I guess, okay, the one thing that worries me here, Jovanka, is that I've seen the top of our screen, the percentages, and this position looks wild, it looks crazy, but 76.5% chance it's going to end in a draw, according to our AI friends.
But that's if you know your stuff.
Yeah.
And that's also if you have nerves of steel, because it's very, very scary. You know, if a white queen and knight start coming towards your king at a concrete target, your position could turn on a mistake. The same goes for black. You know, if they play very precisely and white makes a mistake, you can just see the rook and the queen lining up against b2. You can even see the rooks doubling on the b line, and it can be very unpleasant for white.
Definitely.
So it's not a boring draw type of position where You just have to play natural, logical moves, and the natural continuation is draw.
Yeah, a draw, the most likely. I'm trying to figure out how that would happen. Maybe it would be a perpetual check against the white king. Maybe black gives up some material just to get some checks. Maybe it's an exchange someday of bishop for knight, and we would end up seeing a rook endgame or a queen endgame where both sides are gobbling up pawns, but ultimately in the race it's level. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this game would end potentially according to the computers, but yeah, I mean, we're definitely kind of making assumptions in that case that the players know every detail. And Gukesh so far, he spent nearly 20 minutes, and I think normally he doesn't try to bluff too much. Normally he's quite principled. If he knows his stuff, he'll play his stuff quickly. That tends to be the Indian school of thought. Erigaisi, for example, he wants to play instant moves just to assert his dominance or show his opponent he knows his stuff. So if Gukesh is 100% confident, he wouldn't hesitate for 20 minutes like this.
Oh, wow, David.
Okay.
Just looking at the game that I have on my database. So, in that particular one, after knight c4, black played queen f3.
Queen f3?
Yeah.
Wow, that's weird.
It's a weird move. And then rook h1 happened. Queen f2.
To over-defend this pawn.
Rook h1. Queen f3 again. And the game was agreed that way. So players can be very creative when they want a draw.
Wow. That game that we're referring to is between two strong players. I don't believe they're grandmasters, but I'm assuming that it's either a correspondence game where players are allowed to check computers and they take often a long time for moves. You send them to the opponent. It's not face-to-face chess. Or it's kind of pre-agreed beforehand, because who plays queen f3 unless it's told to you by a computer? I don't understand that at all. You keep an eye on this rook.
Let me check. Is the top move queen f3? So knight c4, queen f3. Queen f3, no. Queen f3 is top computer move.
Wow, no chance Gukesh plays that unless he's looked at it beforehand.
Yeah, queen f3, no way. The computer is actually recommending that sequence of moves.
Okay, that must have been a correspondence game that we're referring to there back in 2022.
Yeah, it must be.
The top players, they do study chess by looking at correspondence games these days, because they know those games have been heavily analyzed for hours and hours by top engines.
I don't understand chess, David.
I don't understand chess either, Jovanka. What is queen f3? It's just losing a move.
I don't understand. And then why rook h1 and why after queen f2 should you go back to h1 unless you're just obsessed with defending pawns?
I mean, how can you not move your bishop? I said process of elimination.
Oh. Well, hang on a second. We've been given some news from our producers. It says Queen f3 was extensively looked at in ChessSpace Livebook on November the 19th, 2024.
Wow. So within the last 2 weeks, this has been studied by someone. I wonder who.
Yeah. I wonder who. Maybe we can ask at the press conference. But what is wrong with bishop e6?
Yeah, let's check it out. Bishop e6 is by far the most natural move, and I guess the white rook moves up to d2.
Yeah, and now queen f3.
Now queen f3. Is the difference... I mean, no. God knows the difference.
Now
so it's my rook. I come to e1.
Yeah, you come to e1, and now bishop takes knight, queen takes, and now you go rook bd8.
Rook bd8.
Yeah, that's just a random... Yeah, you have to go rook bd8 because otherwise rook f1.
Yeah, this would be an awkward moment for the black queen, I guess, although queen takes e3. Pin. You can take a pawn with a check, but luckily you can't back rank mate me because this rook is pinned.
Yeah, this is...
It's going to be some weird sequence with like queen f4 or something.
Yeah.
Everything gets traded off. And at the very end, black can take a pawn, but I think here...
Well, the e-pawn is very powerful here.
The white e-pawn will decide this game. Oh, sorry, my arrows again. The e-pawn now running up the board. Yeah, I'm not going to attempt to count the pawns, but essentially white's king is much more active. There's a threat of checkmate, and white's passed pawn is very, very strong. So this looks like a long sequence. Of course, this is unlikely to happen, but that explains maybe why bishop to e6, allowing the white rooks to choose where they want to sit, isn't ideal. So it looks like the plan for white is to put one rook on d2, defend the second rank, put the other rook on e1 to defend this pawn, and then you've covered all your weaknesses. And only then do you realize, okay, queen to f3 stops white from doing either of those things. You can't put a rook on d2 now because the queen hits the rook on h1. And if you move the other rook to e1, now after queen f2, you can't get your other rook to d2.
So it's like the queen keeps kind of kissing the opponent's rooks. Yeah. And then you are probably threatening queen takes h2.
Yeah. Greed is good. You're also threatening bishop g4.
Yes.
And the two rooks, they struggle to actually protect each other while defending the second rank. But I mean, this is kind of retrospective breakdown explanation of the moves. No way does anyone come up with such a sophisticated concept without a computer. Queen f3.
Queen f3. Sorry, there's just a... Unless you know your stuff, queen. I was also looking at like why queen f3. I don't think I would even dream about going rook he1. I was thinking about rook hf1, but then guess what? The queen comes back to e2. She just keeps on going, hey,
hey,
let's dance a little bit.
Yeah, she wants to just stare down these two rooks. It's like a staring contest against both of them.
But here you have to go rook fe1 because the queen is actually very well placed on e2 because next move is going to be bishop a6 or bishop e6, targeting the knight.
Yeah, the bishop's coming out.
So you do have to be prepared to give up the h-pawn.
Rook this way. And
yeah, the other way.
Oh, the other
For some reason, the other way.
Uh-huh.
Queen takes h2, and now again, you play the game of chase me.
Chase me. And a dance between the black queen and the white rooks, likely to end in a repetition of moves. So now we understand why 76.5% chance this is going to end in a draw if two computers were playing each other. Because apparently white can't improve his position while the black queen stares down the rooks. But yeah, in human terms, that is an abstract concept, an abstract thought. Wow, this is great preparation from Ding, I've got to say, because this is dependent on Gukesh, sorry, his opponent, finding a crazy, superhuman idea. And if not, then the game very much goes on.
Yeah, if not, you know, we have a full-blooded fight on the board, but queen f3.
If that happens.
yeah, you just don't think about that. Your natural reaction is develop the bishop, connect the rooks, let's fight it out in the center. Not to go queen f3 to keep the eye contact on the rooks and stop rook to d2.
We mentioned bishop e6 was playable, so let's say Gukesh can't quite recall what the computers have told him, what his seconds have said. Let's say he just decides to go his own way, freestyle, and hit this knight. We're saying rook to d2.
Rook to d2.
Defend the second rank.
Queen f3. Now that move makes so much sense. Attack the rook.
Queen f3. The white rook moves across. Rook e1.
Rook e1. And now bishop takes c4.
Okay, the knight is too strong. If it lands on d6, sorry, let's just put that in. If the knight ever lands on d6, it's going to control half the board. So get rid of that beast. Take. And now you mentioned rook b to d8 being the key.
Yeah. Let me just check whether, I mean, it looks very scary to go rook f to d8.
Yeah. The other variation, just to remind everyone, rook f to d8 does lose control over the f7 pawn. So after rook f1, there might be a problem for black. Black's queen might have to go passive. The f7 pawn is x-rayed along the f-file. So rook b to d8 defends this one. Again, a very difficult move for Gukesh to find if we end up heading in this direction. Okay, so how does white continue? I don't really want to trade off my beautiful defensive rook on d2.
No, but you can now start to
move it up the board somewhat.
Move it up the board. I'm also thinking rook d6.
d6 looks quite juicy. I'm a bit reluctant to allow the black queen to start again harassing. But
yeah, you can go rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2.
Although we are setting ourselves up with a pin after queen f1.
That's the name of the game today, the word of the day, pin. And again, I'm not sure where the white king goes. Let's say I step forward. This is a really weird scenario. I guess, can black take and play rook d8 just because white is a bit tied up and pinned?
Yes, you can, is the answer.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone the other way with the white king. Maybe I should have gone to d2.
Yeah, if you go king d2.
It's a bit worried about black sliding behind.
Yeah, also looks terrifying.
Who's better? Who knows? Maybe white just ignores it, just gets
greedy.
It's greedy.
Yeah. Well, that would be a
Queen
first,
takes pawn.
right? You then run with the king to e1 and hide on f2.
Yeah, this one, I think I would take black just because king safety is so important in heavy piece endgames. Queens and rooks on the board, you want a safe king, even if you're a pawn or two down. But yeah, this whole variation starting with bishop e6, I think is far more likely. Just the fact that Gukesh is thinking right now, and we see, now you've told me, Jovanka, I can't take my eyes off it. The clock counter, the move counter as well, bottom right of our screens. You spent 13 minutes here. That would be an impressive feat of memory to recall queen f3.
Yeah. But I would be impressed because it doesn't look like Gukesh knows his position.
Mm-hmm.
So if he sits down and works out the intricacies of how white's optimum places for the rook, so that put it on d2 and e1 and have everything covered, and therefore he needs to play queen f3.
Yeah.
That would be so impressive.
Very impressive. He's capable of it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's somewhere deep in his memory palace, in his memory bank, that type of idea. But this is the type of variation, Jovanka, that, I mean, it's happened to me throughout my career. Often, especially in forcing lines, you look at it once every 3 months or once every 6 months, and then when it actually happens in a game, you're like, oh, wait, I can't recall any details. And of course, he's been training for the World Championship for a long, long time now. He would have refreshed this in the last few weeks, but he's been refreshing hundreds and hundreds of opening variations. It's yeah, it's very difficult. We're now, what, 17 moves in to recall every little detail, especially such nuanced details like queen to f3.
Yeah, and just to remember, he brings his bishop out. Yeah, that was the most natural move.
Far more human. And not a bad move, we should reiterate. It's not as if it's a game-changing mistake playing this natural move.
No.
Those variations we mentioned, still very complex. Here, white very likely to guard the second rank. You don't want to allow anything to happen on b2. Ding will play that move within a few seconds, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fitting that Ding goes for a very sharp opening because there's a huge crowd here, David. It's the weekend, as you mentioned, and there we see a quick rook d2 from Ding Liren, and there's just long lines of cues from the spectators that are waiting to be a part of the action. Queen f3, yeah, as we predicted, again, very natural move, a tempo move, attacking the rook. Rook will slide over to e1, yep, over protecting e3. And now, again, another critical moment for Gukesh. You cannot let that knight on c4 live, because it could just park itself on d6 and be so annoying.
A knight's going to be...
Beast.
A beast, yeah. I was going to say it's like Pokemon, you evolve, and that knight is going to evolve into an Octo Knight if it ever lands on the d6 square. An octopus that controls 8 very important squares. You mentioned long lines outside here, Jovanka. This is a long line in the opening as well. This is very deep stuff.
Yeah, 19 moves in, and Ding Liren with some successful opening preparation. And take a look at the win, draw, loss bar. It is a 23.9% chance for Ding to win this.
And the drawing margin is decreasing. That's what we like to see. We want decisive chess.
It means the position is sharper.
Yeah. And remember, historically, Game 6, this is where everything starts to happen. Going as far back as the 19th century, decisive games there. I remember some Botvinnik games. I think Fischer as well, did he win Game 6? Kasparov successful in some Game 6s. It's just that magic number somehow. Magnus
I mean,
as well.
for me, it's like Magnus, Game 6 against Dommaraju. 130 plus moves. We were commentating on this.
We were in the studio for nearly 9 hours
live
on air. And
it was such a dramatic game as well. You know, it looked like Magnus got a great opening position, gambited a pawn, Dommaraju fought back, very hard fought, and then suddenly this endgame. And it was interesting, actually, because that was the moment where Jan just crumbled.
Yeah, his spirit is broken. Actually, Nepomniachtchi's played 2 World Championship matches, lost both game 6s. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Magnus beat Anand in both of their 2 matches. He beat him in game 6.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know what it is. It's just before the halfway mark. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's just the fact that often we see a lot of draws. It's always very tense. The nerves are still there for the first 5 games or so, and then suddenly someone shakes it off, someone gets inspired.
Yeah.
And yeah, it feels like this is the type of position that could well lead to what we all want to see, some real action.
And talking about inspiration, David, well, there is a lot of enjoyment here in the spectators' areas, in the fan zone, in the playing area. And of course, you can also take a memento of the World Championship home with you because there's a lot of cool merch to be had. So let's take a look at what's on offer.
We're here at the very cool merch shop at the FIDE World Championship Match, and these 2 lovely ladies are going to tell me what is being sold.
We have like a lot of different souvenirs here. So here we have like a tote bag, which we think is like pretty good for people to buy and get players to sign, like if they meet the different players. We also have mugs here. So just now we were joking with someone that they can bring it to a chess match and intimidate the opponent with it because like there's the World Chess Championship thing here.
Say that they were here, and that's a big thing.
Over here we have like these coins. They're like souvenirs. So there are 2 different designs. They're just like souvenirs for you to like display on your table, and they can be used as paperweights also. And then here we have like many phone cases. Over here we have like some pins you can pin on your shirt. And like we only have 1 of this. Basically this is like a medal. On the back it has the signatures of the previous FIDE presidents. Yeah, and there's only 1 of this.
And it is the rainy season here in Singapore, but luckily we've got some cool branded merch like this snazzy umbrella, which you can see behind me. It's pretty big. Today was a sunny day, so it's not needed, but surely for the rest of the match it will be. So a really cool part of the logo of the match is this branding with the exclamation mark, which is used in a lot of the merch and a lot of the branding itself. As you can see, it can double as an eye, and this is used in the logo, the branding, and you can find it in all of these t-shirts. And of course, just as we saw with the other merch that we have FIDE 100 stuff as well, we've got these t-shirts and this very comfortable sweatshirt. I have one of these myself. Whether you're looking for a t-shirt, whether you're looking for a notebook, cool pens, even phone covers, there's something for you. So head on down to our merch store or the FIDE online shop as well to grab yours today.
Some very cool merch available and brilliant moves. That's what this match is all about. And that's what Gukesh will have to do if he wants to equalize in this particular position against Ding Liren. We're anticipating bishop takes knight. I don't think we've had any other move on our radar because we simply feel that if a knight is allowed to roam free in the middle of the board, it will be big problems for Gukesh.
Yeah, that's just step 1 for Ding. He's going to install a knight on the d6 square, and then he'll start going about consolidating his king side. Maybe he'll start pushing a pawn forward, improving his king. And in the meantime, the black rooks have very much just shut out the game. As soon as the white knight arrives on d6, you can't even imagine those rooks moving over the next few turns. And yeah, that's why we've come to the conclusion bishop takes knight. I don't think Gukesh is going to worry about too many other moves. I'm trying to figure out what else would be logical. I think he's just looking further down the line. The next move that we mentioned after a capture, rook to b to d8, that is maybe the more difficult one. This rook's already active, already moved, so I think that's just psychologically a tough one to find. But yeah, if he finds it, the position is still manageable. And yeah, I don't think anyone should get too worried. Gukesh fans out there, don't stress too much about his use of the time. Often this is what just top players do when they're trying to recall stuff or trying to regain their bearings.
It's a critical moment. I mean, they've played 19 moves of theory anyhow, so it's a critical moment. Now is the path where you have to find those accurate moves because it's so sharp, a mistake is going to be very costly. So it's a good time investment here.
Yeah, I would predict, I mean, you're the queen of predictions today, Jovanka, well, just in general, but I would predict this game isn't a 136 move grind like we saw in Carlsen against Dommaraju. It feels like this one might be decided or settled quite early, at least in terms of kind of minutes and hours.
Exactly. We're going to find out the outcome in the next few moves, I think.
Or at least, yeah, at least the trend of the game, whether Ding gets an advantage or whether Gukesh instantly equalizes.
Yeah, and yeah, we see Gukesh just going into the tank. Can you humor me, David? Because I'm a pawn grabber, and I was instinctively going bishop takes knight because of knight to d6, but you know,
this one.
Yeah, that is a loose pawn. And let's have a look at what happens if the white knight jumps in.
Okay, so say black.
Yeah, maybe rook to d8.
Okay, rook d8, good move. And let's say white blocks.
Yeah, block it.
There's an argument for taking first, but okay, let's say I block.
And now I'm going to grab the pawn, and I say, I think you'll find, quick maths, I'm a pawn up.
This is true. There's no way I can trap this bishop immediately, but I will try. I'll lock you out for a while.
Yeah.
Now I might be threatening to play b4 and catch this bishop.
Wow, brave stuff. Not that much I can do with my pieces. Coordination, yeah, bishop b3 makes a lot of sense, but it's kind of annoying that the queen is out there on Siberia and the rooks don't have a target.
Yeah, it's weird. It's awkward for this queen to do anything now. Now I think we do understand why that earlier variation we wanted queen to f3 first, because now the white rooks totally cut across the black queen. They neutralize anywhere she wants to go. I mean, even if she kind of zigzags back, it's like, what's she doing there? Like, sitting pretty, but not much kind of substance. I do wonder whether white can just take a timeout and like play this type of move and then zigzag the king forward and try to just sit next to this bishop and smile, just saying, okay. Just like Ding's bishop in game 3 of the match, it's caught a bit behind enemy lines.
Totally. And is there an argument for leaving the rook on d2 and taking on c6?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was wondering about not a7.
Not a7. No. I'm not that greedy.
Because the rook will come in and checkmate. I was actually thinking of first creating a kind of escape square for the white king and then taking on a7. But yeah, taking on c6 makes a lot of sense as well. You are hitting this one, and the knight now, its power is shown, as you mentioned earlier, Jovanka. The rooks cannot use the c file because that's covered by the white knight.
And somehow you feel like the center is very much under control. And the knight on d6 is such a good piece.
So strong.
Yeah. The more you look at it, the more you understand actually that white will be in full control. Even though black will have an active bishop on b3, it's all about the knight. So, okay, you have to take that knight off the board if you want the easy life.
Feels that is the safest way to continue. Yeah, I mean, that variation, if we just go one last time, knight takes, bishop takes. I also wonder whether white just pushes and builds. Like, okay, the problem is the bishop gets back to its safe haven here, but once the white king moves, unless you're throwing this pawn, because if I get one more move, if I play rook a1, the black queen is still shut out. Now I defend at e3 with the white queen. If I get rook a1, I'm just coming in and total dart square strategy. It's like checkers, just every single piece for white is on a dart square and pawn. And black is just powerless, but a5, as you mentioned, just in time. This is modern chess, and the rook gets in, and it's actually a check. And yeah, this one is not going well for white. So, okay, rook d8 may be playable, but it just feels wrong.
Yeah. No, I mean, once you play out a few moves, it becomes very apparent that a knight on d6 is just an incredible defender and aggressor as well. So let's deep dive into bishop takes knight.
Yep, take.
Yep. And now, well, I'm kind of likening this to certain sharp lines in the main line of the Caro-Kann. And there, the whole key is that, yes, the king side is a little bit exposed, but you fight very quickly in the center with rook to d8. So let's have a look at rook f to d8. Let's see if we make the mistake, because that looked weird, because rook f1, queen takes pawn, and I instantly dismissed it, but queen takes f7, king h8, and now queen f4 is a very nice idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure f4 or f2,
Or f2,
but
yeah.
Let's try f4. It feels clever somehow to defend across this diagonal.
And just as well, you know, you don't want to be allowing any e3 ideas, you know, just in case, even though they don't work. But queen takes queen.
Queen takes queen.
Or queen takes rook.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose which one to take. Queen takes rook, for example, you do at least get the b pawn. Let's take, capture, and
you can step back.
King e3. Oh, want to step back?
Can you
do that? Then the rook goes back.
Then the rook goes back, yeah.
And defends, and the e-pawn looks nice, but ultimately black's just in time to slide the king across and catch it.
Yep.
I think, ideally white wants to step forward, active king in the endgame.
Yeah. Yeah, this
looks terrifying now. E6. If the rook has to go back now somewhere, then king takes and boom, boom.
Yeah. Nope, it's the quality, not the quantity. So, yeah, I think we can dismiss rook f to d8. So that leaves rook b d8.
Yep, unless, just silly question probably, but rook f d8, rook f1, queen h5 just feels wrong somehow. Here we see Ding. He's chilling. He's chillding right now. Chillding.
Oh, chillding. Yeah. I was a bit slow there.
Chillding in his restroom, in the rest area. Not the restroom, the rest area.
Yeah, queen h5, rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2 looks very strong.
Eyes on the prize.
So e6 in some variations.
I will be doing e6.
Yeah, e6 next probably.
Yes. So if you go rook b7, e6.
Oh, yeah.
And
this is unthinkable. You get a pawn as well if you want, but e6 is even more powerful. And yeah, Ding, probably he's just kind of running through some variations in his mind. He's saying, okay, I know that Gukesh is likely to take this knight now. If he finds what we think is the best move, rook d8, trying to eliminate white's defender, the white rook on d2 is the glue holding everything together. Then he's thinking, okay, I'm going to play a move. I'm not sure actually which move.
You
can still take and go e6 maybe.
Yes, let's do that. One thing I just wanted to mention is that you can't play queen takes c6. Or you can, but you are dicing with death though after queen f2. And how do you hold on to e3?
Oh, this is...
It's bad.
Bad. This is bad news. I mean, you can move the rook somewhere safe, but check. Oh, this looks matey.
Take it away.
Yeah, back rank checkmate. If the white king slides into the corner, there's a checkmate next move. Yeah, take it away. So greed, not good here. I could imagine this though, because now the difference is if, for example, black plays queen f2, now we can just take. Although maybe the black queen comes back and takes now, because if the black king moves and.
But wait.
Yep.
If you take on f7, now, David, my friend, queen takes c6.
Queen takes c6.
Yes. Although queen takes a2. Oh, I am living life on the edge.
Yeah, I mean it's not.
King c2.
Yeah, king c2. Does rook d2 doesn't quite. Work.
Could I even go queen takes e5, e4?
Oh, wow.
Let's be as greedy as possible.
It's extreme greed, but the queen's coming back to defend.
Yeah.
And now I can count. There's fewer pawns. It's easier. White has 4, black has 3.
Oh, by the way, Gukesh has actually burnt more time on this next move so far. Like he's spent over 15 minutes.
Yeah. I would say that's sensible spend, good investment. He's nearly played half the moves before the time control. He's still got more than half of his remaining time, but yeah, it is significant because it shows now it's a guarantee that he's on his own.
What is his longest think so far in the match?
Ooh.
In the game, we know it's just over 15 minutes, but
good question. I would say it's probably close to half an hour.
Yeah, that's
because he was in big time trouble in game 1, Gukesh. Game 3, he always had a bit of time. I don't remember him being too extreme on the clock, other than game 1, where he got down to 1 second on move 40, right?
We're making our producers work hard for their money, David.
The viewers, send it in.
Yes.
Tweet us.
Yeah, but David, do you remember that you asked for a graphic for how long does Gukesh have his eyes closed?
Wow.
Focusing, meditating, doing whatever. Well, you asked, and our producers answered. Look at that. Focus flow, 1.3%.
Wow.
Wow.
That's, I mean, the stat itself is impressive. I mean, I would like to think our producers have spent the whole of the last 24 hours rewatching every single minute of the match, like writing down the exact seconds with a stopwatch. But that is impressive. Impressive stats.
I would like to think that, well, David.
Sorry.
I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, but it's true, isn't it?
Yeah. And
hard work, please.
Hard work, yeah. I'm surprised, I've got to say, it's only 1.3%. It feels like his eyes are closed. He's meditating most of the time. Maybe it's because he's actually calculating with his eyes closed as well, as it looks like he might be doing right now at the board. He's lost in some variation somewhere along the lines, whether that's bishop takes knight. I guess he doesn't really want to, he doesn't really want to suffer in one of those positions. He might be a pawn down, those queen endgames. I mean, it's a 2-result game, it feels like, if he takes the knight right now. Maybe that's what's causing him to hesitate, Jovanka. I don't think he's enjoying this at all. It is a bit stressful when you've been hit by preparation as well. That's the one downside with playing into these main lines, and it's Gukesh's style to be very direct.
Yeah. It's a horrible feeling, right, as you mentioned, to walk into preparation. And it's even worse when it's not just your opponent's preparation, but also the team, the engine, and who knows what dastardly idea they've come up with. And it's really disconcerting. Ding Liren has only spent like a few minutes. I mean, in some of the other games, the trend has been there's been a surprise.
Yeah.
But both players have actually burnt the time on the clock. There you can see the discrepancy.
And we're yet to see how deep Ding's preparation goes. That's the other big question mark for Gukesh right now. He knows Ding is well prepared up to here, but for example, the next few moves are very forcing. If the knight disappears and then a rook trade happens, I mean, Ding can predict those moves and most likely has looked at them. So there's kind of two things going through Gukesh's mind. Like, one is finding the best move, and the other one is like, how do I eventually avoid preparation? You don't want another 10, 15 moves of Ding playing all the best options and forcing you to continue being accurate. But okay, eventually he does come to the conclusion that knight was just too strong. Potentially he needed to eliminate it.
Absolutely good decision there from Gukesh. Queen takes bishop is going to be the automatic response there from Ding. And then we'll see how Gukesh will continue. He has to challenge White's supremacy with the rooks. You can't just play this position passively. This is the type of game where dynamics count for everything.
Exactly. You know, Jovanka, Ding's very different from me. I would, a move like bishop takes knight, especially if my opponent's been spending a long time, I would start frowning, being like, oh, really? Like, it's probably the best move, but I'm like, oh, really? Just to make your opponent start to doubt themselves. But Ding's not about the mind games. It's just about those good moves. And yeah, this looks like a good decision from Gukesh, but he's back in the tank.
Yes.
Thinking.
And whilst Gukesh contemplates his next move, we are going to go on a short break, because when we come back, we are going to be joined in the studio alongside Vishwanathan Anand. And what a pleasure it will be to have him here with us. So don't go anywhere.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And we are back, and we are joined by former 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here once again.
Yeah, thanks. And today looks like a good game.
Yes, and yeah, I was going to ask before we dive into the game, what are your impressions of the match so far?
Okay, so the contrasting approaches. I mean, Ding is very, very solid with white. It's not like his ideas lack venom, but he's not taking a lot of risk yet. And whereas on the other hand, Gukesh is pushing it a bit more. But every once in a while he stumbles, like yesterday. And I mean, it was to my mind, maybe practically it was just a miracle he got away.
Yeah.
So it's exciting. They're both trying very hard, and I think Gukesh is putting a little bit of pressure, but on the other hand, he needs to be more exact.
Needs to be a bit more precise, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
But it's been interesting the way that he's been trying to test Ding. He's been trying to push him in aggressive ways, in direct ways. Is this something that Ding can perhaps use to his advantage? Because, well, we have the following position in front of us.
Yes, I think Ding's strategy is more or less to provoke this, and it seems to be, for the moment, black heavy. I mean, he really wants to make sure that his blacks don't get out of control. And but today, I think from their reactions, I think at least Gukesh, has been surprised. I mean, he's obviously trying to jog his memory with what he did before. And here we are. I liked Rook BD8 more, so I'm a bit curious what's the valuation here.
And Vishy, this is a very forcing line of the London system, and I was just curious whether you've ever studied this before and what conclusions you might have drawn from it.
Not very intensely, but I remember glancing at it, and basically the queen has to be as unknowing as possible on the second. So you have to just attach, the queen has to attach itself to a rook and then keep on harassing the rook somehow.
But how natural is that defense to find if you don't know it?
I think it's a very computerish solution. And if you don't know it or don't recall it at least, even if you've seen it a couple of months back, you can suddenly remember, that is the detail, I've got to do that, then you find it. But as it is, Gukesh didn't do it. I mean, normally something with queen f2 was supposed to be the way, and queen f2 or queen g2 would have been harder for Ding to break free. But now, here we are.
Yeah, there was one game in the database, which was like the queen lifting up to f3, the rook coming to e1, and we were having a giggle because it just looked so random.
Yeah,
I think it's just to stop white getting one rook on d2, one rook on e1, controlling everything, covering everything. But interesting to know this was on your radar because Gukesh, this was where he started to think. And if we catch up, bishop to e6 was played. White set up the rooks in exchange. And we were also focusing on rook b to d8 just to eliminate the key piece on d2. But okay, queen back to f5 also makes a lot of sense. Just trying to eliminate this pawn but it's likely we'll see some kind of race maybe now.
Yes, I mean, if queen takes c6, queen e5, and for the moment I'm not saying that black will take it, but if queen d5, and if you take, then after rook d5, I think I can go b4, king to b3, and my pawns might well be faster. Your pawns will be harder to push because your king is a little bit vulnerable behind them. Of course, black doesn't have to take, but just to show the idea. And white can do something with rook e d1 instead of queen d5, and maybe even a rook e2 and rook d7. There are a couple of ideas that are tempting to consider right now if I was white. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so you could grab this pawn. Rook f1 and rook d7 doesn't quite work, probably. E6, I'm always thinking about, but probably no need to be fancy.
The problem is, I think queen e6, fe6, and then when you try to do anything with your rook, my rook lands on f2, so you're also a bit tied up there.
Yeah. So going back. So I guess if you were playing this game, you would start by calculating queen takes c6 and going from there, or what would you be thinking?
I would probably spend a minute on queen c5 as well, and then just play queen c6 anyway.
When in doubt, grab a pawn.
I mean, queen c6 has the advantage that that's the pawn I really want to get, and then it consolidates my queen side majority. So why not?
And it makes sense, just to point out for everyone at home as well, queen takes e5, this variation you mentioned, rook c8, not possible or not advisable, I guess?
Yeah, not advisable. I mean, I have queen e8, but that ending might just be lost.
Yeah, due to back rank and...
Yeah, but you play queen e8, I think.
Yeah, and...
Maybe it's not hopeless.
Maybe not hopeless, but...
But f5 and g5 might come fast, but...
Yeah, true.
Why would you want to take these risks?
Yeah, white's also very fast. Okay, this could get very sharp. Yeah, it feels like Ding's got what he wanted, though. Shouldn't be too much risk for white, at least.
Yes, exactly, right? He must have at least come to some line like this. And if he knows, what's the exact way to push the pawns and go forward or something. Also, queen takes c6, queen takes e5. There might be ideas with rook c2, c4 as well. Again, it's messy, but...
Is Gukesh's plan maybe to keep the queens on the board? Or is that not possible? Save the queen. Queen takes... queen takes...
Oh, no, my point was that black shouldn't take. But queen d5, maybe I'll go back to e7.
Yeah, exactly.
And just keep on bouncing around with the queen.
Rook c8 and just some lift.
And how would Ding play this position? Is it just to win the e4 pawn? I mean, or you just content with controlling the center, offering a trade of queens at every turn?
Yeah, I quite like rook d1 somehow, and then and then decide.
Rook d1, maybe I just want to get in h6.
Yeah, h6.
Get that out of the way. Or g6. G6 is also completely fine.
Unclear which one, but yeah, g6. Yeah, somehow...
Okay, some long things there, right, by Gukesh. We have bishop c4, bishop e6, all quite considerable things.
He's down, what is it, 38 minutes on the clock? Yeah, but he's alive at least. And I mean, this is the first time Ding is thinking, the first time he's on his own. Vishy, yesterday we were slightly surprised that he wasn't able to push harder or inclined to push harder. Even it feels like he was happy to, or he kind of raced towards a draw despite having a lot of time on his clock and a superior position.
The only explanation I could come up with was that he simply hadn't realized that he was better. But again, I failed to see an explanation. But the only way you can continue in the way he did was just that you don't realize you're better and you think, oh, okay, it's spoiled. But if you try knight a4, it's awesome. Knight c4, though it's maybe doesn't lose the advantage. I think white is relieved because there are less things to worry about.
Right.
Whereas after knight a4, rook b1, you have to consider b5 and rook c8 and bishop f5 and there's stuff happening on both sides, and your knight is stuck on d2. Everything I don't know. It looked.
But it's one of those moves, though, knight c4, which goes, which is basically what we've been taught since we were kids, right? Protected pass pawn, 1 on the 3rd rank is incredible. So why not get that? And then also, you kind of.
Yes, but hopefully a few years later they taught you knight a4 as well. But
but you have to fight that instinct. And also, if you don't go that deep in your calculation, like rook e4, you automatically dismiss because bishop c6 and you pick up a pawn, protected pass pawn, pick up a pawn.
But then why did he not try bishop h5?
That's a mystery.
You keep the pawn. Admittedly, white has gotten some play, some rook d7 will happen, but later on this pawn on d3 can suddenly re-emerge as an important piece of the game.
And still risking nothing. You can still torture your opponent, right? With zero risk. It's strange.
Do you think it's the case that maybe Ding has been impacted by everything everyone has been saying about him? He's had a horrible run. He went through months and months without winning a game. Everyone has been saying, hey, it's going to be a massacre. This is not going to be easy for him. And then suddenly he finds himself in a situation where actually he's playing a fighting World Championship match. And then somehow his excitement or his need to kind of secure the result just overrode.
My impression is he's still finding his feet, his confidence. I don't know if it came from reading what everyone said or simply, he can objectively look at his own games this year and he understands, okay, this is not what I need to be. And perhaps that has affected him. But still, contrasting game 1 and game 5. In game 1, he took the smallest chances he got. In game 5, it was, I think, even less to calculate because opposite color bishops have such a strong tendency here. All you have to say is that if you don't see knight a4, at least knight c4, but then bishop h5 or bishop e6, and then bring your king to g6, walk your king around this way. There were so many pleasant ways to... and as everyone keeps repeating, it's just no risk. There's nothing which can go wrong. You don't... you just get to try, and it is still. I don't have a complete understanding of why he gave up and stopped. And again, to be a pawn down at the end. To give away so much, that didn't make any sense to me.
Is it just the killer instinct? You mentioned game 1, he managed to win that game and he took all his chances. I guess both sides were nervous. Gukesh kind of maybe giving him a helping hand, but other than that, he hasn't won a game for over 300 days. It's hard, right? That last stage, kind of closing it out and being confident in doing so.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
He's building up good positions.
Yes, but there are positions which when you're not in shape, you probably won't convert, but they involve some more effort. I think to come to that position and not to realize that he was better is what really, not to realize that you can play on. Though we see it quite often in this match, but you're not supposed to get that many chances like this. So if you get one, you sit there and work. And but he's holding slightly back. But on the other hand, in other respects, his play is quite good.
Yeah.
Well prepared with the French. He's doing quite well and so on. His play yesterday was very impressive. Yeah. Putting the pawn on c4, knight to b6. There were several moves that were precise and nice. But well, then the finale didn't happen.
Yeah. And talking about a crisis of confidence, did you ever go through a bad patch where there was a lot of negative talk and you had to shut out those voices? How did you get over that?
Oh, yeah. Especially 2011, the second half, and 12. I was constantly... well, first of all, I had the same problem. I was not winning a lot of games and... I was playing awfully. Every result after result was even tournaments which finally looked like they would take a turn for the better. I managed to spoil them anyway. So I suffered through that, and in a sense, it's really only after I lost the title that my play recovered. So in a sense, there's something similar. happening to him. But on the other hand, other than the chess, I was quite happy at those years. So I'm sure that helps.
What qualities did you draw on to just to survive that period? Because a lot of people would just say, okay, my career is finished, maybe it's time for me to bow out gracefully. What drove you to continue?
First of all, we don't stop easily, right? I mean, you really want to be shown, and you think, okay, one more tournament. There's always a little bit of hope. One more tournament thing, and but for me, I remember going to the candidates in 2014 in a very, very fatalistic frame of mind. I think I thought that third would be a spectacular result, given, I mean, that Aronian was playing, Kramnik was playing, Svidler was playing, Mamadiyaro. I mean, it seemed to me they were all in better shape than me, but you know, third at least, I have one result I can be slightly proud of, and we can move on with it. And then I went and won. So that, I think that lifted my spirits for a couple of years afterwards. I mean, Hanti Mansisk was just a very, very special memory. But the nice thing is I went there in a very, very relaxed frame of mind, and that must have eased a lot.
You think that might help Ding? We talk about the lack of confidence and the killer instinct not being there, but just taking the pressure off himself and not expecting anything necessarily, that it might actually help him relax towards the end of the match.
And if Gukesh does something crazy, then Ding will punish it. Maybe a couple of positions have escaped, but on the other hand, his play makes a good impression in other areas. Like his play yesterday, I liked. It's just why he gave up at the end is the mystery. And but he was playing quite well. He's finding good moves. He's thinking well, and at the very least, you know, the tension of the match continues as long as it's even, and the tension continues.
Earlier in the broadcast, Vishy, we saw images of you playing a simultaneous display. Maybe you can tell us how that went today.
It was nice. I was generally quite cautious, as I am these days, in simultaneous displays because
everyone's so good, right?
Everyone's so good, and they find better chances and so on. There were a couple of youngsters who did a pretty nice thing of, you know, finding tricks here and there, and but there were some cute games as well. My aim was not to have a position where I needed to calculate, but then in the end, I had one or two where I had to calculate anyway. And yeah, in the end, I won all of them. So
yeah,
that was nice.
It wasn't a clock symbol, was it?
No.
It
was just a regular symbol.
Okay, yeah. No?
Have you sensed the kind of overall level in chess improve throughout the years? You must have given a lot of simultaneous displays, met a lot of the fans.
Totally. I mean, giving a simul was a pleasure till about 15, 20 years back. And then it stopped being. Now you just work much harder. And the stories of people who sit there and work for 4 or 5 hours because their opponents just don't. They find resources, they play well, they're better prepared. It's much harder these days because the average level has gone up a lot. But there are other signs of this as well. So not only fans who play in simuls, you can look at open tournaments, you can look at team championships, and there are no easy games anymore. So I think the average level of the world is much higher now.
And on that note, I mean, what does it take to be a good chess player now? What kind of qualities would you say are most important? Because everyone now has access to courses, a lot of information.
How do you stand out these days?
I think you just need to be a little bit good in everything. So you need to have the middle games and the end games, the ability to calculate, because opportunities will still arise. Mistakes still happen, even if people follow courses. Mistakes still happen. And you play a lot, you train yourself, you practice calculation, and that's how you grab your chances. And as you get stronger and stronger, then you refine the study more and more. But finally, it's an arms race, and you have to keep on at it.
Yeah. So you would say focus on calculation, middle game, and
yes.
in-game.
Not only you play the opening, but you study your games afterwards. You see how you could have played better, because a lot of ideas will not occur to you if you've not seen them once before. So going over your games, and perhaps the computer will point out something, or maybe a coach will point out something, and then the next time, when you least expect it, that idea will pop in your head. So again, you learn by seeing more and more games and patterns, and so playing a lot, studying.
Studying a lot. Okay,
Yeah,
hard work there.
I wish I had a shorter tip, but it's gonna have to do for now.
But on the subject of hard work, again, nowadays we find that there's so much information about chess. I mean, when I was younger, I remember there were only a few books that you needed to kind of memorize. For instance, Batsford chess openings. And we all kind of had that as our Bible. Nowadays, so many details in the openings. There's so many twists and turns. I mean, how do you keep track of all the information going around?
It's very hard. In a sense, what I try to do is to make sure that whatever I'm going to play, I'm ready for almost everything I can think of that will happen. Obviously, it's uneven. There are areas you're better prepared than others, but at least you must have a sense of this is what I'm going to do, because the thing is, you no longer study all the latest material to get an advantage. You study everything not to be at a disadvantage, because if you don't study, then sometimes you're neutralized so fast that you don't get to play a game. So nowadays, a lot of work is just to be able to go there and play a game. I mean, you'll see these participants often say, I wanted to get a game. And that's what they're talking about. They just want to get a position which they can play for a few moves and try. And that's become such a big trend these days. That's why it makes a big difference also, the open tournaments you play and so on. That's where you can see that there's going to be a lot of equalization of ratings as more and more people of different rating categories play each other. Because of this, they're much stronger.
That's my excuse, rating deflation. It's definitely a thing.
Well, but why do you say deflation? On the other hand, you could simply say the chess world has become stronger.
That's true.
That's very true. I mean,
make excuses.
Sure.
But it's interesting because before the pandemic happened, I would say that everybody here in the studio would beat an 1800 and 1900. But these days, you can't even guarantee that.
Especially
it's
if they're 8 years old.
But was it that easy? I mean, I don't know if you played Isle of Man in 16 or 17 or 18. I mean, you're working much harder for this.
Yeah.
Anyway, and quite often you get 1 or 2 breaks, and that's a good tournament, because then you don't need to keep breaking your head every day. Or you struggle in the beginning, drop a couple of half points, and then you're constantly trying to get back in the leading group. I mean, it's always been a story of opens, but you can also see lots of tournaments where juniors are coming in and getting a chance, and they show that it's not like they're coming there to learn or gain experience. They're just very strong players already. So look, all the training methods and all have had an impact, but I think the phenomenon goes a bit before the pandemic. Of course, it was turbocharged by everybody sitting at home and consuming so much content and all that. So much material is being dumped, is available to every single person. In fact, that's one of the biggest problems when I play a simul, because when the youngster plays some move, I think, oh my God, what? I try to calculate the whole line. But it might be an innocent move, but even when you see a bad move, you're not sure anymore. You think, well, maybe there's a computer point somewhere. And it scares the hell out of you.
Yeah.
And anytime someone plays quick nowadays, you just assume they're in preparation, even if they're bluffing. But I remember 10 years ago, even playing 2700 Grandmasters, we beat freestyling from move 10. Now it's like, no chance. They don't know what they're doing.
And you're not so active. It's fair to say you're not so active in the chess world and playing chess these days?
Much less. During the pandemic, I decided to stop playing the official cycle and so on. I thought it just didn't make sense for me. And I still play a couple of tournaments that I like very much. Some old friends, so Leon, Corsica, these are very old tournaments I've played for many, many decades. And I also play some Grand Chess Tour, Rapid and Blitz if they ask, and so on. So I play a bit, mainly to keep in touch. But of course, I'm playing far fewer games than I used to.
And I was curious, I mean, do you have any hobbies aside chess? I mean, or any interests that...
Yes, I have lots of things that I do at home. Also, the family. You stay at home. My son is already 13 years old, so these things fly. And plus, yes, I have time for lots of hobbies and things like that. But also, I've taken a couple of other responsibilities. Deputy President of FIDE, and I've also got the Westbridge Anand Academy. So there are other things that take my time.
And tell us about your academy. I mean, how involved are you? What kind of things do you do with the academy? Because you have an incredible success rate.
Yes, so we started it 4 years ago. Basically, my idea was a mixture of the Botvinnik Chess Academy and the Samford Fellowship. So where and I tried to think, what would a modern version of that be like? Since we ended up starting it during the pandemic, it turned out that everything was online and still stays there because that's convenient, because everyone's scattered through over too many cities. It's regular classes, and I try to keep track of everything. So I interact with the coaches, I interact with the youngsters, and I try to help. And I mean, the whole idea is that we try to complement what they already have. So they may already have a parent, a coach, there's already a setup there. So we try to complement that nicely. And of course, we got a particularly talented bunch in the beginning. And
one of your students is right
well,
there.
so he joined very much at the beginning, and but this is a golden generation. They were grandmasters at a very, very young age, and so 4 years ago they were all 14, something like that. And the thing is, they kept growing. I mean, I would tell, I would have a plan. Let's say, once they reach 2650, we can do this. The next thing I see they're 75. I said, okay, well, we have to adjust this plan before anything. And then, I mean, I remember Gukesh had some spurts. Pragnananda as well was playing all these events in 22 and doing incredibly well. Then so many of them qualified for the candidates. It's been and to really rub it in, we had the Chess Olympiad. And so, you can't keep talking about this as some future thing. It's happening right now, and they're all top 10 players and what have you. So
yeah.
Just want to mention, it's nice seeing Gukesh represent. Westbridge is there on his jacket today.
Yes.
And can we ask some specifics about? Oh wow, that's one of your young opponents today. It looks
today,
like.
yeah, in my simul.
Oh wow, future grandmaster there probably.
Yes.
Yeah, can we ask some specifics about what goes on in the academy? What kind of type of chess thing do you study together? How does that work? How do you put the players through their paces when they're this strong?
I think by now, Gukesh and Prag attend occasionally, but still the classes are informative. I mean, the coaches have good material. You want to go over stuff, and there are lessons that remain constant. Think before you play, don't get hasty, and then you challenge. You show games, you examine the decisions, and try to see what you can learn from that. So they can. Prag and Gukesh actually join in once in a while, even though they are busy, they have full-time coaches and everything, so the situation has changed. But lots of youngsters, we call them fellows in the academy, and they're still, and we try to monitor and support them as befits their current strength.
And is there any rivalry between your students?
There must be. They don't show me, but there must be. But also they're very, very friendly. I can't believe that they're not rivals, because they must be. For me, it's just obvious. But at the same time, they are genuinely happy for each other. it's quite interesting. Many of them, they travel together, their parents travel together. They know each other for 10, 12 years already. So right from the under 8 and the under 10 championships, they were doing this together. And so they have very close relationships in that way. But at the same time, I think it's not a coincidence that as soon as one of them has a breakthrough, the others catch up. So Prag had its candidates win, and these two went mad. Gukesh, Arjun, all of them tried to catch up. They tried, and Gukesh was the one who qualified. Then Gukesh outperformed in the thing, but then Arjun pushed his rating like mad, and Prag. And so they're constantly looking at each other, and of course they don't want to fall behind.
Yeah.
And on top of that, their games are very hard fought. So they're not friendly in that sense of the word. And so, you know, it's really, it ticks every box. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
And what are they like outside of chess? Do they have different characteristics, different natures?
I think they're just youngsters. They follow the latest fashion.
Do they?
Yes, they listen to songs together, watch movies together, and then they discuss stuff. You can see that there's a generational gap with me, but you know, I think essentially they're doing what I used to do when I was 17 and 18. So.
Yeah. And what kind of humor do they have? Because I imagine there's a lot of banter between the group.
Yes, but for them it's hard. I think they still hesitate to show it to me. They do open up and tell me a joke or two, but for instance, it's clear that I will never see them mimicking me. I've heard that there's quite a few mimics, but I tried to persuade them that I wouldn't be offended, but nope, it did not work. Look, you know, I can't pretend I'm one of the gang. It's just, I think until a couple of years ago, I was as old as three of them put together. I think they're just about overtaking me. But I can't get that close to them, which is normal. I think with each other, they open up a lot more. And they gossip incessantly, probably, with each other. But again, I would enjoy hearing it, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen that easily. I mean, sometimes you have to realize that you do come across as someone from another generation, and you know their relationship to you is going to be slightly different.
I've got to say, I look on with envy at what's happening in India because, I mean, we grew up on the English chess scene, and it was very much everyone's a lone wolf. I mean, if you have someone of a similar rating, similar age, it's rivals, you barely talk. It's kind of everything gets very, very emotional, very dramatic. And I mean, it's really inspiring to see that everyone gets on so well in India.
Almost without an exception. There are no complicated relationships that I know of. Almost without exception, they are quite frank with each other, quite open, and they share the same jokes. They like each other's company. I think it's by now I can, you know, state that it's pretty genuine.
Yeah, going back to the chess, it's.
Oh yes,
I mean,
there was a match going on.
Yeah, but Vishy, I feel really guilty because this is the third time you've joined us this match so far, and I believe every time you've joined, it's been like a half-hour think for one of the players.
Yes. So again, queen takes c6 has to be the move, right? And well, queen c5 has got some arguments for it.
Hinting that you might snap this one off, making it more difficult.
On the other hand, I could even play a5 here, because if you took on a5, I would threaten to take on a2.
Queen c5.
But a5, you might play a4. I mean, there are so many nuances, but I mean, if I had to summarize it, I would say black, even if it appears that black is doing badly and losing a lot of pawns, there's a lot of resilience in positions with the queen and rook, because they're such monster pieces that there will always be some counterplay at the end. It's very hard to really snuff out the counterplay when these pieces are involved. But at the same time, the defensive resources are very high.
Yeah.
So quite often they're playing, and with queens, even if white appears to make a lot of progress, I mean, if he wins the pawn or vice versa, there will suddenly be perpetuals at the end of the line. So it's a special kind of opening.
Quite like this, just put a pawn on c4 and eventually sort your rooks, maybe one on d4. And yeah, I did take a peek actually while we were chatting away, and you were right, queen takes c6 is the top computer move. I don't think there's a huge difference between the moves here, but this is actually the top recommendation, and then rook d1, and then you build up, put a rook on d4 and just sit.
Yeah. Okay, so
just want to point out as well, my mind was going a bit funky. I was just thinking, okay, if you defend c6 now, if you play rook b6, I just want to... just looking for cheap tricks. I was trying to find any way to persuade black to move the rook off the back rank, but couldn't.
You're the mouse master there.
That's me.
Okay, well, you have your new title. Howell, Grandmaster, Mouse Master.
Mouse Master, yeah. But in the meantime, Ding, yeah, long think.
He who controls the mouse makes the moves.
Just looking at Ding's body language, would you say he's happy with his position? I mean, he just frowned just now. I mean, should one read too much into this?
From the happiness he's shown in this match, I can't wait to see him delirious or ecstatic. I mean, he's so reserved. In a way, and he just doesn't let the happiness flow. Maybe it's only at the end of the match when it's over that he'll be able to have that kind of emotion. But in general, I mean, if he's happy inside, but I don't get to see it, I think.
Yeah.
Shake of the head there again.
Yeah, interesting. But in terms of personality, Ding seems very sensitive, very creative. I mean, when he talks in Chinese, he's very poetic. Would you say that chess players can be categorized into two categories? We have the scientists, those who are good at maths, and those who are very good at English language, the colorful creatives.
I will agree with the final sentence, but I think trying to gauge the players is a bit above my pay grade like this. But broadly speaking, yes. I remember once upon a time it seemed obvious. We had the Docky, the mathematician, in-house mathematician, and for me, I could talk to him about any technical subject and ask him what's the latest development. He'll give you some sort of explanation. And then you had Lubo, 7 or 8 languages, constantly picking up new stuff. He once explained to me how he picked up Portuguese, Brazilian. He said, yes, I was on the flight and I need to ask the stewardess for something, and we were chatting, and yes, you were fluent by the time you landed. No, but I could already speak Portuguese, and I thought that was very impressive. So, Lubo is to languages what
that's
Docky and so on are to
Lubomirov
and John Nunn, for people who are not sure who Docky is, but
a good doctor.
Docky is cleaning up in the World Seniors.
Oh yeah,
he's remarkable. He's
all the gold medals, right?
He's doing a great job, and
that's a case of a prodigy. I mean, he went to Oxford University when he was 13, 14, and then he's now still, now as an older player, he's super successful as well. It's very impressive.
Yes. And Docky was, when computers just started to enter chess, Docky was one of the few people who could, whenever they needed something, he would just write a program himself, which could do it. And that's another skill I liked with Docky. But
another player whose books I grew up with. NCO, Nuns Chess Openings, and lots of his Endgame books.
But I never knew Lubojevic was so fluent in languages.
I mean, obviously Serbo-Croatian, maybe some of the variants. Speaks pretty colorful English, French. I mean, all the languages, you feel that he's borrowing sentences from all of them back and forth. But I've heard him speak. I mean, his Spanish is obviously fluent. His French is excellent. He happily manages. He speaks Portuguese as well. I think he dabbles in Italian. And then on top of that, he does all the Slavic tongues. He can do. He speaks Russian.
And did that
he speaks
reflect
Samo.
in his chess? Like he would always choose unconventional,
Well, I mean,
creative? No.
You could go down that road,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to. It's too much to say. This is a language kind of chess, and this,
Okay.
it's just he made good moves. But if you really want to stretch this, you could. He found very creative ideas. He'll find counterplay in an unexpected situation. I mean, he was one of the top players in the 80s and all. And that point, he found lots of creative ideas. And those days, creative ideas simply meant you had to think of it yourself.
Yes.
And in like both of them are, I think, the outstanding specimens. But there are many others who are good in math and things. So your broader point is absolutely right. That's my experience as well.
Because I do remember this quote that Mark Dvoretsky, a famous trainer, he said to me that this was in regards to English chess grandmasters. He said there's two types. You have the doctors, the scientists, and then you have the street thugs.
Tony, obviously.
Tony Miles,
obviously. But then
Michael Adams was another one. Practical player.
Thug.
Nigel Short was another one.
The Cornish lad. But you had Docky, and then Mestel, all of
those. Doctors, scientists, working everything out perfectly.
Who else?
Michael Steen.
Michael Steen, yeah.
Then you had the lawyers.
The lawyers.
Steen, Watson, and so on. Street thug. I mean, Tony would give it to him immediately, but Mickey, nah.
But would you say like Indian chess can be split up in categories? Like there are those players who really like calculation, others who like to freestyle.
Yes, there are people who are more intuitive than others. I mean, famously, Gukesh is a calculator and so on. I think Prug is more intuitive. But these days, the average intuitive person is much more, his calculating abilities are much stronger. And so you have to allow for that because the game has evolved in that direction. So nowadays, you can hardly be a bad calculator, but someone like Gukesh is an outstanding calculator.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear about these stories of people. I mean, you mentioned the English School of Chess, all of these players. I only knew them a bit later when I was very young and I looked up to them, but I love hearing these stories.
and Tony Miles, he was one of the early grinders.
Yeah.
He would take some position and just grind and grind and grind, and he's got many legendary ones.
I've seen some rook endgames. It's like 2 rooks and 4 pawns each, totally symmetrical, and somehow he wins.
And he wins and...
Julian Hodgson.
But he was very funny as well. Jules is what? Totally intuitive, right?
Thug.
Okay, fair enough.
Mad Dog's Englishman, that's what they say, right? Actually, I remember one of the times we played at the London Chess Classic, there was a dinner, and I remember you and Vladimir Kramnik kind of reciting Monty Python together. And
yes.
So it's nice to...
Yes, Monty Python, Fawlty Towers.
Fawlty Towers.
Well, the Yes Minister, Prime Minister series.
Yes, very good.
And I found that surprising number of people shared this thing, so it was nice.
Well, you're in the UK, so of course we're big fans of Monty Python.
Yeah.
Although we have a disagreement between us. Which film do you like from Monty Python? Life of Brian or the Knights? What's it called? The Knights of the Holy.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
That's it, yeah.
I must admit, I like Life of Brian, but I like a lot of the sketches as well, the skits. So, I mean, Parrot is nice, but I always found, for instance, philosophers versus the Greek philosophers against me. For instance, just you just can't stop. I mean, the modern German ones and the ancient Greek ones, and they're arguing about football and so on. There's some level of absurdity in this that is just so.
Yeah.
And I guess viewers of a certain age will now think we're boomers and.
Well,
they've got a label for us these days, don't they?
Yes, and well, after a 40-minute think, we have.
Do you know Vladdy
66.
called me a boomer?
Oh.
In January,
wow.
At some point, he tweeted to me, "Okay, boomer." Exclamation. Well, I was singing a Sting song, so. And he said, okay, boomer. So.
Oh,
Probably
wow.
the least controversial of the tweets. But in the meantime, we have some moves. And it's the moves we predicted 40 minutes ago. Queen takes pawn, queen takes pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And after this 40 minutes think from Ding,
how long did he take on queen takes e5? No, that was quite fast, right?
That
I
was
think,
very fast.
Ding took a long time over queen takes e5.
Is it now prudent to make a quick move? Because surely Ding would have considered queen takes e5 as the main move.
Okay, so but what about rook d1?
We were liking either rook d1 or centralization, I guess. Queen d5, kicking the black queen away. In some order or other. Maybe you can play one followed by the other. Either way. We also saw a graphic a few moments ago. Gukesh has spent 4% of the time with his eyes shut. Very interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about this trend that we've seen from the Indian team where they get to the board, they meditate? We've seen Gukesh as well. When his opponent goes into those deep things, he just sits on the board, keeps calm, and tries to reset and go into the flow.
Yes, but we all do it, don't we? I mean, we all try to compose ourselves before the games, and when you close your eyes, you look up. But everyone is trying to do it in a way, and well, these people obviously have a nice public ritual about it, which people enjoy following. But sometimes you have to remind people, chess players, we do try to compose ourselves before the game and so on.
And did you ever work with a performance coach? Because Gukesh is working with Paddy Upton.
Right. I've never. I just felt that they wouldn't really be familiar enough with chess, and I would have to spend too much time explaining to them the chess part before they could kind of thing. And anyway, for me, a lot of these things I was able to discuss with my wife, which was a lot easier.
It's definitely a trend. It's something that, like you say, I guess we all do, but I've never consciously realized the necessity for it. Often I just burn time at the beginning of a game just thinking about random stuff, but maybe that's just...
yes, but even that is part of the thing of the thing, but you're trying to calm down and play. There's very little you can do which is totally unrelated to the game. And at the same time, the other thing where you start to, maybe you have a good position, you start to think of what you're going to do next, what you're going to do in the evening, and these are all signs of the concentration fading away. Yes. You have to pull yourself back.
And did you have a ritual to do that?
I had, the first thing was to realize it was happening, and then to recall some painful experience, and then try to say, well, I don't want to repeat that this time, so let me focus again, or spend 5 minutes. I mean, one of the ways we reset or something is sometimes to squander a bit of time. So you might just sit there staring at something for 5 to 10 minutes. Sitting on your hands was one of the tricks we were all taught. When you see a good move, just don't play it instantly, wait for 5 minutes. Even that has worked on many occasions. You'll see some problem you didn't observe initially. It'll pop up. It's not because you're calculating through. Suddenly you'll see the idea and realize, hey, this is not so clear. But sometimes it's wasted time. But it's not really wasted, because anything you do to get your brain back in shape is fine.
And it sounds very strange, but did you actually practice on this whole technique of waiting before making a move?
No. If you're asking if I did it at home, no. But at the board, I would remember an occasion where I had not done so with some consequences, and then you tell yourself, okay, at least this time I've got to be careful, and then you're a bit more focused. I mean, you don't really tell yourself, but you realize that, this is a technical position, I should stop, there's no hurry, no reason to hurry, you don't get points for finishing early, you benefit from your experience, so to speak.
Should we try and figure out some concrete variations, how Ding should set up over the next few moves?
Queen d5, I think he has done it fairly fast, because it forces queen e7 and then I triple. I think those two you can play without thinking.
I was wondering whether you flick in rook d4. Is this possible? A bit greedy, but
this is the Yovi school of chess. See a pawn, play to win it. Okay, so
can I go queen f6?
Queen e7 played.
Queen e7's on the board, so Queen f6 you want here?
Yeah, so that I can land on f2.
Now I'll take my move
I mean,
back.
maybe Queen h4, maybe Queen h4 also.
Yeah, I was wondering about Queen h4.
Because if you go Rook e2, I go Queen g4, and I'm harassing you quite a bit, so you'll have to come back Rook d2 or something, but then your point of attacking this has gone.
Okay, I agree. Rook d1.
Rook d1's, yeah, straightforward, and it's what you would play in Blitz, isn't it, David?
Yeah, exactly. And I think
in Blitz, you would just slide the rook and press the clock, and it's like King b1 somewhere, or
yeah, true.
h3 in some positions. It's easy to make.
I was reluctant because I just thought Rook c8, and just again because I'm a mouse master, and just thinking there's a trick here, there's a threat. But I guess the threat disappears now if Rook d4.
Also, Queen d6 might be a decent try, because you have to
be careful of the back rank.
Yes.
I guess the black queen can move.
To g5.
Now you just
You
say,
slide your king.
Take me. Take me.
Both ways.
Both ways, yeah. Checkmate. Yeah, so what should both sides be aiming for, do you think, over the next few moves?
White should be aiming to accidentally win the a7 pawn, I think. Because that makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can even start pushing your b pawn and the thing, because there's nothing to oppose it. But I don't like Rook of c8 till I've played g6. Some back rank thing bothers me somehow.
The g6 first, just to free
Yeah, I
up
would prefer to do g6.
queen.
Then I can even play h5 later, and you never know in a pawn race when you're suddenly grateful that all those eons ago you played h5 or something.
Exactly,
So,
white just calmly. Yeah.
I think it's a harder move for white to play.
And okay, so black wants to play g6 and eventually just line up and get ready for any action just in case, but how should white go about either winning the a7 pawn or placing the rooks, placing the king, placing the pawns?
What about Queen d7?
7 and
Yeah,
Queen
and then
d4.
Rook d4.
Rook d4. And okay.
Threatening. Rook takes.
I don't think I am.
don't think it
threatening,
works. Rook
because
takes b2.
Queen
Yeah,
takes
Queen c8 check.
d8, and there'll be some simplification.
But I was thinking also some Rook f1, maybe I can provoke. But you'll just play Rook c7, that's true.
That was my plan, yeah. Just put a rook on c7 and try to sit.
But can I go Queen d5 after Rook fc8? Maybe I can even play Rook takes e4. Does that work?
Yeah, rook takes e4, rook takes
b2, Rook e8 check.
b2, doesn't work, yeah. Just to point out for everyone.
Well, let's just check it. Rook e8 check, King g7.
King g7, yeah, and Queen a3 is...
And if Rook takes c8, Queen a3, Queen d6, the Queen d4 check.
Queen d4 check.
King h6, don't tell me this is a draw.
That would be disappointing.
But wait, put the king back on g7.
Queen c4.
No,
Queen c5. Queen c5.
No,
yeah?
put the king. Yeah, no, if I Queen d6 simply. You cannot discover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if Queen a2, then Queen f8 and Rook c6.
Yeah,
and
okay,
draw
yeah.
Yeah, so you cannot discover. That's a nice thing with this Queen d6. So it doesn't work actually.
Just to show everyone, Rook b4, there's a discovery, but you start running, and safe. Okay, we see Queen d6 instead by Ding.
Okay, but this encourages the queen to move over to
to h4 with tempo.
h4, yeah.
h4 with tempo. I guess same thing. Rook d1. Unless he wants to start setting up against the black king somehow, but it doesn't really look like these squares are too tempting. Rook f1 is Queen h3, so this way.
And how do you give your king luft? Because you guys were mentioning g6, but should we be going h5 or?
Where to put the pawns?
Yeah.
This is where I would spend half an hour and decide that there's no difference after all. And yeah, just instinct, right? It's unclear specifically, concretely what the difference
Whatever move you make, it's the wrong one.
Yeah,
I think
that's always the way.
That's the principle to remember.
It's the same with the rooks as well, right? Like, it's always the wrong rook, no matter where you put it.
Yeah.
Which file, it's always the wrong one. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the queen on d6, but there was no rush.
In fact, no, I like white's position. It's just I suspect that black will have some counterplay in the end. But it seems to me that white should be better. But
yeah, but how much?
Experience teaches me that probably it will not be substantial.
You think the drawing margins are high enough for Gukesh to be confident about holding?
I would take white every time, even if I didn't see a way forward.
And if you look at the top of the screen, you see the win, draw, loss bar. Would you agree that Ding has a 30% chance of winning this game?
Well, I guess it confirms my feeling that I would take white every time, even if I don't see exactly how to overcome the counterplay. But I think the computer seems to think the odds are better for him. So.
We should mention anytime the queens come off, white is simply better. Yeah, white is the only one with a passed pawn right now, and more active rooks.
And somehow it's harder to push those kingside pawns, and I think that's the...
It just feels like white has control.
I could go. I mean, I could go rook b8 here. Let's just try it.
Rook
b8.
b8.
So you take. Take. c4. And the reason, after all that we spoke about white's queenside chances, is that I have f5, g5, f4, and the black rooks are not defending their own pawns. Maybe it's worth a shot. I don't know.
It's very concrete now.
Yes. I mean, if I can play g5 and f4, it's.
Okay, let's say I my king.
King c2.
Sorry, the mouse master's lost the mouse. Okay, king c2.
Well, g5.
G5, yeah.
G5.
King c3, f4.
I'll try slowing you down with some rook g2. Okay, maybe after f4 I'll play rook g2.
Yeah, I'll play f4.
Can I play rook g2 now? Rook g7.
h6.
Wait, what am I trying to do? Actually, I don't know why I played rook g2. That was silly.
But the thing is, if instead of rook g2, I had continued b4 and c5, it's hard to evaluate. It might well be that this is not very nice for white. Yes. b4, g4.
g4, oof.
b5.
Yeah,
okay.
b5. Someone's winning.
I think we agreed on that.
Yeah. It's also very difficult to evaluate.
h5 and h4, you know, who knows?
Very difficult. It's just a gamble.
But, you know, you don't really play rook e8 that easily. So he's gone to g5, which is nice because now the queen can swing to a5. And I think that's worth having.
I'm slightly worried that Ding, just from body language, he's going to start trying to repeat moves, queen d5. Black's not obliged to go back to e7, of course, but...
Wow.
It does feel a bit odd to allow queen a5, although it's just a one-move threat.
Okay,
queen d5.
well, queen d5.
Okay.
Okay, moment of truth.
Level on the clock.
Yeah.
Assuming Gukesh goes back, because why not? But he could go forward. How disappointed would you be in Ding if he were to repeat moves and bail out with the draw here? Because I would be devastated. I was hyping up how Game 6 is always decisive in World Championship matches, and
yes. But if queen e7, I mean, now I can switch to rook d1. Why should I repeat?
Just that principled repeat once if you can school of thought, I guess, and then you play on and show your opponent you're in control, closer to move 40 as well. Jovanka, you're the prediction maestro, though.
Isn't the professional thing to repeat twice?
Repeat, yeah.
Yeah, repeat twice, make your opponent think they're within a whisker of a draw, and then at the last minute, nope.
Yeah.
I did that at Olympiad recently, though, and then I realized, whoops, I needed to go back to the first position to win.
Maybe Ding has studied the position or knows this position and knows that actually black has counterplay everywhere or something. It still seems worth a shot because Gukesh kind of tipped his hand that he has not studied it this morning or very recently. But again, you know, if someone has seen the variations and you know that you just get nothing, then your outlook is different.
Sometimes it's better to know less than more.
Yes.
And But again,
Another question, if I go queen e7, you go rook e d1, I go g6, and then I go rook d8, would you go for 2 rooks against a queen?
Ooh.
Because the queen will charge into attack e3 and h2 very easily.
So, for example, white makes a move, I don't know, just for argument's sake.
Yeah, then rook b d8.
Or rook somewhere, yeah. Take.
King g7, but now I get queen g5, queen h4, all sorts of moves.
Yeah.
Counterplay.
Yeah, the e-pawn is very annoying for black. You can't just advance your queenside pawns with a free hand.
Who would you pick here, Vishy?
Tough one. Black could very easily end up better, but...
in blitz, I would take black. But
yeah. On the other hand, white may have some very simple drawing thing, like bring the rook back from 7 d2 and then play rook c2 and c4. But...
mess things up by putting the king on c2 now.
Yes.
Yeah, just move the
But I mean, I could even play king at 6 here and then f5, and suddenly some pawn could become relevant.
That's very dicey again. It's always going to be a race, queenside majority against kingside majority.
And
fascinating.
And going back to the position, if Ding were to repeat, should we read anything into this? Like, you know, if the game finishes in a quick draw, should we be worried? Is this just another stage of the match?
Worried about what exactly?
Well, because you're both saying that
about
white...
his chess karma.
Right. Well, there is that issue. But I'm just thinking, because we're both saying, and we can see in the evaluation, well, the win-draw loss bar, that Ding is the one with a more comfortable position.
Yeah,
and
he does seem to be hesitating
trying.
a bit, yes.
Yes. I'm not trying is perhaps incorrect, but just simply not playing out the positions and seeing whether Gukesh is up to the defensive task.
Well, certainly it would reveal that he's not trying unless his advantage is quite substantial. And but that's quite a luxurious excuse me, attitude to have. You can't just...
and
I would be surprised though if he repeated again d6. I don't think...
yeah.
The problem for Gukesh is it's really tempting to find out.
Gukesh isn't actually immediately repeating the position, not dropping the queen back to e7. I mean, what could he be thinking about?
Well, for instance, queen g4.
Queen g4, yeah.
And then my favorite g6. I've been banging on about g6 since we started. But queen g4 is nice. I could slide into f3.
Rook f1 there is always met by queen h3, which is slightly annoying, hitting this pawn.
Queen g4 if you wanted rook f2, but then I go rook b d8. Or I go queen h4.
Queen h4.
Yeah, rook b d8. Sorry, no, I meant queen h4 instead of g4. Here I might as well do rook b d8.
Yeah.
And your queen f7 doesn't work. So.
It's annoying because if the white rooks were doubled, you could just play rook takes f7, but they're not.
If this rook were here, queen takes f7. Now could I? Oh, it's far worse circumstances with no file. But he goes back instead. Moment of truth for all of us, for Ding, for Gukesh. It does seem strange though to spend 42 minutes and then kind of make this little repetition before playing on. Or maybe he just thought, okay, I spent so long that now I need to get closer to move 40 just in case, and then I'm going to play rook d1. It does feel like his 2 white games have finished slightly prematurely, so it would be nice to see Ding continue. But body language... Oh.
I agree. I mean, he seems to, at the very least, be trying to convince himself whether he should play on rather than boldly charging forward.
It does feel like if you're taking draws with white from positions of relative strength, then relying purely on your black games, it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself.
But on the other hand, we have seen that Ding thinks, and so far it's been happening quite often, that Gukesh is overreaching or stumbling or being a little bit careless when he's white.
Yeah.
Because the temptation is when you have white that you have this little initiative, but then you can't afford it to be loose. He's had 2 games where things got slightly out of control.
Yeah.
1 and 5, right?
Well, one which actually he lost, and then the 5th one which he should have lost. Really.
Yeah. And if this game does finish in a draw, and say you were the second of Ding Liren or Gukesh, what would you say to either player?
I can't imagine being someone's second.
You can't. Simple answer.
I've seen my poor seconds, and I think it's a lot of work.
If Gukesh were to say, please Vishy, for my next match, you have to be my second, I need you, would you say no?
Yes. I mean, these guys do 10-hour days and so on.
Oof. What if he said you can choose your hours?
The time, yeah, but...
you can pick what openings you focus on, you can work 2 hours a day, I'll throw all the money in the world at you.
But what is
that an offer?
I mean, if I had money to offer, I would.
I mean, but it's an interesting...
Sounds like an amazing deal, but find me a player who's offering it.
Yeah.
I'll try to convey my willingness to consider it.
Well, it's an interesting question, though, because you can give us an insight in what actually a second does. What kind of work? I mean, you mentioned
so slightly more seriously, the point I was trying to make is a second's job is very, very different from the player's job. Though often the experience of the match will be kind of shared, but it's by necessity a totally different one. First of all, you have to put yourself aside because you're not the person who's going to execute at the board. And so everything you do, you have to think what is ideal for them, not in you, and so on. And I think it's constantly anticipating problems and trying to also condense the information into nuggets that the player can absorb, things like that. I really think the perspective of a second and a player is different, and because you're good at one, it's not at all obvious that you'll be good at the other. That's kind of the point. So I don't think I would be a very good second because I'm not used to thinking in those terms and so on. I can give advice and be a mentor, that's fine, but...
Queen d6, we're going to stay on this until we see what happens. The queen lifts over to g5 and it is crunch time.
Maybe the position's equal, but if the computer is giving 31% and 13% or whatever, then
Queen
there must
d5.
be some small advantage.
Wow. Well, we have a decision, and it is Gukesh.
Gukesh takes it forward. Well, that is, I mean, what he has done is to say, well, I've sensed your reluctance, your weakness, something, and I'm going to give it a shot. If it works,
Good decision.
This is even if he still makes a draw, this is he's sending a message, and that is very important. The only thing where you'll regret is obviously if you lose. And so you have this typical phenomenon that when a draw is offered, and here it was non-verbal, when a draw is offered and you reject it, and the position is equal, what is your next move? Is it combative, or are you playing by the logic of the position? The correct answer is you should play by the logic of the position. You should decline the draw, but continue to play the correct defensive move and thing. You can't suddenly go off on an attack because you declined a draw, because that's the wrong way to do it. So in a sense, we'll start to see if but for instance, already Ding is looking at Gukesh like, why did you do that? This kind of spiced up.
Yeah, wow. I was feeling empty inside, I've got to say. A moment ago, I was about to, maybe not mince my words about Ding's decision, but Gukesh, this might be reckless, but it's great to see him play on.
Right.
Yes.
Fantastic.
We were waiting for this moment, waiting to see if the players would make a decision, whether it would actually end in a threefold repetition, but we have a game going on. Excellent, excellent news. Vishy, thank you very much once again for joining us here in the studio and sharing with us your insights. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
And we are going to go on a short break, but when we come back, we are going to dive straight into all the action of Game 6.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
You know, I've seen Ding Liren at his best. I've seen him when he defeated Magnus. I call the match when he defeated Magnus to win the Singfield Cup. He's a phenomenal player. When he's in peak form, he can beat literally anyone.
I'm a huge fan of his. I think the way he was playing, let's say if we take the period between 2017 and 2019, when he was consistently a very big threat to Magnus in tournaments they play against each other. He won a tiebreak against Magnus in St. Louis to win the Grand Chess Tour. Not very many people win tiebreaks against Magnus. He was a very, very scary player.
This is not the best time to ask this question because it's clear that Ding is suffering a bit. And the only thing is there's always light at the end of a tunnel. So you never know. He's also got to keep fighting and working because you would never know when he'll come out. Come out of this struggle that he's in.
I know him very well because he's my teammate. We're almost in the same age. He's also like very gifted and hardworking. Chess showed like a great performance, but somehow his recent performance within 1 or 2 years wasn't like before. So I think for him, the main thing is basically if he's ready, let's say physically, mentally ready for the event. I think that's a big issue. So I just hope that my teammates, also my friend Ding, will also be ready for it and exciting match.
If Ding will perform the way he used to play like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I think he's massive favorite.
In general, of course, Ding is a very formidable player, but as we all have seen, he's sadly not in good shape since the previous World Championship, let's say. Yeah, I thought he was getting better, looking at the starting games of his in the Singfield Cup. But at the end of the Olympiad, I must say, not much has changed. So I think Gukesh is a pretty big favorite.
I think that Ding, who has had
unimpressive here. Would recover towards match in one or another way. I don't think he will be the same Ding who was, let's say, beating everyone in 2019, I think, and when he climbed to number 2 in the world. But let's say he will be worthy of a world champion in this match. And the question, how high can Gukesh shoot?
But if somehow Ding Liren can bring that old magic back and get himself right, it should be a fantastic match.
Ding is a person who can dig deep and things, so I would not underestimate him at all. He is very capable of maybe in the remaining time he has to get ready, maybe when he sees that he's in Singapore and that he has to start playing, you know, something can click in the brain and you start playing differently. So still everything to look forward to, I think.
And we are back, and as Vishy Anand said there, everything to look forward to, as Gukesh has just rejected repeating the position 3 times and says it's game on. And for those of you who have just joined the show, well, let's do a quick recap as to what happened.
Yeah, let's jump in. Let's actually go right from the start to talk about some of the key moments in Game 6 so far. We did see the London system as just as Ding did in Game 6 of his previous World Championship match, his victorious campaign last year against Nepomniachtchi. We saw Black here start to challenge for the center. We saw a check from Ding Liren. This is very trendy stuff. It's been played by the likes of Magnus Carlsen, and very direct chess, swapping pieces off, jumping out in a moment with the white queen, and this is the idea, to pin this black pawn. Everything looks level, looks equal, but there's a lot hiding beneath the surface here, and this pin is so awkward for black that Gukesh needs to solve his problems concretely. A very sneaky move now, Ding retreating his knight, and after Gukesh trying to dynamically force things through in the center. We saw this exchange. White wins a pawn, but black finds counterplay. And because Ding is behind in development here, this is slightly awkward. There's no way for white to, for example, castle. The black bishop would come forward with a devastating hit now on the white king side. Instead, it was time for Ding to throw back the material and prioritize king safety. The knight keeps the white king safe. And after the black queen continues grabbing pawns, Jovanka, this is where we were speculating on the opening preparation, the levels that both sides had, but it was clear Ding was better prepared at least than
Yeah,
Gukesh.
Absolutely. His opening preparation certainly worked out a treat, because here, after the move rook to b8, knight to c4, you need to cover the pawn on b2. The correct move was actually to make a nuisance of the queen and just step her back to f3 so that she always has a connection with a rook. And the point is to stop the white optimal defensive setup of putting the rook onto d2. But Gukesh, unsurprisingly, didn't find such a sophisticated resource. It's very computer-like, so instead played the more natural bishop coming to e6. And then once we skip forward a few moves, we see that there is a trade of a bishop for the knight, very important to stop the white knight activating. And here, Gukesh just dropped back with the queen. And once again, more trades.
Pawns leaving the board.
Exactly. And here, it was the moment, right, where Ding offered a repetition. And we genuinely thought that after the queens would shuffle backwards and forwards, that Gukesh would just accept this and draw agreed. But no. Gukesh now, at the very last moment went queen h4, and it is a game on. Of course, you're attacking the rook. Ding Liren moves the rook out of harm's way. And there we have the position on the board.
Yeah, so this is the current position. Just to reiterate your point there, Jovanka, it was Gukesh who fought on. If he had written down the move queen to e7, stopped the clocks, called the arbiters, that would have signaled the end of this game, end of game 6. It would have been a draw. That would have been the 3rd time we'd repeated the position. Remember, it's repeating the position, not the moves. And yeah, the game would have been over, but He's objectively, he's never really better here, Gukesh, at least not in the short term. So it's very high risk to play on. And just actually during that break, after the move G6, I briefly checked with the engine just to see the evaluation. It said it's a significant advantage for white. It's not just a small one anymore. And actually, it's time for white to start pushing this pawn forward. And supported by a rook on the c2 square, the black queen is actually quite offside. She's tied down defending this pawn. Ding didn't start pushing. Of course, he's shown that he's comfortable with the draw, but instead sliding his queen across. This begs the question whether he's going to try and force the issue of getting the queens off the board. I'm wondering, for example, what his plan is if the black rook hits the white queen. But either way, this is very brave by Gukesh, but it could prove to be a bit reckless.
We'll see. And there you can actually see the win-draw-loss graph, where you see that Ding's chances of a win are significantly higher than Gukesh. So it was a really courageous, foolhardy, whatever you want to say, decision for Gukesh to play on. And also a graph of the clock times. It's very balanced, but both players have at points just gone into the tank and just contemplated what to do.
Yeah, I wonder whether Gukesh is aware of us, aware of all the fans out here in Singapore on site at the venue, because I can't think of any other reason you would play on. He wants to keep us entertained. He wants to keep the fan zone kind of buzzing. He wants to continue the experience of today for us. Maybe he just didn't want an anticlimactic draw and trusts himself to find a way to draw at the very least later on. But yeah, it's nice to see this game continue. A bit surprising, though.
And there you can see the fan zone. Big hello to everyone there in the fan zone playing chess. Maybe they can hear us, David. Maybe we should say wave if you can. Oh, hang on a second. They can. Oh, well.
Wow. It's an interactive experience. Wave back.
You're on TV, guys. And carry on playing amazing chess. I love the bean bags. And
they're waving. They can hear us.
What witchcraft is this? But incredible stuff. Incredible scenes we have going on here at the World Championship match.
Enthusiasm could be better. Let's face it. Come on, everyone. Stand up. Get going. Woo. Oh, we didn't bribe them enough to
We
get
need the
involved here.
hype, guys. Yeah.
We need some hype men. Yeah.
We need the cheers going on. And back to Gukesh there, deep in thought. Queen e5 last move from Ding Liren. It's... You know, the thing is with the computer, once it illuminates the way, it makes so much sense. Like rook c2, c4, advance the c-pawn.
Logical.
Beautiful. But actually, it's not so natural. Because normally with the rooks, you're looking forward. You're looking to zoom in on d7. You know, you've targeted the f7 point. And only when you feel that your king is massively secured are you thinking about going c4, c5.
Yeah, I fully agree. Or for example, if the queens come off, as Ding keeps begging to do, he's been angling for a queen exchange for ages. And then it becomes much safer to push this pawn. Maybe even follow it with the king. The king is like the guardian of that pawn and will, cause black a lot of problems. Black will be very passive. And this is the only passed pawn we should mention. So any endgames, that really favors white. And that begs the question, if black plays the most natural move, at least to my eyes, asking the queen the question, maybe his idea is to slide back and say, actually here, it's very difficult now for black's kind of 4 pawns to bypass white's 2. And in the meantime, it's going to be a free hand for white on the other side to start marching.
Because as soon as the queens are off the board, your eyes are drawn to rook c2, c4.
Yeah.
But with the queens on the board, it's like we have a blind spot where it's like, I don't see that at all.
Maybe Ding's seen it and just didn't think it was the most ambitious right now. And if the queens don't come off the board, Jovanka, if black then goes back...
Do you think we're going to see a force of the draw? Like if the queen goes back to e7?
Yeah, if the queen goes back to e7, maybe they were just teasing us.
No, but then...
and
also,
now we'd see a repetition.
Also, maybe if the queen goes back to e7, I mean, how is it to just plant the rook on d7? That's what I would be looking at.
I think that's his plan. Why not? He's cleared the d file, finally got coordinated. If the black queen moves, suddenly it is a bit awkward. Whoops. I'm mixing and matching my colors here. Hope everyone is okay with that. But yeah, that's a bit scary for black. I guess queen c4 and the game goes on. But now there would be a huge argument for just getting greedy and taking the initiative. It's still a lot of fight ahead. Rook takes pawn is possible. I think that's Ding's plan. He's just simply closed. Wow.
Rook
b8.
e8. Interesting.
I'm going to say he's closed the door for the black queen to get back in the game, but this is weird. So this rook is actually going to act as a defender of the black king, but not just that. Maybe, Jovanka, he's hoping that in some positions he can... okay, I don't think you should take the queens off here, but you can kind of use your rooks to guard on the 7th rank while pushing these pawns after all. And it will be a race. Maybe the black king is going to sprint into the position.
Yeah, but white's queen side pawns, specifically that c3 pawn, is going to start zooming up. Little speed monster that it will be. I mean, it's so quick.
Yeah, it's very quick. This would just be a pure race. It's white's pawns against how quick black's king is to run in, but you've got to first take the white pawns and then you've got to push the black pawns. It feels like white should be ahead.
Yeah, I definitely feel that queen g3 should not be met by queen takes g3.
Why did you use this rook rather than the...
Because I think he wants to go queen to e7.
e7?
And he wants to cut the idea of...
d7?
No, not queen to e7.
Okay, not
queen f6.
Queen f6. Okay, I'll do the same. I'll hit you.
Now queen e5.
Ooh, wow, queen e5. And then I'll say, please take me on g3 after all.
And I'll say, crumbs. No, I don't get it, David.
You can hide.
I'm trying. No, but queen
h8. don't hide that.
No, okay.
White's just so active suddenly.
Totally.
Gukesh in his haste to kind of avoid the draw and play on, it feels like he's helped Ding somewhat here. I must admit, I'm just so confused.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, so, yeah, but maybe you're completely right. Like, it helped.
It just feels like it helps Ding. He's doubled up now. He's cleared the...
I have it. Okay, so...
You got it. Let's try.
Queen h5.
Queen h5. Oh, you want to... So if I come in, you're coming in.
I'm coming into e2.
That's clever.
The queen has to be a nuisance, but I still don't get why it has to be rook b8.
It's weird. I mean, if the rook were on b8 now, you're creating some major threat.
Exactly. And the threat of checkmate is always enough to set the pulses racing, right?
Okay, queen g3, queen h5. Yeah, this is it is a weird position. I understand why Ding was slightly skeptical about his chances, but
maybe he just thought there isn't any way to progress without trading off queens.
Without taking risk. Yeah.
Exactly. And if the queens remain on the board, there's going to be this eternal dance where one side is chasing, asking for the exchange, the other one says no. Say, hey, why not finish the game now? Let's enjoy a second rest day and then game on.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a nice break, a nice relief for the players to take some time out. I wonder, Ding's last move was queen e5, so it looks like he's hoping to get these pieces off the board. This one just looks so wrong, I've got to say, Jovanka. Just from a positional point of view, you're giving black a potential protected pass pawn, but maybe it's not the end of the world once the white rooks start activating. If the white king can somehow park itself in front of the black pawn, then white just has a free hand on the queen side. So maybe there's an argument to be made for queen f4, even if it does look a bit strange.
It wasn't on my radar, but maybe. Go on, let's look.
Now I think we might see the idea of Gukesh's kind of choice of rook. Earlier I joked with Vishy that you always choose the wrong rook. No matter where you put a rook, if you have a choice of two, it's always going to be statistically wrong. But now we would see after rook to d7, at least f7 isn't an issue. I'm not sure exactly what black would be doing. Maybe the queen would slide, but okay, at least now there's no vulnerable rook hanging on b8. There's no f7 threat.
But
I just moved my king and...
Right, and it's only the black queen that is active. Yeah. Whereas white is playing with the whole army. I'm not a fan of what Gukesh has done.
Especially when you could have literally shaken hands with the draw. Why would you sit there and... I mean, he's relying on a big mistake from Ding. He's just playing mind games. But it's emotional. I remember doing this a lot when I was younger as well, just playing on for the sake of playing on, not because it's a wise thing to do, and not playing the odds, not playing the position.
Yeah, we've all done that before, admittedly, more when we're younger, but...
Optimism of youth.
Right, and I remember being told off by one of my friends, and he said, you know, sometimes you got to be objective about the position and do what is demanded. The draw isn't the end of the world.
I've had that too. I remember the moment it clicked for me was when I was playing for England and we were playing in the European Team Championships. We were playing Italy. We were 1 point up in the match. I was the last one remaining, so I could kind of secure team victory with a draw. And I was better the whole time. I could have taken a draw any moment I wanted. My opponent offered a draw. I turned it down. Threefold repetition, turned it down. The captain was looking at me being like, what are you doing? Take the draw. But I thought there's no risk. I played on, and of course I blundered and lost. And cost the team the win. So that was the moment I realized, okay, sometimes you've got to just play the situation rather than play with emotion. Just to save 2 rating points, I ended up costing the team everything.
I did exactly the same to my team last year in the European Team Championships against Israel. I was a pawn up, but it was a draw. And the team was winning, and a draw would have meant that the team won. But no, I wanted to play on. I thought, you know, morally, I'm a pawn up. I should be doing this. And what did I do? I messed it all up and I lost. And you just end up kicking yourself.
Heartbreaking, right?
It really is. No, I mean, playing as a team is one of the most nerve-wracking things you can do because the emotions are so much more. You lose and you literally cost your country the match. And that sucks.
And this is different. This is an individual event, but it's similar. It's kind of, he had the chance to draw. Objectively, he knows he's not better. But it's doing the sensible thing, the logical thing.
That's the thing as well. You know, yes, it's a battle between 2 warriors, but so much effort, investment have gone into this particular match. And it's a team event in the sense that, you know, the seconds are working, as you heard from Vichy, 10 hours a day, trying to say the right things, trying to inspire their players to be the best version of themselves. And it's going to be painful if you just reject a draw and then you squander it. You just take unnecessary risks. But okay, still, it's a game. It's still very much a game, and we are being a little bit
fatalistic.
Fatalistic. I mean, anything can still happen.
Yeah. That being said, if Gukesh goes on to lose this game, he's going to kick himself. It's only himself to blame.
Do you know, interesting enough, despite all of this, it might be practically better for Ding, but in terms of computer valuation, 0.1. Nothing.
Oh, we see the percentages in front of us, though. The AI.
Yeah.
I think that's Lila 0. At the top of our screens, we do see that Ding's winning chances are higher than Gukesh's. But yeah, the drawing margins are still the big favorite here. The gray represents the draw, 50+% chance of that. Yeah, I mean, it's just a calculated risk, right? Gukesh spent all of Ding's thinking time. Ding was thinking for 42 minutes. Gukesh was there being like, okay, will I take the draw, will I not? He must have decided then and there what to do. And he still trusts himself. This shows supreme confidence from the youngster. He knows even if things go wrong, he banks on his calculation ability to get him out of trouble. Yeah, Ding, meanwhile, hands on head. Okay, leaning back. I do wonder whether you go hunting for this pawn as well. This is something that Vichy mentioned. He said the dream here is to win the A pawn because then, yeah, every endgame works in your favor. You can even kind of lose a lot of time, lose a lot of coordination, just forcing the queens off the board.
Okay, let's do a deep dive, especially whilst Ding is thinking. So queen to c5, pawn hunting. What next?
It's not so easy to comfortably defend this pawn, actually, for Gukesh. The reason I'm attracted to this is because, yeah, the black might have to put the pieces on clumsy squares to guard the pawn. But then again, it's been consistent by Ding to try and get the queens off. So I think we were biased in the other direction.
So to defend that, you can either go queen e7 or you can go rook e7. Now, rook e7, well, we can look at it because rook to d8 is the first move that jumps out at me.
What if black says, okay, I reluctantly agree?
Yeah, and now king steps up to g7, and first up you have queen d4 check. You need to work those things out, and now you mustn't block that check with a queen because
whoops,
tactics.
Deflection. Next move, the white queen pounces.
Yep.
So instead, okay, at least the black king's ready for the endgame now. If the queens ever come off, the black king is strolling in.
And the black queen is also active, right? Queen h4 it's going to be a nuisance. And the rook is actually well placed on e7 in some weird and wonderful way, right?
It's loose somehow. It's hanging in the air, but it's defending everything.
Yeah, you can see queen e1, king c2, you know, some checks, and the rook can swing over to b7. So, okay, I don't think white can punish this at all.
But what if now that the black rook has moved and there's a bit of loss of coordination between the rooks, maybe white doesn't need to rush? I do wonder whether it's time to start rolling forward some pawns.
Okay, let's do it.
I kind of want to put the king on b2. It looks pretty safe there.
Okay, b4. Yeah,
b4, it's too late. Push.
B4, it's too late, David.
Sorry.
I've heard that pun
all the time.
I've heard that pun so many times, and it still catches me by surprise, you know?
Like a broken record.
Yeah, no, but it's good. I like it. Some things you can never get tired of. Okay, so b4.
Now the black rooks can't use the c file. If white gets time to kind of put the king on b2, start pushing, then any race is just immediately over.
Okay. How am I going? How is black gonna even mobilize? So,
not so easy. The black queen suddenly feels a bit sidelined. Maybe she comes back at some point.
yeah, but if the problem is the rooks.
The rooks.
The rook on f8 is not worth its weight.
Oh, nice. That's one pun cannot debate. that was slow. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so no, okay, I'm stuck. Wow, I'm completely stuck for a move as black. So h5.
Right, sure. And I'll improve my king, maybe. Over to protect c3, just in case the white queen needs to move. And then, yeah, now I'm just going to start pushing. Somehow, I don't know, I can't explain it actually in a verbal way here, Jovanka, but somehow it feels more risky for black to push pawns in front of the king than it does for white to push pawns in front of the king. Is it just because white has extra central control? So it's,
yes, it's to do with the placing of the rooks. Because the rook on f8 is not doing anything, neither is e7. Whereas if you go g5, well, lo and behold, look at that. Target, like rook to d5, it's an immediate jump in. And there's just no harmony. Okay, hang on, we have a move.
He goes back, he offers a queen trade.
Okay.
That's consistent with his previous decisions at least, but I quite like the queen on c5 actually. Centralization, queens need to be in the middle of the board. And we do see the percentage ratio drop for Ding, so maybe not the best move.
And is Gukesh's plan now to go queen takes queen? I mean, it looks so risky.
Take queens off.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's
a godlike calculator, which he is.
Which he is, in fact. Okay, so let's... because everything that Gukesh has played is built up for queen takes queen. He's preparing himself for the double rook ending. Yeah, I like queen h5. But let's
investigate.
Definitely. Pawn takes, and now
the next move is
f5.
Tricky. F5. Oh, arrows from earlier. Let's say okay, let's race. Racing pawns. C4.
G5.
G5. Okay, can I continue? Let's race.
Rook E5.
5.
Rook D5, maybe, okay, yeah.
I'm going to use my rooks to defend your pawns, and then I'm just going to run. And soon I might use the king.
Maybe I shouldn't go...
E5?
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't go rook E5. I'm helping you there.
He doesn't
No,
go for
he
this.
doesn't. Instead, he...
Understandable. This does look like white is ahead.
Yeah.
With the passed pawn. Keeps the queens on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does Ding have in store? The white queen is suddenly not ideally placed. The black queen's so agile now. It can come in. If the white rook ever moves, then the e2 square is available. As you pointed out earlier, Jovanka. I loved your queen h5. I was only looking back on this diagonal, but it didn't look like the queen was doing too well over there. So this is far more flexible.
Yeah.
I think I would play king b1 just to, especially if this were blitz. Like Vishy was saying earlier, like you just play it by hand, right? You just defend the only kind of weak spot in white's camp, which is a2.
And also, king b1 sets up rook c1. And then follow. But then again, we have been clouded by computer judgment. Getting a rook behind the passed pawn and start advancing.
Worked earlier.
It worked a treat.
I also wonder, now I've figured out that you want to go maybe this direction to a5, maybe I can try something similar to what I did in the previous variation. Can I go hunting?
Yeah, now rook c8.
Yeah, it's annoying. Now I'll...
Take on a7.
Take. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't defend this one. That is annoying, unless I'm super greedy. And this is inspired by something you suggested earlier, Jovanka. Queen d4, take, and I'll just say, okay, my king's now super weak, but I want a pawn.
Yeah.
I don't like it, though.
No, but you don't need to invite these kind of complications. You have queen b5 here.
Queen b5.
With the idea of queen b3 nestling in.
Oh, the door is closing.
Yeah.
Oh, this feels really sad for white.
Yeah, it's unnecessary as well. You don't need to.
I was wondering whether I'm a bit sneaky and I don't know, queen b7 maybe now hit this one.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to win pawns without allowing too many open lines, but now queen a5, and again it begs the question why you allowed the black queen to switch wings. Like it was doing nothing over on h4 and you've kind of encouraged it to.
Yeah.
Not you, like.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. In fact, when we compare this with our analysis, which was putting the queen on c5.
So if we...
Exactly, we backtrack to this particular moment, queen c5. Yeah, just aiming for the a7 pawn.
We rook c8 again, maybe.
Yeah, probably you need to do something like that. Because if you don't do it, then as you mentioned, you have this idea of going b4, king b2. If there's no coordination whatsoever, because we saw like this.
White starts to push. And
white's in complete control. So
maybe rook c8 just again, the same idea, just to show everyone. Queen takes again, met by rook a8. And the pawn drops. So yeah, queen h5, this is the current position. Ding is glancing nervously at Gukesh quite a lot, I should mention. It does feel like he's a bit anxious about what might happen, Ding. This is the type of play that I often find myself kind of drawn into, and I always feel guilty about it when I'm playing a high-rated player and I start to get fearful. I start trying to trade off pieces. I'm like, oh, okay, queen trade, please, please, please. And often you end up doing it on your opponent's terms. You lose a lot of time in the process. If black gets one more move, by the way, rook e5 shuts out this queen for a long time.
Yeah. And okay, and if you just say, hang on a second, I'm just going to put my rook on e5, d5, sorry.
d5 and allowing the black queen
I'm allowing it in, okay.
No threats.
No threats. But I can always boot you out with rook d2.
Which one?
The other one.
This one?
Yeah.
And I check.
And now king c2. Okay. I'm trying to be as ambitious as I can possibly be.
Provocative.
Yeah, this is completely provocation.
Go behind.
And hang on a second, there's rook b8 at the end of it. I have not kept control.
a3, yeah, this looks...
Yeah, rook b8 and whoops.
Scary now.
No. Okay, so absolutely can't let the queen sneak around the back.
Like, yeah, I mean, this type of position, you really have to be careful not to leave the back door open and allow the queen in, because this could be really scary.
Actually, this is very forcing, right? Because if you allow the queen, so if you go rook to d5, I'm just thinking of ways to force the position. So if you go rook to d2,
this one?
Any one, doesn't matter. Okay, because after queen f1, I go rook to d1. And if you drop the queen back to wherever you go, where you get queen c, then this one perhaps isn't as clear cut. Because you can go king b1.
b1, yeah.
Rook b8. Hang on, is there checkmate? Rook, no, everything is good.
Yeah, everything's good. Any queen attacks will be met by a retreat. Yeah, I wonder whether white should spend some time putting the king in the corner. Ding's actually made a move. He's improved his queen. And he's simply arguing that his queen now at least eyeing up f7. He's going to put a rook on d7 in a lot of variations. And he's not worried at all about queen slides. Then maybe we'll see the white king shuffle into the corner and just sit. And he's tying down the black rook to the e4 pawn.
Yep.
So I quite like this move.
Also, the white queen may eventually at some point find herself in a happy place, which is putting it on f6.
Closing the cage around the black king. We actually saw something very similar in a previous clash between these two, with the black queen sitting on f3 and just causing a bit of nuisance.
And there you can see on the live position on the right corner, there is an evaluation bar, and this evaluation bar shows the chances, the objective evaluation, if you have best play. And so you can see it's relatively close to the middle. But the win, draw, loss bar at the top shows the human assessment in terms of percentages, as if two humans were playing. Because remember, computers play perfect chess, they don't make any mistakes. Whereas humans, well, we make errors.
Galore.
Absolutely.
Errors galore. Yeah, I mean, that's what AI often, I mean, for example, AlphaZero, it trained itself by playing against itself, and it's just basically constant simulations, and that's how it's done in a lot of sports these days, statistics. It's done in football, soccer. Yeah, when teams are deciding whether to buy players, they simulate, you know, how a player would get on under certain circumstances. That's how we often should be approaching things. The practical value, if Ding and Gukesh played this position 100 times against each other, would Ding win 31% of those games? Maybe. But that gives us a very tangible way of trying to break things down, rather than 0.1, 0.2,
exactly.
3, where it's very unclear how often that advantage is convertible.
Exactly, and it actually doesn't see further down the line. It just assumes that the best play is going to be made at all times, whereas it could be that further down the line you actually have to find some very accurate moves. Whereas here it's actually telling us that the position is more comfortable for white, and black is the one that has to tread very carefully.
Yeah, and okay, this is move 30. We also see that on the bottom right of our screens. That means we're 10 moves away from getting extra time as the two players start to think a bit more. Ding, literally, what was it, half a dozen moves ago, or before the repetition of moves started, he had nearly 2 hours on his clock, and he spent an hour and a half just on the last 10 moves, but he will speed up, and it's not too drastic. I think the clock situation, there's an element of safety there for both, but I do feel it's more pressure on Gukesh in terms of moves, specific moves. If white gets, I don't know, a few more, plays b3, king b2, I don't know, c4, starts activating the white rooks, then I could definitely imagine Ding increasing the advantage again, if he does have an advantage.
Yeah.
But for Gukesh, it's very hard to know exactly, kind of hard to pinpoint what his plan is.
Right. But do you think Ding's plan of consolidating the king and ultimately pushing the c-pawn is instinctive with the queens on the board?
I think he's reluctant to do so. I think he understands it's a clear plan. It's it's very tempting and maybe very strong, but I think he just, that's why he had that long think earlier, shaking his head, was happy to go for the draw, because he doesn't really trust in his king's, like in the inherent safety of his king when the pawns start moving forward.
Well, it's like Vishy said, you know, when you have these heavy pieces of the queens and rooks, you always have to factor in the counterplay because they can just whip up something incredibly quickly. I call them kind of speed monsters. I mean, we even saw in game 3 how quickly Gukesh was able to utilize the bishop because it's a long-range piece. Same with rooks and queens.
Yeah, I mean, long range. This queen is the definition of long range. It's maybe sliding across to a5 in the next move or two, the whole way across the board. Yeah, speed monsters is the right way, and it's very move by move. So I understand Gukesh, he thinks this is his type of position. It's very concrete, or it will become all about being accurate late at the right moments. Maybe there'll be a path to perpetual check. Maybe there'll be a pawn race, and he trusts that he calculates better than Ding, which is debatable, but I would say is true on recent form. But yeah, for now, it's also about general feel, and Ding doesn't feel that he's capable of pushing those pawns yet, while those speed monsters remain.
Yes, and well, David, I have a confession to make because I like to analyze with the computer switched on, off, not on.
Yes. both are beneficial.
No, I like.
As long as when you're playing games.
I haven't made a Freudian slip or anything, but I honestly, I prefer doing commentary with it off. But for some reason, I had it on, and I just glanced down and I saw the top move was Queen F3, which was not something that we had even thought about. So I can see everyone's like exposed. No.
Wow.
You can.
I don't think that's likely. Actually, now you say it, it works, maybe. It looks like, for example, after trade of queens, like white just defends this pawn, and then next move just wins this little guy. But actually, g5 might keep things intact. Black has so many pawns on this side of the board. Wow, this is weird, though. I mean, you have to kind of evaluate as well what happens if the white king just comes and sits, and then once black is frozen, then white starts pushing.
Yeah.
This is very deep. Gukesh would need to calculate 20 moves in advance here.
It feels so risky as well. I mean, I was thinking maybe that you could do a quick f5 or something just to mobilize.
So after take, here,
f5.
But then I win this pawn. Just in time.
Yeah, no, I have to do g5
first. But yeah, I get it. Like if king here, then you go f5, right?
f5, yeah.
Ooh,
oh,
I'm a bit scared, but
I'm scared for both sides. Yeah, f4,
f4, king f2. Now it does feel like the white king's dealing with black's majority, and nobody's dealing with the white majority. Soon it will be white's turn.
Yes, no, we'll leave that as a computer recommendation.
Probably it's a draw, but with best play. But human terms, this is such a big gamble, such a big risk.
I don't think I even thought about that. I was thinking actually the queen's going over to a5, maybe the rook centralizing. I mean, what about your idea of going rook e5? I like that one.
I liked it a lot with the queen on g3 here, though the queen has some pressure. And
d7.
Rook d7, maybe. Hitting this little guy, if this one runs. I really want to set up some tactics. I'm not sure whether it works. Here, you just have rook f5, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to have to dislodge that queen.
Yeah, just to point out, if a4, then I can take on the square.
He's moved his queen.
And the rook comes to d8. Yeah, he's played queen a5 instead, so not seeing a rook sitting in the center of the board. Maybe he just felt the black queen was blocked out of the right of the right flank there.
Maybe he can do it next, actually. So once the king slides over to b1.
Very likely at this point. Rook e5?
Yep.
Oh, he plays
a3.
Interesting. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I guess the only downside is if a black pawn ever sits on a4, then white is somewhat stifled on the queen side. Harder to push your pawns later. This formation, I remember you telling me about it.
It's bad.
Not great.
Yeah, because
in terms of pushing pawns.
Exactly, in terms of pushing pawns. So, for instance, as you mentioned, David, if you kind of plonk up the pawn on a4, it's actually difficult to mobilize all three pawns. But Ding, he has a concrete idea in mind. He wants to go rook d4.
Yeah, very specific idea. And maybe he just didn't like the idea of the king sitting behind a pawn here, targeted by a black rook. Rook c8 is not an issue, I believe, because Queen takes pawn, and there's no sacrifices. Or are there? Oh.
Yeah, you have to go queen. You can go queen c2, queen b1.
Queen b1. Wow.
Living my best life with no pawns.
This is a weird one, but it does look like you're escaping.
But it's cost me a lot of pawns.
Cost you a lot of pawns, but you have a lot of rooks.
Oh, yeah.
And here, eventually, the white king wriggles away. Maybe. But either way, I don't think he's too scared of rook c8. If he is scared of rook to c8, I guess he could always play rook c2.
And you've encouraged white to find the correct plan.
Or queen f6,
Queen
like
f6,
your idea earlier. But yeah, if Gukesh doesn't threaten those tricks, which may or may not work, he's got to calculate that, then rook d4 is coming, you're right. Actually, that forms a barrier, but also the e4 pawn, suddenly loose, suddenly weak. Like rook to e5 that we mentioned, rook d4 now.
Yeah, and if you kind of hold on with rook e8, well, suddenly rook d7 is also a possibility. Rook f1 is... No, rook f1, rook f5, but...
Yeah, rook f5 now, and you could argue that you're trying to...
Progress here. Lift those rooks to the 7th.
Yeah, if queens come off now, it does feel like white's rooks are very active. This pawn can be held. It's still not over, though. It's still not over. If black plays a5, still some work to be done, but wow, this is heating up.
Definitely.
I wonder at what point Gukesh starts regretting playing on, because again, it doesn't feel like black's anywhere near winning this game. He'll need a big helping hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to tire Ding out, but it's a rest day tomorrow, so that kind of belies logic.
I also wonder whether Gukesh is thinking about the path not chosen. Like, sometimes you reject a draw, and then you spend the rest of the game going, why am I even here? Why did I do this to myself?
Exactly. Why did I have to be brave? Courage is great.
It happens on a countless occasions where you reject a draw, and then you have to literally grovel for the draw.
Yeah.
And that was unnecessary. Badly done.
So many, yeah. I think we've all got stories like that, Jovanka. I remember sitting there for 7.5 hours once after I'd turned down a draw and like 1 hour in.
Oh dear.
Just defending. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, it's a learning experience. I mean, that is the plus side of things, right?
You don't want to be learning on the job though in the World Championship match. You want to get those results, those scores on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the points matter. And yeah, just to remind everyone, a victory for a player would actually net them $200,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Laughing the way to the bank. Yeah, and he wants to bank it here. He wants to get the win, Ding, of course, but he doesn't want to take too much risk. We've seen that strategy consistently from him with white. Yeah, I don't think the players are too concerned about the financial gains of a decisive result. It's more about the overall picture. And of course, a win gets you closer to the title as well.
Yeah.
It's especially kind of emphatic when you get a win just before rest day.
Yeah, it's great for a boost, but it also gives you good mood vibes and also, again, puts the onus on your opponent. How are they going to react? And like I said, it is also a healthy financial bonus as well. And as a chess player, financial bonuses are great. And we do have a Gemini video on how chess players make money. So take a look.
We asked Gemini, how do chess players make money? Here's Gemini's response. Players compete in tournaments with significant prize pools. Top players often secure sponsorships from companies. Some players offer coaching services. Chess players can generate income through content creation and interact with their audience. That's cool! Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, and Gemini just nailing it completely because she's well, I keep saying she because I'm just assuming.
Charlize's voice.
It is. It's such a great fit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just perfect fit, perfectly encapsulating Gemini there, giving it personality. But like you said, it's spot on. And I think all chess players need to be creative, unless you're maybe the top 10 in the world, top 20 in the world, where you can just play tournaments. You just kind of keep backing yourself to win prize money. Yeah, apart from that, you need to be versatile. You need to teach, write.
And this is actually a very interesting dilemma that a lot of players from countries face. If you're lucky, you come from a country like India, where there is a lot of support and sponsorship. So this allows you to completely focus on the game. Unfortunately, in some countries, mainly I would say Western Europe, there's no such structure in place. So that does mean that you have to diversify, and whereas you'd like to spend the time playing, financially, you just can't do that. You have to perhaps dedicate some time to teaching, some time to streaming or doing anything else, writing. And it's a dilemma.
Yeah, I think we've both been there, Jovanka. Yeah, there have been times when I was an active player, I felt the pressure to win final rounds just to pay the bills, to pay rent. And of course, the more you think about money, the more you need it, the less it comes. And I mean, the likes of Hikaru Nakamura have spoken about how it takes the pressure off. Streaming is now his main income. And therefore, he doesn't need to win, which makes it more likely, actually, that he will win. Because the pressure's off, he can relax, fully focus on the moves. Whereas, if you put too much pressure on yourselves, it's detrimental for sure. I once went 3 years without winning a final round. I was always in the in sight of the prizes, but just the pressure was too much.
No, it's a serious issue, and I think it's something that chess federations do have to address. And even the federations which don't have that much money, I'm in the belief that you can help your players in several ways. I mean, one way could be networking. You could introduce your players to potential sponsors. You can certainly set them up in good stead that way. And if you can't do anything, just don't get in their way, for goodness sake.
No, exactly. But it's nice to see the likes of Google now getting involved with chess. There hasn't been huge commercial sponsorship like there is in some sports where you see teams, you see competitions sponsored by huge companies, and it takes the pressure off everyone. It's nice to see the fans as well coming in and helping to create the buzz, helping to create this ecosystem that hopefully helps everyone thrive.
It's completely surreal, though, David, to have such an environment here at the World Chess Championship. To see so many people visiting the event, to see the top players be surrounded. Should we mention that when Vishy stepped out of the commentary room, immediately he was mobbed with players just saying, hey, can we have a signature? And once again, we can see it's the fan zone. You can see beanbags where people can relax, and also people playing chess.
Yeah, there's so much happening here at the venue in Sentosa, and every day it's the same. It's a weekend here, so it's especially busy, but every day there's so much happening. There's simultaneous displays with world champions, there's blitz games, there's signings, there's question and answer sessions, there's everything going on. So meanwhile, this position, it's a relatively long think, I would say, for this stage of the game by Gukesh. He's now behind yet again on the clock. For a while he was ahead, but now he's 5 minutes down. He's at 27 minutes to make 10 moves. That's an average of less than 3 minutes per move. There's no increment yet. The alarm bells will start to ring once he's down at the 10-minute mark. And if Ding's able to pace it perfectly and start asking questions, concrete questions later, for example, with the likes of Rook D7. Also, we shouldn't forget there's the likes of H4, H5, maybe later on. The Black King not entirely safe itself. Then Gukesh might start to get slightly nervous. And again, it's playing those odds, Jovanka. We mentioned the percentages sometimes, but I would estimate 10.5% is very realistic in terms of Black's winning chances. And essentially, he played on, he avoided the draw, banking on a 10% chance of winning. It's a very high risk and minimal chance of reward.
That's true, but I think he primarily did it just to stress Ding out. Because if your opponent is desperate for the draw, sometimes you're not really objective about that. You're like, well, let's see if he can prove it that.
It's not an open tournament, though, where you need to win to get those prizes. We talk about those players making a living. Often in open tournaments, you need to take massive risk. Otherwise, you just draw your games and you don't get the prizes anyway. This is a one-on-one. It's not about winning. It's about, winning specific games. It's about winning the match overall. And I would argue that a draw with black in a position where you're slightly struggling for a plan would have been a great result. But okay, I'll try and put that to one side. I hope the players are putting that to one side. But these are the mind games going on right now. They both know this game could have been over an hour ago. Instead, it continues, and it's Gukesh struggling to find a move.
Yep. And there we see Ding just chilling in the chair. Very confident pose from him.
Yeah, power pose. It's all relative, but Ding, when he's leaning back and kind of cross-armed like that, it normally tends to hint that he's relatively happy, or confident at least. And he's not risking much either, so he might have been shocked initially that Gukesh didn't want the draw, but now he's recovered and he's thinking, okay, maybe I'll take this chance that's been handed to me. Right.
And sometimes when people reject a draw offer, you get inspiration from that. You're like, well, what do you take me for?
I want to prove them wrong.
Exactly. You get more determined. And it might be just what Ding needs, because he's going to actually appreciate that Gukesh is going to take a lot of risk, maybe has even taken too much risk. And now he's comfortable, because I must confess, it's something that one does when one is a lower rated player. You choose drawing lines because you know that your higher rated player is not gonna go for it and is gonna avoid everything like the plague. But in reality, you never really wanted the draw. You just wanted them to take those inferior choices.
Provoke them into
exactly
certain ways of thinking. Yeah, that's why I would. Gukesh, we saw it 2 days ago, or 2 games ago, when Ding last had white. It was a very drawn position. It was also a heavy piece endgame, and Gukesh just kept the game going on a few more moves. He knew it would be a draw, but he kept probing. He played this controversial F5 move, and it's clear his mindset. But yeah, I would argue that actually it's nice to mix things up. Sometimes show that you're happy with the draw. Sometimes push and push and push, and then your opponent doesn't know exactly what your mindset is, your strategy. But Ding might be able to use that later in the match. If he knows Gukesh is always taking the most ambitious route, then he can use that information to his advantage. Meanwhile, Gukesh, I wonder about those percentages again, because he's got his eyes closed. He's been thinking for 13.5 minutes now. His clock is ticking down to around the 20-minute mark, and 5% now spent with his eyes closed.
Yep, 5. And he's going to have to draw on everything he has, because it's a difficult position on a practical level. So many choices here, and not enough choices that actually give him an easy plan. An easy plan would be if he could just somehow push his kingside pawns, but that's not happening with the white queen sniffing so close to the black king. Also, another one would be making trades of rooks, trying to liquidate, simplify the position that way. But again, because of the pawn on e4, not easy to achieve either. So how is black going to make any inroads into the white position?
He's either meditating or he's calculating something concrete. And in terms of direct threats, forcing moves here, I can't really come up with anything other than rook to c8 right now. Because no matter what else you choose, for example, rook e5 or, I don't know, rook e7, rook e6, h5, white has so much choice that it doesn't look like the type of position you can purely calculate. Most likely white's next move is rook d4, but you can't take that for granted. There's also rook d5, rook d7.
What about the queen trade?
Pure calculation.
Sorry,
queen
yeah.
e5?
Yeah. It's a queen e5. I'm struggling, David.
But
I'm desperate here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate queen e5 here, but he has avoided queen trades at least half a dozen times already. It would feel slightly inconsistent. And I guess, yeah, the argument would be, okay, here your rook is very active.
Yes.
If you trade on black's terms right now, queen e5. Yeah, but then you'd have to worry, what happens if rook d5, and you have to calculate this type of position with the white king coming and parking itself. Yeah, it's very hard, I've got to say, for Gukesh to find the right move right now.
Right, because it's such an unclear position in terms of plans, in terms of strategy. And the human mind doesn't like complexity of this nature. It wants something concrete. We saw in game 3, as soon as the position clarified, Gukesh was in his element. He didn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah. If there's one straight path, one correct move in every position, he'll find it 100% of the time, Gukesh. But if you give him 10 logical moves here, I mean, if you give anyone 10 logical moves and ask them to pick, the odds of finding the best one is always much lower, of course. So. Yeah, I think he's the best in the world actually these days at finding kind of, if you give him a 10-move variation, only one move works every single time. He'll spot it in a few seconds. Yeah. But yeah, here anyone would struggle. So it's not just Gukesh and his style. But yeah, I do wonder, he's down to 20 minutes now, how nervous he's going to start to get. Maybe that's why he was controlling his breathing.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you kind of move the black queen somewhere, try to get her in this way, but...
What about if you move the rook to e6?
Yeah, rook to e6.
I'm fed up of the rook on f8 not working. So if the queen trade doesn't work, then... And now here, rook to c8. Again, I'm freestyling with rook takes c3. I have not done any calculations, so yep, everything's fine.
I think it does work. Rook takes c3.
Rook takes c3.
And I'm not sure you... Oh, you do probably win.
Yeah, I probably win, right? Rook, queen check.
Check, yeah.
Yeah,
now,
I'm going to remove the cover.
If I go this way, do you win?
Well, at the very least, I have a draw, so I will be satisfied with that. But...
Yeah, just to point out for everyone, rook to b6 is blocked by rook b4. So you need to get rid of this a-pawn with a check. But yeah, unfortunately, if you go this way, then the white king runs. But yeah, probably just at the minimum, a draw is always a nice dilemma to have. So yeah, just put that on the board one more time. Rook c8. I like it, Jovanka. Activating your worst place piece. Yep. Very logical.
I don't believe in it though, because king c2.
But then you insist.
Double, yeah.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward. Maybe I should sidestep. Oh, if I sidestep this way, maybe. Still a bit worried about some sacrifices. Because now if you play rook b6, trying to force me, I can at the very minimum play rook to b4 and block. Okay, we've got a move from Gukesh. Okay. Queen to b5. He is trying to sneak in via one of these two squares. He's trying to get in this little hole, trying to sneak behind enemy lines. Not sure whether Ding expected that one. I was also wondering, I was in the previous position, I was thinking, okay, if I could pick up my queen and put it anywhere, I would love to put it on a2. So he's going in the slow way.
Okay.
But also, the rook needs to be improved, so you're right. Sooner rather than later.
And now here, I don't think anything can be done about the queen coming into b3, but I don't actually believe that a queen is going to do that much damage now. You might call me naive, but that's the situation. So rook d4 is what I would play.
Okay. Good move. And now rook to b8 would be met very strongly.
Rook b4.
Rook b4. And there's a skewer. Black doesn't lose the rook. Black can go back, but then, of course, the e4 pawn drops. So limiting my options. Okay, I realized maybe I should play a5 just to stop that rook b4 idea.
Okay. And now the big question for a materialist like me is take the pawn on e4. Now... I might not do this in an actual game, but because we're analyzing, we have the power of take back, let's go for it. Now, obviously, the pawn on b2 is hanging, so I have a choice. I can go rook to d2, or I can step back with the queen. And I'm going to choose rook to d2, just for fun.
Feels right, just keeping the queen active. And now I'm hoping for a cheap trick.
Yeah.
Great band, by the way. Rook takes...
Yes, isn't it?
Some great songs. But yeah, cheap trick, threatened rook takes pawn, and then queen to b1, mate.
But actually, does your cheap trick work? Because I could go rook to e7.
e7, and rook takes pawn.
And then king d1.
King d1.
Living my life on the edge of the board. And now king moves over to e2.
Then I can just move my rook, though.
Oh, you do. Yeah. Annoying.
That's me. Middle name. David Annoying Howell. Okay, rook d4's played.
Okay, well, I'm going to pat myself on the back. Okay, so you can't go rook b8, rook b4, so a5. logical.
Yeah. Unless we tried the other one. We also mentioned sneaking in. But now you said you didn't believe me.
No, I didn't believe you. I refuse to believe.
Believer.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to go rook c8?
One of these two. I don't know. Because rook b8 just allows rook b4.
Rook b4, that was my point.
So rook c8. Do I have any more cheapos?
Okay, now I'm going to go queen f6.
Yep.
Defend.
And this way, and yeah, black's just playing for tricks. Again, it's like, if they work, great, you might be able to give a petrol check. If they don't work, you're just a pawn down. So it's, again, fine margins for Gukesh right now. a5.
Okay.
To try and put the rook on b8, maybe. Feels like the e4 pawn is just doomed long term if the queens remain on, so maybe he's playing for compensation.
And now here. Okay, we have a move.
Goes in. Queen e2 is the decision. So, okay, rook takes e4 now. After a trade, the h2 pawn would drop. Okay, that's a very, I mean, talking of annoying, that's the type of move. You just tickle your opponent. You say, okay, I'm not really threatening anything, but I'm just sitting here on an awkward square for you.
Also, you know, if you step up with a rook
D2.
to d2,
Yep.
maybe now this queen f3 business is annoying as well.
Ooh, queen f3. Yeah, slightly awkward. If I take, we actually, interestingly, Jovanka, it's been a bunch of moves, but it's exactly the same position we saw earlier, except with the white rook on d2 and with the pawn on a3. Yeah, this time it's probably better actually.
Yeah, I was, because before you were doing irritating things like bringing the king in and using it as a blockader, but now that's not possible.
No. Maybe I still do the same.
Oh, damn, did I give you?
You inspired me. Tell me your plan. And I'm just in time, I believe, to step across.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's still unclear if, I mean, who's better, first of all, but it's unclear if black has anything. But yeah, also you do have the option of stepping down with a check. And okay, now it would be Ding with the power to make a draw with a repetition. But if he gets ambitious suddenly and steps forward.
Yeah. No hesitation. I'm stepping forward. No draw for you.
No draw. Last time I was trying to gain a move by playing queen a1, but now there's no pawn attacked on.
Exactly, no, there's no pawn attacked on a2, and also the rook is beautifully placed, so now you can take on e4. You can even park your rook on b4, which was the option I had if greed was not good.
Actually, yeah. I mean, now black can't challenge on the b file. You could imagine the white rook landing on b7, another one landing on d7, and seventh heaven. What do they call them? The blind swine.
The blind swine checkmate, yeah.
They devour everything in their path.
That name does not make sense because literally it was done by, it was devised by Mr. Janowski, a Polish, I think, international master. And anyway, it was a situation where he had two rooks on the 7th and he could not deliver checkmate. So he called them as an insult, blind swine. You know, they're just grabbing everything, but they're not actually just a... And then somehow or other, everyone has kind of latched onto that and gone, well, what's the blind swine checkmate? Well, no. It's a term of insult. Anyway.
Interesting. I didn't know the history there. I just, I was one of the guilty parties. I just latched on. I knew it was a phrase.
Yeah. I mean, it literally, it's the common name for the checkmate. You put a rook on d7, rook on b7. These swines eat everything.
Oh, and I'm just looking here on the bottom right, Jovanka. We have a new set of statistics. These are the eval changes. So not in black's favor. It's not minus 0.51 for black at any point, but it was just how much their move lost in the evaluation. So earlier, queen to e5 by Ding, a few moves back. That cost him 0.5 of his advantage. And likewise, some inaccuracies.
Mainly from Gukesh, actually.
Mainly from Gukesh,
but it's just a difference in opinion, you know, between the computer's objective assessment and a human.
Exactly, and this is sometimes called, oh, what's it called?
Evaluation changes. That's what I've got it here on my screen.
Center pawn loss. Center pawn loss. That's it.
Is that what it is?
Where your move, it judges or it calculates how far your move is from the ideal move and how much kind of the advantage you let slip every time.
Have you ever played a game which was practically perfect?
Had some forced draws straight from the opening. That was
okay. That doesn't count. But the one that you won, that was.
Probably. It's been a while. These days, especially around move 35 to 40, I'm slipping up left, right, and center. But yeah, it is satisfying when you play a perfect game and you go back to your room and you see like 100% accuracy, or you see center pawn loss like 0.
Yeah.
And then it's very satisfying.
I think the lowest I ever got was 7. I was shocked.
It's like a cheat code if you like play a long endgame where it's equal the whole time. Then because you're not making moves that change the evaluation, your average gets closer and closer to 0, so you get a perfect.
Oh, wow.
You get a much higher level of accuracy because you haven't made any big slips. And the longer the game is, the less any mistake impacts your average performance. And yeah, we also see the clock usage, 42 minutes earlier spent by Ding on his 21st move. In the meantime, he plays rook to d2.
Oh.
Okay, so
moment of truth.
Yeah, moment of truth again. We could see a repetition of the position if the pieces start dancing now. Jovanka, are we going to see queen to e1, rook to d1, and continuation?
No.
No, you think Ding's going to play for the win?
I think Gukesh has taken too many risks, and now it's completely safe for Ding to actually play for more. And that's what he's been after. He's been after just a simple, stable advantage.
Yeah. And, okay, one question.
Yeah.
If I check,
king
assuming
c2.
You don't block, yep. Now I go across.
Yeah. And now I want to go. I'm still undecided, David. Rook take. Okay, let me take the pawn. Let me live to my greedy nature. So if you go.
Now this rook's going to live its best life. I'm going to take one set of rooks off.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go rook b8.
What was my answer to that? I had an answer, but now I realize I don't have an answer. No, I had no answer. So, nope, not going to do that. Rook b4 instead.
Rook b4. Let's go back. So queen a1. It does look a bit weird, queen a1. But rook to b4.
Yeah. And are you going to go rook to d8?
But here, oh wow, I was about to blunder checkmate.
Yeah, show, David.
I was going to take off. I was like, oh, queen endgame, white's going to win.
Queen to d1. Whoops.
Whoops. Okay. I'm hoping that doesn't end the game for the sake of both players. Yeah, but that's one cautionary tale. But rook to d8 is a bit awkward suddenly. You just need one more move with white, but I didn't see it.
Well,
need your rook on d7. Oh, sorry, on b7 to make sure this isn't possible.
Rook to d6.
To d6.
Yeah.
Oh wow, fighting for the open file.
It's game on, David.
It is game on. And yeah, I'm running out of ideas. That's a very classy move, Jovanka. That's nice. Because now only on white's terms will those rooks ever be traded off.
Right, and my next move is going to be rook b7.
And then, yeah, due to pressure on this square, black will be forced to exchange.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say I come back and try and annoy you somehow. The queen's done its job. Where though? Okay, let's say e1.
So your plan is just simply rook takes rook. Okay, well, rook takes pawn now. You let go.
4 and check.
No, I'm not blundering anything. If
b3. No, king b1.
Actually, king b3 isn't that bad because you can block it with. But okay, let's just because I would go king b1.
Yeah, king b1.
King b1, but you know, king b3 isn't as bad as it appears.
Living life on the fast lane. Yeah. Partly because any checks could be blocked. Yeah, it feels like you're still in control. It does look a bit scary visually. I wonder whether actually in this position, can I be sneaky? Can I go like queen h1?
Okay. That's very sneaky.
Just to defend my pawn now, rook takes e4 is not possible because the black queen also defends e4. Gukesh down to 13 minutes. Still 9 moves, 8 moves to make for him. 8 moves to make.
Yeah, 8 moves to make. Yeah, it's... But okay. There's no threat, so I can go rook to b7.
7, that's true.
Maximize everything.
Yeah, earlier I wanted to threaten your e-pawn, but that's not working anymore. Now I might have to trade off.
Okay, queen takes rook.
Queen takes, and I'm hoping I'm annoying behind here.
You are a nuisance.
Check. I thrive on that.
Okay, now queen to d2.
Oh,
yeah.
Boo.
Look, rook takes a7. I'm just gonna flag it up that is my next move.
Yeah, you can pretty much pre-move that unless I take queens off, and white would have by far the better endgame there due to the pass pawn yet again. Yeah, just to recap for everyone, it's been a long game, but yeah, the queen exchanges always seem to favor white.
Yeah.
Wow, it's definitely Gukesh who's kind of forced to kind of prove himself here. The fact that he's hesitating from queen e1 means that he's scared of king c2. This is a great indicator for Ding. It's a bit of important info, because otherwise you play queen e1, rook d1, and then you repeat the position at least once. You get closer to move 40. I don't think he's going to avoid a repetition anymore down at 12 minutes, but at least you want to get closer to getting that extra time on the clock. So if you assume your opponent's going to block with a rook, you give a check.
Yeah.
But maybe he's scared of the king coming forward. If not check, then what else? That's the problem. I mean, are you really going away?
Literally, you've done a lot of moves with the queen, and that's breaking all the rules. Okay, he plays queen f3.
F3,
wow.
Oh,
okay, this is something that we looked at.
We did. Okay, that was the only other logical continuation. Ding eyeballing Gukesh there. I wonder whether it's different now. Could I take?
You can.
And play this rook up?
You can, and I will go g5.
Have a big threat, so g5 pretty much forced. Now I bring the king.
So f5.
Yeah, oh, sorry, yeah, I'm playing 2 moves for white.
Yeah.
Okay, king e1.
And now. This is super complicated. Do I go f4? Do I go g4?
These two would make a lot of sense. Maybe f4, because now I've put a different rook forward, so I can't actually play king f2 anymore with the white rook on d2. So if I'd chosen the other rook earlier, then this would have been possible. But now, after an exchange, the black pawn, runs through.
Yeah.
So f4, I would have to play e4. Now this is so double-edged. I mean, g4, king f2. Who's better?
Insanely complicated. Black's very, very quick with the pawns.
Maybe rook coming this way, actually, because the white rook is tied down defending.
Yeah, maybe this is better for black, actually. Let's rewind a bit, because
hanging by a thread for black, it's move by move. Otherwise, white's just massively better, but
yeah,
just about.
We have a suggestion from our producer, Satiris, or Leonard. They're very strong chess players. So queen takes queen.
Queen, rook d3.
And now after g5, rook g4.
Wow, that's very clever. Gaining time. Hitting this pawn, and rook e5.
Yeah, and then rook g3 is...
e3, rook f5.
e4. No, f2.
2. And I promote.
That you do.
Hanging by a thread. This is how Gukesh plays chess, though. It's like, it only just works. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of accuracy, but... Yeah, rook e5. Is there another way of doing
e4.
e4?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going behind. Now h5, and
rook g3. And then you do g4 and
g4. Yeah, you can take this pawn.
Yes.
But then black takes this pawn. And who has this helped? It's very unclear.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's so tempting to take the queens off, but you have to calculate that totally. I mean, okay, let's try the other variation. Unless we try, okay, one last time. Does this win a pawn? Because it's so close to working for Ding.
So we were looking at rook g4. What other moves could there be?
Could we slow black down and play h4 here?
Yeah.
f2, I'll meet with rook d1 reluctantly, but...
Okay, so h6.
6, and now I want to take. HG.
Yeah. Hang on, do I go rook takes? Hang on, can I go rook takes g5?
Yeah, you can. Rook takes, and then
Would
I'll
you go
slide
rook
behind.
f4?
This is so narrow, this path.
Yeah. And what happens? Yeah, and if you go rook g3, you just go e.
Ooh.
No, there's f2.
Oh, it's check. Luckily.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Yeah, e4, and then black plays like rook e8, and then you debate who's better.
Yeah.
It's another race.
It is another race, but oh gosh.
Oh.
But the connected pass pawn should be superior.
Should be.
Should be, yeah.
It's very unclear. I mean, white could already start pushing and hoping. Yeah, if we go back to the game position, I just wonder whether Ding has any way to avoid that variation. Can he, for example, it does feel risky to start pushing. I mean, but can he just say, okay, king c2?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, exactly. What is Gukesh's next move? Yeah. I like it,
No doubt, keep the tension.
Right.
Now there's no annoying checks from behind.
And now if you, okay, so you have an option. You can go queen takes queen, or you yourself can start going h5 or something.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So queen takes queen. How strong is black's pawn? That is one question. F5, I mean, normally I'm very biased towards connect 4, but here, I mean, the pawn is just going to be very easy to block.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this one, these pawns are running.
They're quick.
Ding. I mean, this is so difficult, this decision.
You also, hang on a second, you also have rook f2 as a move.
Now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And queen takes queen.
And then pawn takes.
Okay, and you're gonna
try
at some point.
At some point, you know, I'm just gonna go for your argument that now you can go c4 or what have.
Or then you'll move the rook.
Exactly, and then use the king as a blockader.
Wow, this is, again, it's kind of an idiom, right? That all rook king games are drawn, but this looks like the least drawish of them all, because one side has very strong pawns. The other side, long term, may be doing quite well.
Mm-hmm. And
it's a race, just simple as that.
Totally. And if we've assessed that queen takes queen for black isn't that great, so maybe even we can go h4.
Ooh, okay.
I'm trying to get that full-on clamp.
It's a cool move, actually.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, now if black, I don't know, does nothing. Oh, rook e6 is probably a useful move, but h5, for example, now maybe you can take
I can take it.
And go here, because you've stopped g5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so h4. My one fear, Jovanka, is that like the pawn is closer to the king's grasp.
Yeah, I was hoping that the c pawn would be like a massive trump.
g7.
Yeah, I was thinking c4, and we're off to the races.
King h6.
c5. Let's go.
Let's go, race.
Yeah.
King versus pawns. I don't know, I think the king might be quite quick here.
b5, b4.
b4, do I take a stop? Yeah, I'll take this pawn.
c6.
c6, I'll continue hunting.
Yeah, but this is so crazy. I mean, yeah.
Black has a bunch of pawns.
That's true. You can probably give up a rook.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, you could imagine black losing a rook on this side of the board, but then having four connected pass pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Now I will connect 4.
He's reaching for the queen.
Okay. Big decision for Ding. 17 minutes left. Still 7 moves before the players make the time control. Actually, for Gukesh, 7 moves in 11 minutes is not that much of a luxury, especially now because it's really heating up. And Jovanka, we haven't seen many games go beyond move 40. At least they're decided pretty much by the time they reach move 40.
This is the first game, actually, which feels like it could go the distance.
Really could. And still no way for either player to escape safely. Ever since that repetition was denied. Okay, predictions, Jovanka. What are we going to see over the next few moves? Is one player going to seize the advantage?
I think it will be a draw, but we're going to have a lot of fun getting to that result.
Okay.
What about you?
I don't know. It's game 6. It's never, well, it's sometimes a draw, but it's rarely a draw. Statistically, a lot of decisive results here. I just can't see this being a draw anytime soon.
Yeah, and also
there's no
bear in
repetitions
mind,
anymore.
Yeah, but also bear in mind that the players can't offer draws until they pass move 40. So
we're guaranteed at least another 7+ moves of fighting chess. Yeah, this one, it's just going to be a race, and races with 11 minutes on the clock are just impossible to calculate. So it's going to be a bit of a lottery. The players will have to trust their instinct.
Okay. Well, we saw Ding reach for the queen. Do you think he's going to move it out of harm's way? I don't know, queen g5, or everything is connected?
Yeah, you don't have to commit to any rook endgames yet if you're not 100% sure.
No, actually, queen g5, and let's park her back on c5, where she was extraordinary.
Yeah, you could also drop her back to
g3.
Okay, Ding shifting uncomfortably in his chair. He's down to 15 minutes. Stakes increasing. He's been staring down Gukesh quite a lot. It's as if he's verifying his analysis by looking at the opponent. That's risky.
That is very risky, and well, but verification is good. And there we can see Alexander Kolovich, the fair play officer, is also a grandmaster. Writes excellent columns.
Yeah, I subscribe to his newsletter.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Kolovich. I first played him when I was 10 years old, actually, so I've known him a long time. But these days, yeah, employed in various guises, including watching the players, fair play.
Interesting enough, I think most of the team are either grandmasters or title players.
Makes sense. They know a lot about chess. They know what to look for, the telltale signs. Of course, nothing untoward happening in this match. Yeah, the top players, very trustworthy. They've got more to lose simply, and they're so good that they don't need outside assistance, but we always conduct those checks just in case.
And Ding settling into close to 11 minutes, think.
Oh. He's used nearly half of his remaining time on this one decision, which doesn't bode well necessarily, but if he calculates everything over the next dozen moves, then it's time well spent. There is this, you mentioned it yesterday, Jovanka, there is this temptation, though, when the clock is ticking down to simplify. You just want to kind of make things a bit easier for yourself, make the path a bit clearer, and therefore taking queens off the board might become more tempting. But we haven't found a way to make it work yet for white to win a pawn. And if you don't win a pawn, then actually you just liberate the black rooks, give black kind of that free hand to start marching.
And it requires an insane amount of calculation, actually, to figure out whether this rook and pawn ending is going to be a clear advantage. And wow, king c2, one of the moves that we were considering, just basing on the fact that if black captures on f4, this endgame should be promising for white on account of white advancing the queenside pawns very quickly.
But there is a dip. Look at that graph. Suddenly this drawing margin, the gray of the graph, has increased. And also look at the percentages at the top, Jovanka. Suddenly, 21% each.
Oh.
Chance of winning. Gukesh's winning chances have massively increased with this change, which I guess starts with the trade of queens. I don't see any other useful moves for black. The race has begun. So as soon as Ding gets a chance, he's going to start shoveling his c-pawn up the board, supported by the white king. Gukesh needs to embark on this race, and maybe it is to do with the king starting to march down the board.
But how does one assess this type of endgame? You've got 10 minutes on the clock. It feels like one miscalculation, that's it, you're busted. Do you even go for that, bearing in mind that the queens and rooks are still on the board and black has somewhat of a defensive fortress going on?
I don't see how you avoid trade of queens. That's the thing.
Okay.
They're off the board.
They're off the board. Oh, okay.
Also, Jovanka, the eval changes. King c2 lost 0.5 of the advantage for white. It was quite a significant advantage. I think you needed to keep the queens on, as you mentioned. You could have delayed that decision past move 40. And yeah, maybe later you could have traded the queens off in a more favorable way for Ding, where you might have been one step further ahead in the race. Now F5.
F5.
Okay, I'm just going to stop talking about it, but nice pawn structure for black.
Yeah, connect 4.
Wasn't me. The last time.
Wasn't me. It was our production team. They know you well.
I've heard the sniggering every time I mention it. The disdain gets more and more.
No, it doesn't.
And yeah, I mean now it's
come on,
race.
Let's go.
But the percentages, Jovanka, okay, it's 60% chance of a draw, but that's still relatively high. It's nearly 40%. It's like 37.5% chance this game ends in decisive manner.
Yeah, but I'm curious to play this position out. So say white goes, let's go, c4.
So.
Now, one variation, you came in with the king. That was literally all you did. You mopped up the king side, and somehow or other, I didn't really get motoring.
This time, however, there is a check.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Rook F. Tell me about this king and pawn ending. So rook F7.
There is one way to draw, maybe.
Yeah.
And this one would be a check. And
now I block with the rook.
Yeah, this one I think is a draw because now this pawn keeps the white king honest, whereas the black king will happily blockade the white pawns. I don't really see this ending in anything other than a draw.
Oh, but it's...
Still got to calculate, but it should be a draw.
It's like an alien version of chess. What's he got? H4. Oh, we've seen this before, David. And this is where you ran up the board like a maniac with the king and did irreversible damage.
That is how I like to play chess. We talked about the English school of chess with Vichy. Half of us are maniacs. And why not? I mean, this is just chaos. If black wants to try and win now, I mean, you could take a timeout, just defend the 7th rank with your rook before marching. But for example, king g7, rook d7 check, king marches, rook takes pawn. I don't know if you can or want to, but king h5, Jovanka, give up all the pawns.
Yeah, let's do it for it. King g4 is the king is running amok. I mean, come on. How often do you see this? Like the king doing the heavy lifting in a double rook endgame?
Rarely, but when it works, it's very effective, right? And okay, we weren't checking the moves with an engine. I turn on the evaluation here. Black's 2 pawns down in this analysis position we've got, but black is totally winning.
Oh, wow.
And it's because of these 2 pawns. It's not about the quantity, it's the quality, and they are going to be monsters once the pawn disappears.
Well, this is serious stuff then. Okay, so we were being joking about it, but king g7 then.
g7, I would be way too tempted.
Okay, and then what is the best move?
I do wonder whether I was being too much of a maniac, though, Jovanka. King here. How about very calm rook g2?
Yeah.
Now don't play king h5.
No.
Now the path in for the black king is stopped, so it's checkmate. So maybe, yeah, I was too...
No, but it just shows the danger, right? If you're not careful. But even then, you can still do it. You can still do it, though. You go rook h8. I mean, the rook on f8 is just as useful as a rook on h8.
And now maybe white shuts the door with rook g5.
Okay, e3.
e3, king back, but now the rook comes in.
into e4. Uh-oh.
I'm scared.
I'm scared. I'm scared for you too.
Scared, yeah. Thanks. The maniac succeeds yet again. It looks like black is just bossing this. Black is winning in all of these variations. I mean, this pawn's dropping, then this pawn's dropping. It's not even going to be a race. Ding's forgot to start when when the shots were fired. He forgot to get going.
Can I just, the evaluation bar, I'm just looking on the live board, has dropped down, and that's not because of our doing, is it? No.
That's not us.
No.
Yeah. And you called it, Jovanka. Look at the eval changes. King c2, 2 moves ago, lost half a point advantage for Ding. Now, h4 has lost another 0.6. And again, I'm not great at maths or counting, but that's a lot of evaluation to lose in the space of a couple of moves.
Yeah. Well, Gukesh's gamble has paid off, because we were critical, right? It looked like Gukesh had just taken it one step too far. Ding was slowly improving his pieces, but now suddenly we have this where anything's a go, and Gukesh could step up with the king and create some serious trouble for Ding.
I think the one temptation for Gukesh here, he's got 6 minutes left. He might try and calculate a bit too much here. You just trust your hand. I mean, why not? Just run. And I don't think it's the end of the world if you start losing pawns on this side, because ultimately White's 3 pawns take an age to start motoring. It's just about speed here.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the type of position. In Blitz, I think he would play King G7 in a heartbeat. And it does look like the most testing move, at least. It will be a nasty shock for Ding, at least. But yeah, this is where in classical you try and work out all the consequences, but there's so many variations there. And this is where his greater strength can become a bit of a hindrance, at least in terms of using time on the clock. But 5 minutes still should be plenty. He's got 5 moves to make, so 1 minute per move from this point on for Gukesh until move 40.
Yes. It is plenty of time, but you do see his eyes dart to the clock. And
And we'll see that consistently over the next few turns. Game 1, it was most visible. Jovanka, he was just befixed by the clock. And it felt like he froze there. He's looked over at the clock 2 or 3 times since we had that camera angle. Oh, he plays
E3.
E3.
That wasn't on our radar.
What?
Okay, rook E2.
Rook to E2.
What's happening now? And maybe he wants to do the same thing.
Run with the king.
And run with the king.
But now this pawn is dropping, so you need to time out with rook E7 or rook F7.
Yep.
King to D3.
And now double up.
Double up. Maybe he wants to come in and start grabbing these pawns, but this is really slow. Now, okay, race. C4. Okay, now he wants to come in.
Now King G7. That's what's...
Wow.
I'm inspired by you, but yeah, it's not the best version though.
It's a much slower version, at least. King G7, C5. Yeah.
King up.
B4, King H5, C6, King takes pawn, B5, King
G3.
Now G5 is coming. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, we're heading in this direction. We won't get too carried away as we build up to the time control, but this is a wild position.
Yeah. Okay, the valuation bar in the middle.
Look at the percentages though.
Wow.
Could that be right?
8%?
Ding suddenly?
Maybe the horizon that the computer is assessing is not quite far enough. Because we were looking at positions like maybe 10 moves deep.
Yeah.
Maybe the computer's just kind of stopped at rook takes e3 or something.
Yeah, maybe it's, I mean, it's going to take us a while to evaluate this one. It's going to take computers a while too. And the players, they don't have too much time. But Ding is visibly nervous. And this is, I mean, this is win, loss or draw territory. It's, I mean, you just have to make moves and pray at this point. You have to hope. I mean, it all starts surely with c4. You have to start the race. There's nothing else to do as white. Maybe king d3 as well, but
yeah.
I'm not sure we spend time on king d3, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm thinking that you just get going, push the pawns. That's the objective. And do you...
c4.
c4, yeah. I mean, it's the unchallenged pawn, so it makes sense to push them.
e7, c5.
Yeah.
King h6. b4.
b4.
King h5.
b5.
b5. King takes pawn. Do I take
I'm
that?
terrified,
yeah,
David.
I'm...
Can I go b6 and try to run with things that way?
But the pawn has gone quite far. Maybe I can start rounding it up. I'm going to use both my rooks.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to start with a4.
a4.
a4, g5.
Takes
f4. It's like black's ahead. Scary times. a5, king g3.
No, yeah.
Coming.
Okay, so he's actually stepped up with the king.
Okay, king to d3.
Okay, I have an idea. I know, but rook to e8, very nice move, because now you can't move the white rook.
Yep, this one is frozen. The white rook is totally stuck. Okay, now it's clear. Gukesh only has one plan, but it's a very effective plan.
Okay, can you go 8? I was also wondering, A.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or you were going to say
H5.
Yeah.
H5. H5. Put that on the board.
At first I thought it didn't change anything, but actually, Jovanka, wait.
I think it does.
Yeah, now if the king moves this way, check.
Yes.
Oh, wait, wow. H5 might be the key then. And, oh, wow, now there's a different type of race. So C4, G5?
Oh, okay. I've got to. Do I have to take? I don't have to take. No, let's carry on.
Allez.
Yep. On y va.
Take.
Rook takes.
Oh, wait, you've got rook F3 now. Whoops.
Yes.
Oh, wait. And
But
maybe it's a draw.
you can throw in some checks.
Check and back and draw.
Yes.
After all that. Okay, but Ding might need to find H5.
Yeah, but H5, such a great move. No, because otherwise your king H6, king...
Too strong, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe now or on the next move. C4, you could still make an argument for H5 now. And I don't think we're too worried about a pawn capturing, because now it's going to take an age for the black king to ever get in.
But I'm afraid of H4 and the H pawn running.
Yeah. I'm slightly afraid as well, more than slightly.
In fact, can we look at it? What happens after H5 if you do it immediately?
Yeah, H5, take, maybe rook D5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, this is very good.
This is good. Yeah, you need the king up to G6, so excellent.
Yeah, totally fine for white. King H5, King G7.
Take the pawn.
I do wonder whether you take a timeout and play rook D5, but then there's allowing rook E4. Okay, take, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Could we do C4?
C4.
And then this is where you came up with
G5.
Yeah, G5.
Yeah, again, for everyone at home, King H6 less effective now because there's a check kicking you back, and Ding can repeat, or Ding can play on for a win with King to E2.
Mm-hmm.
Although,
very instructive that. Although, yeah,
anything
goes.
Sharp. He does play H5. Great move.
Absolutely. Oh.
Rook move 39. So they just need to make a couple more moves for Gukesh, one more move for Ding to get 30 extra minutes, and then we take a breath and try to calm ourselves down. I'm getting a bit jittery.
Me too. It's been quite the adventure so far. I feel like I've been on a roller coaster ride of a game.
It's a very slow roller coaster for the middle chunk, but it's definitely sped up. Mm-hmm. We're yet to kind of experience the dip of the roller coaster.
Yeah.
But it's definitely moving fast now.
And Ding showing why he is world champion H5, probably the only drawing resource.
Yeah, I think the only drawing idea, at least now, or maybe on the next move, it was possible as well. But the black king was about to race in. Maybe Gukesh underestimated this. Maybe that's why he could have started with his king moving in. He takes
G takes H5.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. Gukesh's ambition knows no limits. I mean, wow, this is incredible stuff. We had rejected this because of rook to D5.
Yeah, and we'll break down those moves. I think we're going to see Ding move instantly now. He doesn't need to rush. He's got 5.5 minutes to make one move in order to get the magical move 40 time control. But at this point, doesn't look like too many options. Rook to D5. There we go. Hitting a pawn. It's hard to defend. The black rooks cannot defend this pawn because they would lose the more important E3 pawn. So options limited to pushing the H pawn, try and cause a deflection, or
stepping up with the king.
Yeah, stepping up.
I wonder whether Gukesh's plan is step up with the king, and then after rook takes F5, give a check.
Okay, I'm not sure which rook, but
yeah,
driving me away.
Yeah, and now live with the king on H6 or something.
Okay, king. Do you want to go G6 first or H6?
I don't know. Yeah. Although, have I made life tricky for myself? I've took rook g2.
G2. Ooh.
Rook d6.
Big threat. Checkmate. Yeah, rook d6. And okay, he pushes his pawn to h4. Again, didn't spend all of his time. Gukesh wasn't writing down moves for a while, I think. You don't have to when you're under the 5-minute mark, when there's no increment before move 40, but he's just catching up with the moves on his score sheet now. Full focus, and yeah, it looks like he might try the same idea, Jovanka.
Well, the players have made move 40. We are going to take a short break, catch our breaths, and when we come back, we are going to just take a recap of what happened and then explore what on earth is going on in this incredibly complicated endgame.
Did I expect it to go this fast? Not really. It feels like a magical time for India. As I said, with such players, you know that you will have a certain amount of results, but they consistently exceeded. I mean, did I expect Gukesh to qualify this time? I thought he had some chances, but that he's already playing for the World Championship, so it's very nice to have it all at the same time.
And we have a young challenger who looks phenomenal, who just 18? I mean, isn't he like 28 or 38? He looks so experienced, so calm at the board. Nothing seems to ruffle him in any way. So if we had to make a prediction right now, I think most everyone would bet the 18-year-old.
What Gukesh has done is like incredible. He won the candidates at 17. The previous record was at 20 or something. So he didn't just break the record, but by a huge margin he broke. So that is incredible.
He's 17, but he will only have to beat someone who is like probably in top 10, like in the end of top 10. But it's not like beating Karpov in his prime when you're 17, or beating Vischer, or beating Magnus, or someone else. So he definitely has chances, but yeah, like even with all of that, of course, it's very impressive what he's doing.
Of course, if we talk about their performance, Gukesh is really like in progress. He's young, he has full of motivation. I believe great support from India and many grandmasters. So he has this kind of really strong power to win the title.
For Gukesh, I think he's doing everything correctly. We can see that his level is very high. He's playing every game, playing long games, fighting for every point, and pulling so much off. I mean, so many of the wins here have been very, very impressive. Everything is possible. I mean, even great players have won the match for the first time.
But we can also say that for Gukesh, it's the first try. It's not the last try.
And we are back after quite hair-raising, I wouldn't say time travel, but in terms of emotions and in terms of complexity, it was quite the segment that we had there. Position suddenly got very, very complicated. So maybe we can take a quick look and recap all the dangerous ideas that both sides had at their disposal.
Yeah, and I think let's just do a quick rewind to break down what happened, because the position suddenly changed, and it was at this moment Ding decided to push his king forward. The queens came off the board, and here we couldn't really decide who was better. It's very much a race situation. If white gets time, it's going to be all about pushing pawns, but I think here, due to the fact that the black pawn might push to g5 at some point, springing free the f pawn, Ding tried to play safety first chess. We were very tempted to start running already with the black king towards the white pawns, but Gukesh said no, he pushed his pawn forward. I'm not sure how accurate these moves were, but either way, he's banking on this pawn paralyzing the white rook in front of it, the blockader. And the black rooks, however, holding the key to the position, and h5, very clever. If the black king marches forward now, there would have been a trade of pawns, and it's very hard for the black king to continue its journey without getting checked.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh made a decision that feels very committal, Jovanka. He broke the integrity of his pawn chain. Often you want to keep pawns intact, but here he captured doubled h-pawns now, and he lost control over this pawn, which cannot be defended because the black rooks are currently tied down defending the more important pawn. And h4, also very mysterious to me. And rook takes pawn. This is the current position. It's a rook endgame. Both sides have 4 pawns. Black's pawns are strewn across the board. White's queenside especially well connected. So Gukesh needs to be quick before white continues hunting down his weaknesses.
Yeah, as you mentioned, white is simply going to start advancing the queenside pawns if the status quo remains the same. So as we're expecting, like Gukesh to play rook d7 check, drive the white king away.
Probably the king steps back.
Yeah, probably the rook will come to d7 as opposed to d8 because a rook on d8 isn't actually that mobile. Okay, king goes to c2, and as David's highlighted, rook h5 is coming. So you've got to defend against that. And the only thing that we were discussing during the break, because I could see, was rook g7.
Rook g7, and if I...
Rook h5, and then rook g4.
Rook g4, and the white king can now step back.
And I'm stuck. I feel like maybe this endgame is a draw, but...
Maybe you can take once, and then give a check. And the king steps back. Yeah, I mean, it's risking so much for Gukesh. These are all weak pawns. And white will be left with these at the end, which will start running eventually. Feels like it should be a draw, as you say. King g7, maybe. Oh, but then I'm walking into a check.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It should be a draw, but why and how is far less clear. And Gukesh back at the board, of course, after taking a short break at that move 40 mark. Both players have been sat there the majority of the game, but this is the key stage of the game now. They've had their refreshments, they've had their break. They don't get any extra minutes on the time. They do get 30 seconds after every move, which is a nice little safety net, but pretty much what we see is what we get at this point. And if they think too much, it could get dramatic again.
Yeah, it's certainly going to get dramatic. Okay, I'm just racking my brain, just trying to think of ways to clarify the position so that it's an elementary draw. I feel like there's only one move here in this position, and that's just rook to d7.
Yeah, rook d7 is a check. The king
and now
drops back.
Yeah, and now here I was thinking, is rook e4 a possibility?
To try and pin me down to this pawn.
But not really, because you can go rook h5 anyhow. So
yeah, rook h5 as well. Rook e5 is slightly tempting.
Yeah, then rook takes f4. And
f4, I take this pawn. And
yeah,
if you can get your h-pawn running, maybe. But if not, then I'm going to start marching.
It's going to be quick.
The white rooks will hold black up for ages. And yeah, it's hard to know exactly how you're stopping white's pawns. Gukesh looking up, that's calculation face. Maybe needing some time as well to readjust to the new circumstances, because just half an hour ago, the queens were on the board. It was a weird maneuvering position, and suddenly it's a very concrete endgame. Ding. Relaxing. Relax Ding.
Yeah, in his restroom, just staring at the position on the live screen.
Yeah, it looks like choices are limited. I really don't get why the h-pawn was pushed, to be honest. He could have had his king on g6 defending that pawn, or king on h6 defending that pawn. I wonder whether going active with the king anyway is any good.
If you go king g7 now, rook h5.
h5, now I go here.
Rook takes...
And king f5. I want to check you, then I want to sneak in and in.
Maybe.
Might not work anyway, but I'll try. King activity.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
I don't think white is risking much, but...
Could you step back with your own rook?
This one?
No, the other one.
Oh, this rook? Ooh.
No, because you just give a check. No.
I mean,
it's sorry.
No. I mean, it's always good to look at every candidate move. What if c4?
Yeah, but then your plan.
Then I don't know which rook.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, now king e4.
Now king e4 and...
Awkward. I was hoping to play rook h3, but actually rook d3 is very annoying here.
Yeah.
As well as king takes pawn being available.
Well, maybe you need to put your king on c2.
Okay, so wait, let's go again.
Yeah, because
this variation.
Tempo matters here. takes c4.
Or check, king c2,
C2.
king e4,
Rook h3.
rook h3. I take this pawn. And who knows who's
Yeah.
better and why?
Oh, it feels like black is better, actually.
Very active. I don't think black's risking much this time, because probably at some point you can give away one of these pawns by going after the white pawns with your rooks.
Okay, so let's run through this. I wouldn't be comfortable playing that position with white, so let's run through this again. So after rook takes f5, you wanted to go king to g7.
Because this king's not doing anything.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's go rook e5, because you annoyed me.
Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, just for everyone at home, after rook takes, if everything disappears from the board, the white king is just in time. Probably rook h5 is the best bet, but yeah, the king is inside the box. So it's like, this is the box you need to be in for the pawn to push. So the white king will stop this pawn, and eventually the pawns will distract the black king. They protect themselves, and white wins. The black king will be distracted and frozen, and white will just mop up on the king side before going the other way. You clean up these pawns, and then you head back in that direction later. But okay, this one begs the question, rook takes e3, rook h5, Jovanka?
Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, I'm going to stop your pawn on h4, so yep. And now run.
Run?
Yep. Oh, no, I'm not. I shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. I should stop your counterplay. Let's not make it into a race. King e4.
King e4. I come forward.
And I step back with the king.
Step back.
And
probably ended in draw somehow.
Rook h2. Yeah. Or yeah. Rook h1. Yeah.
Check.
Yeah. No, let's not put my rook on h2.
And okay, we actually see a check, so we'll go back to analyze the game now. I mean, this one most likely ends in a draw. Yeah, the black rook is very active. But okay, let's go back.
Maybe your same plan.
Same plan.
Same plan. Yeah, yeah. Now the king goes back to c2, and you had this beautiful plan of running with the king.
Okay, what's changed? So king g7. Now rook e5 is actually more tempting than it was in the game. Although, wait, this would be a huge mistake, actually, rook e5. He set a trap.
Oh,
wow,
yeah, well, let's put it on the board.
Yeah, rook e5, the idea is to cut the coordination. It looks like you're about to win this pawn, but whoops, check. And now you're not in the square. King takes pawn. Ah, this is the square, and you're not in. I can't believe Magnus Carlsen didn't know what the square was. He was like, oh, you just count, but just look at the square. And yeah, this pawn promotes, makes a queen. So he set a trap that's sneaky by Gukesh. So that's why he gave the check first.
You know, unbelievably, Gemini knows about the square. Let's look at its explanations.
We asked Gemini. Explain the rule of the square in pawn endgames using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine a chessboard as a city and your pawn as a thief trying to escape. The opposing king is like a police officer trying to catch the thief. The rule of the square is a simple way to see if the thief can make it to safety before the police officer can catch them. Draw an imaginary square around the thief extending diagonally towards the safety line. If the police officer can step inside the square, they can catch the thief. If they can't, the thief is safe. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
A new version of Cops and Robbers, David.
Yeah, I've learned something new. I never thought of that analogy, but it makes a lot of sense. That black pawn, the H pawn here, is the thief. It's somehow stolen something, maybe the pawn in front of it, and it's aiming to reach safety on the H1 square. Now the police, the law enforcement is far, far on the other side of the globe right now.
Yeah.
And this king has been driven away. The problem is how to get this pawn further down the board without being caught by this stern sergeant of a rook.
Yes. So, Okay, so we were looking at king to g7. With your
process of elimination, right? The
Yes.
king's doing nothing, the rook's, I mean, this one's cutting off the king, this one's protecting the pawn, you can't really move those, so only
Yeah.
other piece, king.
king, and now after rook h5, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
King to g6.
6, and I take the pawn.
And now king up to f5.
Ah.
And now this feels like a better version because the king will really snake its way to f3 if you let it.
Is far from one-way traffic. This is the type of position I used to find myself in actually a lot when I was younger, when I hadn't really studied too many endgames, and I would often just be materialistic. I would say, okay, I've won a pawn. Here, white's got 4 versus 3. Or I would say, okay, I've got some connected passed pawns, I'm saving them in the bank for later. They'll win me the game long term. But then I just always forgot the dynamic possibility of active kings.
Yeah. And this means that actually, if this is just too hot to handle for whites, if we rewind, once king g7 makes an appearance on the board, it probably would be very prudent to go rook to g2 check.
Rook g2 check.
And if you go king h6, rook f6. I got my draw, and I got my check. I got checkmate actually.
I mean, you can tease the opponent. You repeat the position a bit. You go like rook f5 check, repeat.
I was so obsessed with the draw that yeah, I missed checkmate.
Oh, wow, rook g2 is a real.
Yeah, so you actually
Spanner in
step
the works.
back.
You have to go to h8.
Yeah, you go to h8, but the problem is that the rook now has to go back to e2.
Yeah, again, rook e5 loses. Same tic-tac, same tactic here. Rook d2 check wins. And actually, let's draw the square, because the black king is in the square of the white pawn. It's just about in this one. So the black king stops the white pawn. And yeah, the black pawn cannot be caught. That naughty thief.
Yeah, it's so deep how Gukesh calculates. It's so quick as well because he's unafraid of making really daring moves like g takes h5. I was like, why would you do that? Why would you take the risk? But he's worked out that the black king will get active. And in this particular position, the king steps back, but the white rook really should be going to e2. And now the black king can come forward again. And unless there's some rook to g5 ideas.
It forces the king to go this way. Don't blunder and go the other way. Oh, wait, that's not necessarily a... Yeah, it is a blunder. Rook h2 and checkmate is coming this way.
Rook roller.
Yeah, black can only stop it now by playing rook d2, but that loses... Yeah, loses the key e3 pawn. Yeah, what did you call it? Rook roller.
Yeah, isn't that the rook roller? Lawnmower mate is another one. The rook roller, lawnmower. Staircase, yes.
Ladder checkmate.
Yep.
Yeah, this one, 2 rooks cutting off the king in the corner. But yeah, the king would go the other way to f6, I guess. And sooner or later, if you ever hunt down this pawn,
the king steps up.
The king comes in, zigzag.
And if white says, you know what, I'm not going to go after the h pawn, instead go c4, well, the problem is that you can still go h3.
Yeah, h3, and maybe even rook d4 here, but yeah, h3, same idea, right?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to highlight.
Distract
the
white rook. This rook is stuck blockading the pawn, so this rook would have to take, well, maybe not even immediately, but then the black king comes in. And as soon as the black king enters, it's very scary for white.
Yeah.
Okay, he moves his king forward. We might be about to see a draw, Jovanka.
Yes. Wow.
Rook to g2 is a check. The black king only has 1 square. It looks like you have to go back, but now the white rook is stuck. Would also have to return. And we could see a dance between the black king and the white rook. Wow, Gukesh, it's incredible to me. Like, if he played g takes h5 before the time control, he would have had to realize he's in trouble unless he activates his king just like this. But, I mean, it hangs by a thread. If he saw all of that in advance, just fair play to him. If he kind of got here and then realized he could activate his king and draw, then that is, well, not miraculous, but it's just great judgment, great instincts.
Ooh, the way that he played g takes h4 leads me to believe he saw all this. He understood exactly what needed to be done. Because you don't play g takes h5 so quickly.
Yeah, such an ugly move to break your pawn structure. But yeah, he made it work. And that's the key. It's all about the result. It's a check from Ding. Moment of truth. Will Gukesh blunder mate in 2? I don't think so.
Nope.
He's going back. He's going back to the corner.
I bet my house, David, that king h6 is not going to happen. So there you go.
And the white rook goes back. Gukesh, I don't think he's gained anything by having his king in the corner as opposed to on g8. So this position hasn't been repeated yet. But the position will repeat itself for the second time if the black king goes back where it came from. Could we see the final stages? What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Finally, it might be a draw.
I think it will be a draw. There you go, king g7.
Gukesh played for a win earlier in the game, but not this time.
No, this time Gukesh understands. There's nothing to be done. And Ding can't play on. I mean, we were looking at rook to g5, but again, the king steps up to f6. And that one carried a fair amount of risk. So I'm expecting, again, Ding to play rook to g2. But what a fight it was.
It has been a great battle. And Ding again missed opportunities. As soon as the queens came off, I think it was always likely to require accuracy from both sides, and a draw did become maybe more likely. But even then, there were some hairy moments and some moments both sides could have been more accurate. Yeah. But with queens on the board, that was where Ding missed his big opportunity.
Yeah, somehow, the fair play to Gukesh, you know, he made a courageous choice of playing on, rejecting a draw offer. Not draw offer, but a threefold repetition. And it did look like he was in trouble. But I'm especially impressed that he found queen f3, that he understood that the queens needed to come off the board, and
pulled the brake at the right time.
Exactly.
He went into reverse gear and realized the draw was necessary. We actually saw Ding a bit frustrated. It's as if he was banging his fingers against the table. He was like, oh, I should have had better winning chances. I could have had something, but ultimately, again, this is Ding's third white and the third time he's had an advantage, or at least a small advantage, and ultimately nothing has come of it.
But in fairness to Ding, there we can see Ding coming to terms with the result. But in fairness to Ding, some of the ideas were not that easy to see. Like, a lot of it was revealed to us by an engine that kind of said, well, you know, you can just push the C pawn, you can push the B pawn, and it's ultimately safe. And there we do see rook to G2 played. Gukesh will tuck his king in the corner. No.
The final moments of this game now.
Yep.
One more move each is the likely outcome. The white rook has to block the passed pawn, and Gukesh can now stop the clocks and claim the draw. If he moves his king forward, that'll be the third time, Jovanka. Third time in a row we've seen a draw in the match. Third time we've seen this position. Yep. It's a handshake. Game 6 is a draw.
It was quite the draw between these two players. In the end, it was a fair fight. It was full of complications, full of intriguing moments, and after 6 games, we have the players there tied with 3 points apiece. Oof. Oof. And there we see the arbiter making sure the score sheets are signed, everything is in place. Now we're again going to catch our breaths and take a quick pause, but when we come back, we're going to deep dive into what happened in the game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
let's go.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Well, Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship match presented by Google is over. And let's dive in and look at those critical moments. Well, it began with a London system. Perhaps Ding was hoping to recreate the success of last year when he defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in Game 6 of that event. But this time, it was a London system, but Gukesh played in a different manner.
That's right. Here we saw a check from Ding, forcing black to block with the knight, and a very ambitious variation, a very forcing variation, meaning that the tension in the opening was already extremely high. Here, the white queen jumped out and then stepped back, creating a nasty pin along this diagonal. This pawn is threatened. It had to be defended by Gukesh. At this point, both players were still in their opening theory, Jovanka, but it got very sharp after a trade of knights. The white queen won a pawn, and this is where Ding got ready to castle on the queen side, and both players knowing what they're doing, but crazy. Imbalanced position.
A certainly imbalanced position. And here, well, it is really so crazy that both players have to play very precisely. And this is why Gukesh activated his rook and made sure that the knight on d2 couldn't go to its desired square. So it had to go to c4 in order to protect the b2 pawn. And interestingly enough, it's here that Gukesh needed to make his queen a nuisance, lift the queen up to f3 and make sure that white didn't get the ideal defensive construction of lifting a rook onto the second rank.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the white rooks would have prevented what happened in the game. Instead, Gukesh played a very natural move, a very human move, trying to harass this white knight. But Ding hit the black queen, kicked it back, and now stabilized. The white rook guards the second rank. The other rook guards the vital e3 pawn. And the white knight now threatened to jump into a beautiful outpost, so that was traded off.
Absolutely. And once some trades happened, it looked like Ding was very much in his home preparation. And we were expecting the game to kind of continue in a fighting manner. But it was really interesting here at this precise moment that Ding offers to repeat the position 3 times.
Yeah, he started offering a queen trade. If queens disappear from the board, white has the advantage due to this passed pawn, which is going to sprint forward, maybe accompanied by the white king. White also has the open d-file access there. So Gukesh said no queen trade. Ding insisted. Gukesh said no. Ding asked again. And at this point, we were assuming that Gukesh would drop his queen back with a 3-fold repetition, a draw. He could have claimed it. He could have banked it here, saved himself 20+ moves. But instead, he played for the win. Courage from Gukesh.
Definitely a courageous decision. Ultimately very risky because it just encourages Ding to actually put his pieces on the squares that they want to be on. So we see a doubling of the rooks. And now g6 from Gukesh, just simply making some lift, as we like to say, for the king. And it was really interesting here because we thought that Gukesh might have taken it one step too far, especially when we fast forward to some later on. If we just see, there's some beautiful centralization from Ding.
Just improving his pieces. Black's queen, very agile, switching sides of the board, but not getting anywhere. White has a very solid pawn formation. The white king is relatively safe. And yeah, Gukesh pretty much just played with his queen for half a dozen moves or so. But it was here, after jumping in, just as he's about to lose focus over the e-pawn, he realized it was time to trade queens, this time on his own terms.
Yes, and really accurate play here from Gukesh, understanding that actually he's on the verge of being in difficulties. So excellent move. And here we see Ding maybe make one imprecision. He's stepping up with his king.
He stepped his king forward. This ultimately didn't really help White's cause. The position is what we call a race. White's pawns should start running potentially. Maybe the best would have actually been to defer the tension, keep the queens on. And instead, Ding, he objectively had the advantage here. He let it slip by allowing this exchange, and suddenly it was a 3-result game, anything possible, and h4, very brave, aiming to trade off pawns, but this was a moment we thought maybe Gukesh could start marching with his king, trying to bring it up the board. Some real danger for Ding.
Yeah, definitely. That would have been very scary for Ding. But instead, he decided to play e3, and attacking the rook, forcing the rook to go on the defensive, and now try to get this plan, but in a maximalist manner. Just stepping up with the rook. Still, it could have been possible to come up with a king. And here we saw Ding play very, very precisely. h5. This needed to be done in order to destabilize Black's plan of just running with the king.
The black pawn's under some pressure, and the black king now no longer able to poke its head forward. If the king moves, we would have seen a trade of pawns, and anytime the black king steps forward, there will be a check, and you shall not pass, you shall go no further. Instead, Gukesh, just before move 40, low on time, he captured a pawn, and the game ultimately fizzled out here after very high accuracy in the remaining stages.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the precision from both sides, and here, driving the king one step back. And once Gukesh comes forward with his king, well, Ding says absolutely not, and gives the check, drives the king to the corner, and now we see a dance between the rook and the king. And it was a draw.
Yeah. Ultimately, neither side able to take enough risk there, but it was a real fight, a fair result, and scores still level. It means that after the rest day, the players will come back and fight even harder.
Yeah, they will. Whew. Quite the adventure, and tomorrow it is a rest day for the players, for everyone. Chance for us to recover from that dramatic game, and then we'll see what, again, Gukesh brings to the table in Game 7. He has the white pieces. It's going to be absolutely thrilling.
Wow, still catching my breath, Jovanka. Actually, at some point I was saying it's very unlikely to be a draw. Ultimately, that Endgame was so full of these little details, but they held their nerve. I think they both had just enough time before move 40. In the meantime, the press conference about to begin. I think that's goodbye from us. It's a rest day tomorrow, so let's go to the players and Maurice Ashley.
Welcome to the post-game press conference for Game 6. Game 6. I will ask the players a couple of questions, and then I will give it to the press. As usual, you can go to the microphone at my left and ask a single question. You will have follow-up questions available after that, but please restrict your questions as we start. This was a fighting draw, a tremendous fighting spirit that both players are showing. And my first question will be for the world champion. You had seemingly an opening that you were comfortable with. How far, actually, there was a moment when you stopped when you played Queen F5, but tell us your feelings just right out the opening.
I'm happy the opening was my preparation until Queen F5. I know the position is slightly better for white, but in the game, I thought for a long time, and maybe I don't know what to do. Maybe Queen C5. That's a good move. Yeah, after a take, and here my first intention to play is this, but after G6, don't know.
You found the best move, it looked like, at least from analysts and engine, right away with Queen takes C6.
D8. So I decided to repeat moves, and this came a totally surprise because I think his queen not so well placed on the king side, better placed on queen side. Here I might have some advantage. Here maybe rook F1 is better.
There seem to be various options here. Something psychedelic in this position was to bring the king over to B1, but there was nothing that obvious with the white pieces from what looked like outside analysis anyway. Did you feel like you must have had something, or the game proceeded logically for you when you were playing into the traded down queen's endgame?
I feel like I'm slightly better. But after queen 3, very hard decision for me. I saw this move, but if I check here, I have to go king c2. And I don't know, rook b8. Maybe the rook very well placed on here, because if queen a1, I have rook b4.
Yeah, there was also absurdly crazy line of like queen e1 and potentially bringing your king up to b3 in some positions, which also seemed more computer than human. Did you consider this possibility?
No. Having find a safe place on a2. Yeah, I should keep the queen on the board. I saw this move, but if we go here, I can play rook d7, h6, queen c5. A good variation for white.
So maybe it was better to keep the queens on just to keep the fight going. How did you feel? He played very fast, got this position that he's clearly comfortable with, and you were under pressure pretty much right away, right out of the opening. Did you feel like this was trouble for you at some point?
I mean, I knew the position till I played queen f2, rook b8 in the opening.
Yeah, I'm going back here.
Yeah, but knight c4 I wasn't aware of. But I never really felt in danger, because I thought, I mean, once I take on c4, get queen f5, maybe I'm slightly worse, but should be really hard to convert it with white, because you can't really push the queenside pawns that easily, and I always have some play on his king, so yeah, I wasn't really that worried at any point.
Okay, press, questions?
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My question is for Ding Liren. Today, once again during this match, you had a better position, but you didn't push in the best possible way to try to win once again. Please help us to understand what is going on. Is that a problem of lack of confidence? Do you still have problems to sleep? Any other health problem?
Oh, it's mainly because of the position itself. Here I saw something like b3, but he goes here. And queen a5, rook d7, rook d8. Yeah, missed the c4. I saw king b2, he had rook c5. I have to push the pawns here. So here, yeah, I'm not so comfortable after queen f3. My first intention to play this, but this is not so good after f5. Rook is misplayed on f4. So I had to come up with the other ideas. I saw this. Just play something like h5. Maybe it's time to push the pawn, but I only saw this, and he take, and I don't think I'm better here. So I've choose king c2. Was not such a good move.
Michael Reichel from FIDE Media. A question for Gukesh. You just mentioned that you thought you were maybe slightly worse after the end of the opening, but difficult to convert. However, a few moves later, it was you who rejected the three-fold repetition, which you could have claimed by playing queen to e7 instead of queen to h4. Could you show us a bit your reasoning to reject the draw at that point and continue playing? Did you think you could play for a win, or you just wanted to keep the game going? Or did you sense that maybe your opponent was unstable at some point in his view of how the game was going? Talk a bit about that moment, please.
Yeah. So I guess when I played queen h4 instead of queen e7. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I thought I might be slightly worse. I was not even sure fully about if I'm slightly worse, but I thought it's more likely. But even though I thought that, okay, with the files open in front of his king and yeah, maybe I just thought I always have counterplay, and I saw no reason not to take a repetition right now. I just thought since he is going for a repetition, I thought I'll make a few more moves, and I mean, obviously it's not playing for a win or anything by queen h4, but just I wanted to make a few more moves and see what happens.
Just a small follow-up. Did you decide that before you did the first repetition, or did you repeat twice and then you decided to bring the hammer down and change?
I mean, when he played queen d6, it was already clear that he was going for a repetition. So when I played queen e7 for the second time, I had already decided to go queen h4.
Next question.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. On move 36, when you played the move e4 to e3, did you ever consider playing king g7 instead, activating your king?
Yeah, king g7, I thought mainly I was worried about rook d7. I mean, rook f7, actually this was a very interesting moment. I mean, rook f7, take, rook d7. I think the pawn in game is just lost. If I go rook e7. It's not, yeah. It is losing, yeah. So yeah, I thought this was losing. So I can't, I mean, maybe I can give the pawn instead of going rook e7, but I thought that's a bit ugly. And also if I go rook d7, king h6, then he takes on a7, and king h5, he had this funny like rook g2. If I go h6, he has rook h7, threatening rook g5.
Sorry, here, king h5?
Maybe I can go e3 here, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what I saw. Like h6, he has rook h7. But I missed that I could start with e3. That might be quite clever.
Funny mate.
But instead of king h5, e3, yeah? Yeah, maybe this was a better try, but yeah, I mean, I just missed e3, otherwise I would have gone for this. But what is the defense after king g7?
What's the difference, what?
What is the defense for white after king g7? I mean, I should just stay passive, probably.
Right, white doesn't have to play rook down.
Yeah, maybe you can go like b4, king d1, king e2. I mean, king g7 was my initial instinct, but I just missed that e3 was possible. But anyways, it was... yeah, anyways, after e3, I had to find this h5 resource, which was, I thought, a bit tough, but yeah, after h5, it was just a draw.
So I'm Katerina from the German Chess Federation, and I have a more general question. So during this World Chess Championship, there is a lot written online, and for example, right now, I've seen a lot of Ding chilling memes, and so my question for Ding is, if you have seen any of them, and what do you think about them?
Say, what is the thing that you've seen? You said.
It just says Ding chilling, which is like comes from a meme from a Chinese ice cream promotion, and it's like adjusted to Ding Liren now, and it just shows that he's like chilling and just like playing good chess. So yeah.
Have you seen this?
What's the meaning of chill?
Well, to chill means to relax.
Or relax. After the first game, or the end of the first game when I have a totally winning
But
position.
she's saying there's a meme out saying that you're chilling, meaning you're kind of just cool, relaxing, and also there's an ice cream connection. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. I certainly haven't.
I didn't have ice cream here.
So you have not seen this meme. Okay, thank you.
All right, Junior Tay from Chess Magazine, England. I have a question for Mr. Ding Liren. Do you think the first move in chess with white is overrated? In the first 3 games you played with black, you pressed for a win even though you weren't the first to move. And you succeeded in game 1, and you also tried to win with your third time playing black. Do you think black is the new white now? Do you think that the advantage with white is overrated today?
Sometimes I play white pieces like black. This time I try to push for advantage in the opening. And this London was like last time also in game 6 I win a beautiful game in London. So this time I want to repeat the success.
Question for Mr. Gukesh. Now that you've experienced the first few games of a World Championship finals, how do you compare it to other Grandmaster tournaments? The atmosphere, the conditions, the competition itself. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, as it's quite well known, the World Championship is one of the probably the toughest event in chess, and yeah, I mean it's obviously there is more at stake, and there are more nerves than what you generally have. But other than that, I think it's just a very interesting and long match against a very strong opponent. So yeah, it's a bit different, but at the end of the day, we are still playing chess.
Same question for Mr. Ding. How have you made adjustments? Did you do anything differently after going through the Astana World Championship finals last year?
That will be your last question, please.
What's the difference from the last time?
Did you do anything different in preparation during your stay during the tournament?
I have 1 more second and more ideas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, I am Ajit Kumar from the Hindu newspaper. My question is both to Gukesh and Ding. So we are heading to another rest day. So Gukesh, are you happy with the scoreline now 3-3, and how do you review your own performance so far? Are you happy, or do you think you could have done better? And this is the same question to Ding as well. Thank you.
I think so far it's been good. It can I mean obviously I still can improve my play, and yeah, I mean there are a lot more games to try and do that. But so far it's it's an equal match so far, and we are. I mean, considering that I was also trailing after the first game, I'm happy to be here. But it's too early to think about anything like that. I mean, there's not even like we are not even halfway through the event. So yeah, there's just a lot of excitement ahead.
Well, the results not either one. I could improve in many occasions. I'm better in many games, and this critical moment I let the advantage slip. Maybe that's what I should improve in the next couple of games.
Mike Klein with chess.com. I think I speak for everybody and to say, Ding, I'd like you to have some ice cream on your rest day, but my question is for Gukesh, please. I want to follow up on Michael Rahal's question. You said that after you declined the threefold repetition, you didn't particularly think you were better or anything, but you decided to keep playing. And I'm wondering if that was in any way psychological, letting your opponent know that you were going to start pushing in equal positions. And I ask this question because, for example, in games 2 and 5, it looked like Ding took one of the quicker paths to a draw. So was it in any way psychological that you decided to continue playing this position where, even though you weren't better at all?
I just like playing chess. Yeah. I mean, it was more just the position than it was psychological. I just thought there was still a lot of play left in the position. So, and I did not really see too much danger for me. So, yeah, I just thought I'll make few moves, see what happens. And I mean, obviously, draw was still the most likely result. So I just wanted to get a long game, especially since tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah, we haven't had any games that have made time control other than one where the result was not really in doubt. So did you want to play a game past time control just to get like a little bit of a longer game?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about time control, but yeah, I wanted to play a longer game than just finishing it at that point. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, I am Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question is for both of you, but I will address it to Gukesh first. Hypothetically, if you won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
I don't know. I guess I'll be happy first. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the same for Ding. If you hypothetically won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
Last time I cried after the win title. This time I make smile.
Amazing. Thank you both.
Asking on behalf of FIDE social media followers, this one is directed to Gukesh, but we want to know Ding's answer as well. Is the match going the way you expected it to go?
I mean, I was prepared for all kinds of scenarios, so I don't think like any kind of situation would have shocked me or anything. But also you can't really plan everything exactly as it's going to happen. So there is some surprise in some games and some things that I expected. But overall, I think I'm feeling good. I'm able to focus well. I feel energetic, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, glad about everything so far.
I think it's good for spectators that the match is still even. There are a lot of to see in the next couple of rounds. And for me, I want to improve my score as much as possible.
Stock from German newspaper Die Zeit, a question for Ding Liren.
Could you go a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Concerning the preparation, you said you were deeply prepared for this opening, and I guess the preparation means that you are prepared then when this comes on the board. But then after the move Queen F5, which was, as I understood, the first move after your preparation, you said you didn't know what to do. How is that possible?
Because there are so many lines to prepare, and this is just one of the lines. And the preparation like an iceberg, that you saw the positions arose like the parts of the iceberg that are higher than the sea. But there are a lot of operations that didn't occur in the board. It's like iceberg in the sea. So of course, I prepare a lot of position, but this one is a little bit new for me, but there's no excuse for just repeating moves after such a good preparation.
Abhinav from US Chess. I have a question for both the world champion and the challenger. One of you has already won the world championship and one of you is aspiring to do so. Can you give 2 to 3 past world champions that you view as personal inspirations, either stylistically or that has influenced your chess growth as a whole?
Last time I have answered a similar question. I mentioned Topalov and also Carlsen.
For me, it's obviously from the start it has been Vishy sir. Other than Vishy sir, I think Fischer and Magnus inspire me a lot.
I'm Gu Xiaobing from organization. I have questions for Ding Liren and for both. First of all, 请 Ding Liren 谈一下今天的对局。
Hello. So I'm Gu Xiaobing. Could you please describe the game today in Chinese? Thank you.
今天对局比预想中要有趣一点，因为有可能以更无聊的方式结束。对，他让这盘棋富有了一些生机吧。然后，对我的发挥也就仅仅这样吧，然后没有什么特别亮眼的表现。我也错过了一些保持优势的机会，比如说后G5，我就没有往下深入的去计算，还是去没有走就是最有力度的招法吧，然后让优势就溜走了。后来我局面甚至还有一点点被动，但是我还是看到了这个G2的和棋的手段。
That was a super long reply. I shall do my best. So Ding said that the game could have been potentially quite short with the repetition of moves early on, but Mr. Gukesh decided to give some life to the position. And he missed some chances potentially. He mentioned, in particular, maybe after Queen F3, he could have gone Queen G5, but he felt he didn't. He was a little bit short of time and didn't quite find all the critical moves to try and press potentially what little advantage there was. He felt towards the very end potentially that White had to find some accurate moves maybe to extricate himself from a slightly tricky position. Including this idea of this rook e2, rook g2 check, and back again to rook e2 to secure the draw.
好，第二个问题是，通常世界冠军赛会在下午3点钟举行，这次是在下午5点钟举行，对二位棋手有一些什么调整吗？
This is a question to both Mr. Ding and Mr. Gukesh. Traditionally, the World Chess Championship matches tends to start at 3 p.m. rather than 5 p.m. Have either of you had to make any adjustments for this slightly later starting time?
对，上次比赛是在3点举行，然后这意味着有更多的时间去准备，然后中午也能够有更多的时间去休息。
So last World Championship we did start 3 p.m. Starting at 5 means I have a little bit more time to prepare and to rest before the round.
For me, it's a bit of a change because usually all kinds of tournaments start at 3 p.m. or even earlier, but it's not much different for me really. Like I remember I played like 1 or 2 tournaments starting at 5 p.m. and some even later. So over the years I've played in a lot of time settings. So it's nothing too different for me.
最后一个问题，几轮之前你们曾经说互相评价对方还为时尚早，现在可以评价对方了吗？
Final question. You commented a few rounds ago that it was a little bit too early to appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Do you think now you could appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, as I said, I think both of us we are pretty universal. Strengths, I guess. I mean, a lot of things, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how exactly to put it.
因为可以看到他应该是慢慢进入状态了，消除第一盘棋的紧张感之后，他发挥的也是越来越好了嘛。
So you can see Mr. Gukesh was perhaps a little bit nervy in round one, but he's played himself into form by the looks of it. As you can probably see from the following games.
Last question, please.
A final question to end on a light note from FIDE social media, this time from follower Prem Gujarati for both players. Which book, chess or non-chess, has impacted you the most?
For me, chess book, I probably Game Changer. I really enjoyed this one. So yeah, probably this one.
I would answer the same.
I'd like to thank both players for not just their fighting spirit on the board, but to come to a press conference and sometimes answer some tricky questions with wit, humor, and poise. Tomorrow we all get to chill like Ding and have a rest day, and we'll be back on Tuesday at 5 p.m. local time. Thanks everyone, and have a good night.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.